want to preach no fear no more. Go and see Hasanabi. If you wanna make America great, subscribe for free to Hasanabi. Reach the pride. Oh my God, I will go. Go and see Hasanabi. Oh my God, I will go. Go and see Hasanabi. I don't believe in fake news. All I need is the truth. Because I want to love our country. I want to love it just like you. Community. Our son make all life good. Our son, because he loves our country. He loves it just like you. Oh my God, I will go. Go and see Hasanabi. Oh my God, I will go. Go and see Hasanabi.
Ay, ay, ay. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic brino. No matter where you are in the world, I'm a sound biker in this house, and I have a broadcast coming to you live from rainy California, Los Angeles. Kaya, get in here, lady. Place. From rainy California, Los Angeles, folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic moment because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Kaya's birthday, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. We got the birthday girl in the building looking angelic. And this is the part of the broadcast where I will tell you about my personal news. I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day, regardless of the rain. It is freaking March. Oh, there's Phil's birthday, man, emo. So let me restart that. Yes, she's 2 years old now. Kaya's turned 2 years old. It's March 5th, 2025. And Kaya is officially a little lady. She's officially no longer a puppy. At the age of 2, she has officially moved on from being a pupper to being a little lady. That's right. And as far as personal news goes, I have a lot to tell you. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, a lot has happened. Okay, a lot has happened, and I'm going to get to all of that in a brief moment. What an incredible work of art that this chatter has made. You got her gums perfectly. Okay, the weight of it, I can feel it from this hyper-realistic artwork. As you guys know, I am the #1 apolitical podcast, the #1 apolitical content creator in general. As you know, don't make me put the hat on, but I can if you want me to, just so people understand how apolitical I am. Non-political actor Hasanabi Piker in the building. What did non-political actor Hasanabi Piker do last night? Well, let me tell you, okay? I didn't do much. I just ended the broadcast after 10 hours, another half day, another day of laziness. You already know what it is, right? Basically, did my freaking half day, played some Kingdom Come Deliverance, and that's it. I went to bed, woke up early, and in the midst of all this rain and all this madness here in California, I took my ass out to THEOVON's podcast. And I did THEOVON's pod. That's right. I'm sure that this will be very controversial for everyone involved, but I think it's pretty good. I thought it was a great opportunity, a great platform. Shouts out to Theo for giving me said opportunity. Also, Kaya met him as well. How was the apolitical podcast? It was very apolitical. It was very, very apolitical. I'm very excited to see what happens. But yeah, that's the reason why I'm late, and I apologize. Was Theo chill? Yeah, he was chill as hell. Joe Rowe next. I don't think that Joe Rowe will happen, but anytime soon, because I do think that like THEOVON is interested in interviewing people from all different walks of life, and you know, Gabor Mate, you know, and Bernie Sanders, but then he's also you know, someone said he interviewed Clandis. I did not know that he interviewed Clandis. That's crazy. That is actually crazy. All right, well, how hard did it make you laugh? It was more serious than it was funny. I tried to do some memes, you know. Get ready for the most brigaded comment section of all time. It's gonna be crazy. Yeah. It just dropped 44 minutes ago. Oh my God. All right, well, in any case, anti-Semites of the year contestants assembled on the pod. Yeah, exactly. Theo's collecting them. Did he have political questions for you? Yes, we talked a lot about politics. In any case, did you own the libs? No, I don't think so. But that's it. There's not really much else going on in terms of personal news in my life, if we're being really real. And yeah, I'm just working a lot. You guys already know, and I love it because I love keeping busy. It's Kaya's second B-day. Please tell me you perform well. My dad watched the pod. I really want to show him. Yeah, I think so. I think you guys will like it. It's like those podcasts are really good because like you can show it to your friends and family. You know what I mean? Get them to listen to it, because when I don't have like crazy, when I don't have people in my ear constantly yelling at me, I think I perform a lot better. All right. We're going to be talking about Trump, tariffs, WAC joint session hearing, WAC joint session speech, and more. Adams is getting roasted by all sides of Congress. Adams? Oh, Eric Adams? Or who? We need more standalone and podcast content from you. I think that hurts your message, and brain dead chatter is breaking up your points. I agree. I had not met THEOVON until this podcast. I didn't even know why he reached out to my management to have me on, and I was shocked. And I, of course, said, yes, absolutely. Why wouldn't I? You know what I mean? The vibe check I'm getting from conservative spheres is that you have many problems with, if you have any problems with Trump's speech last night whatsoever, it means you hate kids with cancer. Meanwhile, like you said, is Trump, who's basically min-maxing childhood cancer rates. Yeah, I think conservative propaganda has basically gotten worse and worse year over year, where they're becoming hysterical in the dumbest ways possible. Where here, by the way, we're blasting off. Here it is. Basically, they're not only are they soy right, like they're full-blown soy right, okay? We need a dark woke to combat the soy right, but also simultaneously, they're just so like they're so lame. Like their propaganda is so bad. If you didn't stand up and applaud this young cancer survivor and is amazing, there's really something sick and messed up about you. It's like, yeah, dude, sorry, I didn't salute the flag. When the administration is propping up a child with brain cancer while simultaneously cutting cancer research funds and also cutting the regulatory agencies that are supposed to protect additional future generations from eating all of these toxic pollutants and toxic chemicals. Like, it's so dumb. Dems are finally fighting back for real this time. Is this the cringe? Oh no, stop. Dude, liberals love this stuff. I don't want to yell at them. I don't want to even like clown on it and then have people be like, Hassan, you're racist. You're doing misogynoir. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. Great. Also, you telling them to just shut the fuck up makes them feel like winners? I don't think so. Like, even I know you're not political. What do you mean, dog? I'm the most hold on. Let me put my apolitical cap back on. How dare you? How dare you? It's just common sense. All I'm doing is common sense. All I'm saying and doing is common sense, baby. Common sense is not so common. Anyway, let's just get started. Like, there's not really anything else to say about personal news. Yeah, I went on the THEOVON podcast. It was great. I'm very excited for you guys to watch. Are you going to respond to the allegations? What allegations? What allegations are now? What allegations happen now that Kaya is the best girl at the age of 2? Is that what it is? TikTok knows you well.
Hassan, you remember when you said your New Year's resolution was to stop cursing?
Holy shit, Kaya, please.
Don't take it out on her.
Huh.
What do you think Kaya's political association is?
Jordan Peterson, Brett Stevens, Faith Goldie.
Say fuck.
That fucking Shark Tank dipshit, the bald one. What the hell?
That was better.
What the hell is this?
Better. Because you didn't say fuck. Just
It's true. I do need to get better at not cursing. You know, my New Year's resolution is to not curse. And I've already broken it. It's hard. It's hard to not break that New Year's resolution because the American government, Hassan, you're racist. You're racist. I don't know why you're saying that. I'm apolitical.
Ted Cruz.
I just want to see
Why
how.
aren't you talking about Northern Lion? Because good Canadians don't fucking come down here. That's why I'm not talking about Northern Lion, okay? Because all we get is fucking Kevin O'Leary. If it was only Northern Lion and Pokemon, I'd be happy. I'd be like, oh, thank God.
And
Thank
Justin
God
Bieber.
for Canadian migration. But all we get is Kevin fucking O'Leary.
Why is Kai always sleepy? You set yourself up for that resolution. Bloomberg says that China has stopped the import of American soybeans from 3 U.S. entities. I know China is gearing up for war. We'll do that. We'll cover all of that in a second. Yeah. All right. We don't do politics around these parts. We just cover whatever is going on. Oh yeah, I've seen this.
Hitler's.
Twitch streamers, the moment they realize they faded into irrelevance.
Hitler's top guy. What am I gonna do? Adolf Hitler chose me to lead.
Oh yeah. That's right, baby. Just two apolitical streamers. I should have phased up on that because I'm always phasing up. Diddy in the back? That's crazy, dude. That's not Diddy. That's Pat. Y'all are crazy. That's crazy work. Pat has been on the stream multiple times at this point. Kai's birthday, but her dad is the one with the cake. Okay, well, yeah. I do have the cake. Oh, what the hell is this? Crash Dummies Pod episode drop, by the way. Hell yeah. Highly recommend it. PBM Ron, Hassan Miz, Jersey breeding Twitch athletes. I mean, I wouldn't say that myself and Mizkiv are athletes.
Began last night. The President Trump's speech to Congress was the longest in the modern era.
Yeah, I did see the stream that that Max did with Fred again, and it was amazing. That Deutsche song is crazy.
It was about an hour and 40 minutes long. So he celebrated his actions over the first 6 weeks of his new term, and he accused former President Biden of a long list of failures. Many Democrats walked out in protest during the speech, but a CBS News poll out just this morning shows that 76% of the people that we questioned approve of Trump's message. It should be noted here that the viewership of these speeches is higher among the president's party. Nancy Cordes is at the White House with more on the story. Nancy, good morning to you.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this as well. Like, my audience straight up stopped watching. Like, they understandably got bored because it was a real yap fest, okay? Trump is gay, grade A yapper. You already know this, just like I am. Takes one to know one. And oh my Lord, it was so freaking boring. No new stuff in it. Basically saying, we got BlackRock to purchase the Panama Canal. BlackRock, they're doing it. Al Green was the high note, in my opinion, even though apparently a lot of people are very frustrated with him as well. They're saying that they're very frustrated. Yeah, I saw this. I reposted this, I thought. Did I not? This is an incredible meme. Anyway, yeah, people were complaining about Al Green's response. We're going to be talking about that in a second, though. He touted his tariffs, talked about his foreign policy, but barely talked about the Israel stuff. That was a brief side note, which I wonder why. Perhaps there's a reason. Perhaps the reason is because he knows that his base doesn't like that stuff either. So it wasn't just me. I checked the fuck out last night because Trump was so boring. What my coworkers were saying, shit he said was incredible. Yes, I think that we are getting dumber and dumber as a society, and I think that a consequence of that dumbification has made it so that people just respond. That's why I like looking at what Asmongold's chat has to say about Trump, like what they consider, what they perceive as like a positive, a beneficial speech. And like their takeaway is just unironically based. He's based. That's it. That's literally it. Nothing else. They just respond to shapes and colors. You're jiggling keys in front of their eyes, baby. That's all this is. They're like little babies. And it works. It works. The cultural decline, the educational decline, just the overarching regressive nature of American empire is in full display. Okay. Also, apparently, a Texas representative died after the speech, which is crazy. Democratic House Representative Sylvester Turner from Texas died last night at age 70. His last words to his constituents were, "Don't mess with Medicaid."
My guest tonight for the State of the Union, Angela, is here to advocate on the importance of Medicaid.
Angela, I'm from Houston.
I just don't understand it because it's like, I don't understand it because he's like spry in comparison to the rest of the caucus,
District 18. My daughter is Bailey Garcia. She's 2 years old. She has a rare genetic disorder, chromosome 8p, inversion, duplication, deletion.
Yeah, also, the sad irony here is that he quite literally replaced a 74-year-old who died in office. Like, he replaced a 74-year-old who died in office before him, and then now he died in office as well.
Causes a lot of developmental and medical challenges, so losing Medicaid would be devastating to us.
So please let people know, don't mess with Medicaid. This is Angela.
He used to be the mayor of Houston and wore anime costumes in the local geek conferences. He had terminal cancer. Well, R.I.P. Sad state of affairs. All right.
Gail, good morning to you. It was a boisterous night. The address had a lot of the hallmarks of a Trump campaign speech. It was combative at times without any of the overtures to the other side that you might typically see in a joint address to Congress. Democrats, it has to be said, engaged in some theatrics, too. Another departure from the norm and a sign that no one has high hopes for bipartisanship in the 4 years ahead.
America is back.
A self-assured President Trump declared the first month of his second term the most successful in history.
Do you know who number 2?
It's crazy to me that all you got to do is just be confident and just talk shit up there, lie a bunch. Ain't nobody's going to check you. No pushback whatsoever from the Democrats in general. Okay. And the only pushback that they offer is like, why can't we have Ronald Reagan? Donald Trump would have sold us off to Soviet Russia. Like, it's great. It's fantastic. Let's see where this roller coaster takes us at this point, I guess. Just buckle in, strap on, and you know, it is what it is.
Who is George Washington? How about that?
He walked the nation through some of his most aggressive moves.
I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord. I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring. I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America.
As Trump ticked off the highlights, some ticked-off Democrats held up signs that said false. And some of his claims were false, including this one.
I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam.
That policy doesn't exist.
We ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate.
That policy also doesn't exist.
Joe Biden, the worst president in American history.
In a departure from tradition, Trump repeatedly slammed his predecessor.
Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control.
Yeah, it's Brandon. It's not the avian flu that your administration seemingly is perhaps the worst administration to deal with any sort of disease, but it's actually Brandon. He sabotaged the eggs, dude. Amazing. Fantastic. Wonderful state of affairs overall. I just don't think that people buy this. Do people buy this? I don't think they care. I think eventually they're going to be like, yeah, I don't care, man. Just fix it. That's it.
Many Democrats walked out.
The chair now directs the sergeant at arms to restore order.
Your uncle is repeating this? Yeah, that's the least surprising thing. There is something in the mind of uncles, okay? That's just uncle mindset. If we're being real, that is like, that your uncle has been struck by unk mindset, okay? Unk mindset dictates that you got to hand it to Trump at any given moment. If he says something, you have to agree with him, okay? Because why else would the president say something? That's just uncle mind virus, okay? Classic.
Green of Texas had to be escorted out because he wouldn't stop shouting about possible cuts to Medicaid. Billionaire Elon Musk drew jeers and cheers when President Trump plugged the massive cuts Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency have been making to the federal workforce.
The days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over.
The president also touted new tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China, but admitted there may be some short-term pain.
Tariffs are about making America rich again, and there'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that.
And he vowed there are more tariffs to come.
April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in, and whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them.
In a surprise announcement, Trump celebrated the arrest of Mohammed Sharifullah, one of the alleged masterminds behind the Abbey Gate bombing in Afghanistan that killed 13 U.S. service members.
And he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of America.
One of the easiest ways that people could have actively disparaged the argument that, like, Brandon killed 13 of our best soldiers, like 13 of our best soldiers died because of Brandon's, like, withdrawal from Afghanistan, was the simple fact that under the Trump administration, 67 service members died in Afghanistan over the course of the 4 years that he was president, because he did not demonstrate the bravery of actually withdrawing troops from Afghanistan. 67. Okay? In comparison to 13. Not a single troop should die, but obviously, you know, numbers on the board, one is worse than the other. So how is Mr. I'm ending all wars constantly harping on this, constantly talking about this over and over and over again, being like, oh, Brandon killed our best soldiers. Brandon killed our best soldiers. Brandon killed our best soldiers. Like, Lil Bear, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. But I still fault the Democrats for this, by the way. Yes, I fault the Democrats for being pushovers and not even being able to actively communicate a vision for why they're doing, actively communicate counter examples against the endless faucet of misinformation and a barrage of hatred coming from the Republican Party. So yes, I truly, truly believe that this is another part of the problem, is Democratic Party incompetence that has gotten us here. It's definitely something to remember and something to remind people. This is why I get mad when I say, I hate liberals. This is why I say, I hate liberals over and over again. Some people get confused with, like, especially if there's like a clip compilation where you put me yelling at liberals. Yes, I hate liberals for being feckless pushovers, okay? I hate liberals for not actively combating the faucet of misinformation coming from the right. That's it. I hate liberals when they behave like spineless cowards. I hate liberals when they turn around and capitulate to right-wing framing on issues. I want liberals to fight, okay? That's it. And you're basically watching what happens when they completely give up, right? You're watching what happens when liberals completely give up. This is the process. That's why I like Al Green. What he did last night was brave, okay? What he did last night was correct. And I think more Democratic Party representatives should behave in that way. That's what I think. That's what I believe. So yeah, even if I don't completely agree with everything that a politician is saying and doing, I will show them support if they're doing the right things, if they're moving in the right direction. One of your most effective messages on this is, I hate liberals because they don't hate Republicans enough. Exactly. I get mad at liberals for their closeness to the reactionary sentiment and the Republican policy. There should be more proximity between the two parties. And yet there is always room for bipartisan compromise. Not even on the virtues of the good side of the legislative agenda, but bipartisan compromise simply on the virtue of compromise alone. You know? It's ridiculous.
American justice.
On foreign policy, he vowed to seek peace in Ukraine.
Or,
Earlier
sorry,
today-
I should have said less proximity. I'm sorry. Did I say more proximity? I should have said less proximity. Apologies. I am, my brain is fried already.
I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine regarding the agreement on minerals and security. Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time.
He said he also plans to retake the Panama Canal.
We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
And he somehow plans to acquire Greenland.
One way or the other, we're going to get it.
Clocking in at an hour and 40 minutes, it was the longest presidential address to Congress in recent history. And it ended with this.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun.
Democratic Senator Alyssa Slotkin from Michigan delivered a much shorter 10-minute response to President Trump's speech that painted a very different picture, criticizing his first 6 weeks in office as taking a reckless and chaotic approach.
Yeah. So the joint congressional speech, the joint session of Congress, and Trump's address was basically a rally. It was a political rally. We've heard it a million times over. Everything that Trump touches turns into a political rally in the exact same ways. And this was no different. I thought that in the process, there would be at least some new information that he revealed, but it turns out there was none. There was just more props. Trump loves using props. He loves using victims to draw a broad, oftentimes very reactionary, very racist concept, a very racist picture for Americans to understand. And it works. It's very effective. It is, of course, a distraction, but that is what Trump is very good at. He knows that people are angry. He knows that people are resentful. He knows that people hate the government because the government hasn't done right by them for multiple decades, right? And there's no confidence in the federal government. So he turns around and uses that anger, that resentment, hyper focuses people's anger and resentment into, redirects that into other vectors of pressure. It's not a Honduran or Guatemalan migrant that is your landlord or your boss at your shit job that you hate. Okay? They are not sitting atop the board of executives at BlackRock. They're not the ones that are halting development so that there is no more additional available housing units that normalize the housing market in your city. It's not trans people that are responsible for your layoffs. And the Trump administration, and Trump specifically, is very good at moving your attention away from the people who do actually ruin your lives and back to vulnerable populations, your neighbors who have the same exact interest as you do. And that's precisely what he did last night, over and over and over again. And I think if the Democrats don't figure this out and actively communicate in the exact same way that I'm talking about these issues, I don't think Americans are going to recognize in their sea of resentment as conditions worsen instead of getting better under the Trump administration. Americans are not going to be able to recognize this reality and get more and more belligerent, more and more violent, and demand even worse, more violent punishments for these populations. It's that simple. I think exposing this underlying hypocrisy and exposing the true nature of the Republican Party, and specifically Donald Trump, is very important. And I wish that Democrats would do something, anything really. Except Democrats chose CIA agent, former Republican, Elisa Slotkin from Michigan, who is a Zionist herself, to speak as the official response to the Trump address. And I watched it live last night, and I was very frustrated by the way that she communicated last night. There's also Jasmine Crockett, who I'm getting increasingly more annoyed with, but I don't want to say too much about it. Let's take a look.
I'm gonna get it on the floor. 40 acres in the mule. This is bigger than the music.
You really about to do it?
Yeah, they tried to rig the game, but you can't fake influence.
Think it on it like that.
Hey, I'm tripping, I'm sliding, I'm riding through the back like fuck. Mustard on a beat, bro, deep boat, any rap. He a freak though, man down, call like Amber Lambs. Tell him breathe, let them boys cut across, they walk around like thieves. What's up with these?
I think this is so cringe, but apparently libs are eating this up. Kamala AOC Crockett 2028. Julia Fox, this is so important to me. America needs you, Jasmine Crockett. Do not stop fighting for us. I think that there is also, whatever, I love to see a black woman have fun. Yo, what are we talking about? Donald Trump is bringing about the end of a former era of American empire and making making the collapse of American empire more violent. Okay, instead of managing the decline and trying to take control, seize control over the reins of the wealthiest nation on the planet and move it in an appropriate direction, we are bouldering towards fascism. Okay, if you think that this is just like a congressperson having fun, I don't know what to tell you. I feel like this is unimaginably cringe. This is just like the most brat summer shit you could do. This plays really poorly to every single person that's not deeply invested in the maintenance of institutions and the defense of the Democratic Party. It comes across as tone deaf. People got mad during COVID at nurses that were dancing, okay? And those people were literally out there saving lives, and people were mad about the TikTok dances that nurses were engaging in every now and then, okay? I think this is just worse than that. Telling you, be careful of the liberal black misleadership class. These folks don't care about poor working class black people. Remember, this is not about race, but their class positions and their role in maintaining the system while selling out working class black people. Yeah, look, I'm not even getting into that. All I'm saying is I just think it's like tone deaf. I think it comes across as tone deaf. Like doing TikTok dances as the federal agencies, the administrative state is being gutted into oblivion is shocking to me. That's all I'm saying. I want more bold leadership from younger representatives, okay? Jasmine Crockett is a young representative. It's just like this kind of stuff just comes across as tone deaf and performative and silly. It's not a good look for her. It's a worse look for you. What? I don't know. If you're mad at her for dancing, I'm mad at you for having smoke for one of the few members of Congress doing literally anything. Please get a grip. Yeah. No, I think it's not going to happen. It's not. All right. No, we're not getting healthcare. No, it's cool. No, never mind. But also, black women do so much work, and honestly, leave her alone. I knew it. I knew that this was gonna. Yeah. I can't even say it's like cringe. I shouldn't have even brought it up. It's just so. It's not Jasmine Crockett's fault if we don't get healthcare because she danced. No, I'm saying. That's not the reason why we're not getting healthcare. The reason why we're not getting healthcare is because you're all docile little peasants. Sorry. That's why. None of you have the willingness to fight, and none of you have, or every single person that looks at that and goes, at least she's doing something, is gleefully standing aside as the American collapse is taking place. And you will all suffer in this process. We will all suffer in this process. Okay? And if you can't comprehend the point I'm trying to make there, I don't know what to tell you. It's not just Jasmine Crockett. That's just cringe. It's fine. The reaction to this performative dance piece overall is more frustrating to me than even the fact that she did the dance piece. The reaction you're getting is exactly why Trump won. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a part of it, for sure. But it's also the other part of it, because, yes, people do despise black women in general and black people in general. So it's both sides of that argument that is the reason why Donald Trump won. It's both the fixture of white supremacy in American politics and how much of a formative role it plays. It's also simultaneously the fact that people respond to that in an unironically reactionary way on the liberal side of the process with the rad lib nonsense to hollow out political movements and refuse to recognize that what we need is more Al Greens. Okay? Your foul outrage at her is even more blatantly performative. Yeah, you're right. My outrage. I'm just saying it's... Thought you were joking about the fact that you get hit with her, misogynoir? No. No. Pussy hats, wearing pink, and holding up signs is not going to cut it. Do you understand? It's just not going to cut it. Also, simultaneously, like, not hyper focusing on new clip Hassan hates black women. Okay, please stop. Hyper focusing on the, first of all, the rad lib stuff that you guys are engaging with, nobody likes it. Okay, I don't like it. I've never actually allowed. I've actually never given that any sort of space whatsoever. There are valid criticisms, obviously, in terms of the social regress that we are experiencing. Okay, and that I talk about quite frequently, but using this as a performative shield is something that only works with an increasingly smaller group of people. And it just comes across as silly to everyone on the outside. But yeah, Krang had a really good point on this where he said, here's the thing. If you think Trump is a fascist like Hitler was, then you have to accept that this is a ridiculous thing to do. In response to Hitler's policies, some members of the German left party wore purple hats. Do you see how stupid that sounds? You bend down to rad lib shit so much more than they deserve. This brat summer politics of the Democratic Party is a major part of why the party has failed. Yeah. I want the Democrats to lock the fuck in. Okay. And that's what I want. I don't even want that. I need them to lock in. Yeah. Here. She says, we will not normalize, right? She sent this, she wrote this thing out. And there's good parts of it because this part is good. Where she says, I walked out because I want the president of my constituents to know I'm not going to sit here and try to shut down the VA hospital in my district. Great stuff. I'm not going to stand by while you short-staff the FAA. At the same time, planes are colliding in the sky left and right. Dallas Love Field is in my district. Dallas-Fort Worth International is right next door. Texas exports more goods than any other state, and we import more than 48 of them. Tariffs will cripple our economy, kill jobs. All this stuff is good. Okay? This is what we should be sticking to. Okay? This is what liberals should be sticking to. And become even more radical and urge labor militancy. urge unionization, urge networks of support, community organization. Our leaders need to actually fucking lead. Okay? That's what I think. And Al Green demonstrated that last night. He put his body on the line. He went out and he stated that you do not have a mandate. You do not have a mandate to cut Medicaid and Medicare. Okay? This is the point. This is what people should be saying every day of the week. This is what our elected representatives should be doing. Okay, so here's the good. The Democrats who hit Trump in his sore spot, bruising his ego and unquenchable need for attention, issued a joint statement. We, the undersigned and duly elected members of Congress, have to make ourselves heard in ways that breaks through times like these. There's no point in hearing Trump's speech because he never does what he says he'll do. All that stuff is good. President wants to erase the progress of the country's made since the Great Depression. All that stuff is good as well. Our forefathers defeated the Nazis. They laid down their lives in Korea, Vietnam, and during the Cold War to stop the spread of communism. Democrats need to drop the militancy and focus on labor militancy, okay? They need to stop trying to behave and present themselves as war hawks. It is so unimaginably stupid that they are doing this. Not only does this perform poorly for many Americans who personally think that war is bad, okay, even if they benefit from it greatly. But nobody believes you when you say this, okay? Nobody believes you when you, as a Democrat, say, like, that's right, we're going to be the real war hawk party. You just look like losers. Okay? Trump cozies up to Russia and China while turning his back on our allies and putting thousands of U.S. veterans on the street. He's rolling back laws and protect consumers in Main Street from the big banks and Wall Street. Yeah. It's great. Oh. I don't understand it. I don't get it. It makes no sense to me, especially considering the election that was devastating for the Democratic Party recently, where they did exactly this. They did exactly this and they failed. So why are they still doing that? It makes no sense. Is it incompetence or is it deliberate? I do not know. I'm not going to make inferences. I'm not going to say it's deliberate. Stop being so smug. People do believe this. Stop being so smug. I'm not. I promise you. I'm trying not to be smug. Maybe it's because I'm wearing a turtleneck, so I automatically come across as smug. But I'm desperate. I'm sad. I want our elected representatives to actively combat this fucking psychopathic administration. It's just like what are we doing? You're hyper-focusing on the optics. Am I smug or am I autistic? I don't know. You called us peasants? No, I'm saying people that eat up this garbanzo are behaving with peasant mindset, okay? That's the truth. Sometimes people need a little bit of cold, hard truth, okay? Notice how the overwhelming majority of chat didn't assume that I was talking about them. It's people that actually do feel like this is the appropriate measure of response to Donald Trump, the best way to do it. Anyway, we're hyper focusing on the optics of a TikTok vid. Yes, I am. And I'm also pairing that up with the optics of Al Green's response. Al Green's response is good. I'm showing you what I think is a good way to react to the ridiculous things that Donald Trump is doing. Okay? That's why I showed both sides of the spectrum. Here it is. I said every Democrat should be exactly like this. Respect to Al Green. Al Green went out there and made his voice heard. He made news. He made news in a disruptive way. He brought incivility to the deliberative body. And it was a good thing. He broke decorum. And the reason why he did that was because he wanted to be heard. What did he do? What did he do in that process? He got up there, waved his cane around, and said, "You do not have the mandate to cut Medicaid." That was the appropriate thing to do. Here is his reaction. It's very low audio, but
Incivility. Who uses his incivility against our civility. He is a person who has consistently been used incivility against civility.
So do you think have no mandate? Is that what you said?
Well, look, I'm willing to suffer whatever punishment is available to me. I didn't say to anyone, don't punish me. I've said I'll accept the punishment, but it's worth it to let people know that there are some of us who are going to stand up against this president's desire to cut Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security.
So were you saying you have no mandate? Is that what you just said?
That's what he has no mandate to cut Medicaid. None.
Is the only punishment that you were kicked out, sir? Is there something?
I don't know. Whatever the punishment is, I'm not fighting the punishment. This is about the people who are being punished by virtue of losing their health care. This is the richest country in the world, and we have people who don't have good health care.
yeah.
We've got to do better. And now we're about to cut Medicaid, which is for poor people. Health care has become wealth care for many people, and we can't afford to let that happen.
Is that the only thing that you're protesting?
No, I have other things I'm protesting.
Cheering on dance TikToks in response to a fascist takeover reads as much more smug and elitist than anything you're saying. I don't know why Dems can't show a somber, serious attitude in the face of this awful admin that's just getting started. I want Dems to be angry, sad, and make a fucking plan. Exactly. That's it. That's literally my argument. I think it's infinitely more smug and out of touch to just be like, oh yeah, we're dancing through this problem. Like, you can't check out, okay? You can't. You can't just be like, oh no, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm just, you know. Is holding up a sign more effective? No, I don't think so either. I mean, even Rashida Tlaib was doing that as well, but I don't think holding up a sign is effective in that regard either. I think they have to be more disruptive. I think Democrats need to demonstrate messaging discipline on this stuff. This is a perfect demonstration of what it looks like when you actually start implementing these devastating austerity measures, okay? Gutting the administrative state, advocating to cut Medicaid. Like, these are horrifying legislative or sometimes executive actions that the admin is currently taking. Every single day of the week, they should just be showing everybody, here, I have behind me 500 workers that are laid off. Bring them forward. Be like, hey, here it is, okay? They've laid off, the Republicans laid off 400 FAA positions, okay? 400 people from the FAA at a time when planes are falling out of the sky. Go to the goddamn rubble of a plane crash and bring the FAA people that were laid off and be like, see, they laid these people off. This is the impact. That's what Trump does. That's what the Republicans do. There is no low that they will go to. They will stop themselves from reaching. They do that. They already do that. They straight up will just be like, look, this is a person who is the sister of someone who was violently raped and murdered by an undocumented migrant. Okay? This is why we have to deport all undocumented migrants. Like, what are we doing? People obviously respond to this kind of propaganda. The counter to that is to show the tens of thousands of undocumented migrants that are working tirelessly to pick your goddamn strawberries and shit, okay? To be like, these are normal ass people. They all deserve the proper documentation. They're all Americans. They're what make this country great. Vilifying them is inappropriate, wrong, cruel. That's what they should be doing. In terms of the FAA firings, the Republicans' response to that will be none of them were directly in the safety inspection side. Okay, but they fired the people that work with the safety inspectors. They fired the technicians. They fired the mechanics. When you fire support staff, you are still undermining the regulatory body and their effectiveness. That's it. It's the same dumb shit that Karen Bass was presenting after the Los Angeles wildfires, where she was like, oh, we didn't fire firefighters. We just lowered the budget a little bit. Yeah, you lowered the budget for the mechanics. And what do you think happens when you lower the budget of the LAFD? Okay, when the support staff is not there, what happens when a fire engine gets dinged up? It just sits in a goddamn graveyard for months on end, not getting repaired. All of a sudden, that fire department is down 1, if not 2 fire engines. They are no longer as effective at combating fires. This is how it works. That's it. These guys are getting away with straight murder. The Republicans are doing everything in their power to destroy the regulatory agencies that are basically hanging on by a thread. And absolutely no one is using this as an opportunity to communicate to Americans that the federal government is there to actually help you, okay? The problem is the federal government is working when it's invisible. All of these regulatory agencies are invisible when everything is good. They're only visible when things fall apart. We must not let it get to that point. It's not murder. What? It's cold-blooded murder? Okay. Like, Donald Trump is such a freak that he had like some random girl that got slammed in the face with a volleyball to be like, this person was going to be an Olympic athlete. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. I saw her. I don't think she looks like she was going to be an Olympic athlete. Okay, no disrespect, but goddamn, you know? Like, what is this loser shit, too? We just have this, like, incredibly loser shit. This incredibly loser mentality. We got Riley Gaines in there, who is famous for just getting dominated by cis women. And then the one time where she tied for 5th place with a trans woman, oh my God, she got a blossoming career out of it. It's crazy to me. Yeah, it's also funny that, like, this is Rapid Response 47, okay? 19-year-old Peyton McNabb was severely injured by a man during a volleyball game, left with a traumatic brain injury after he spiked the ball against her head. President Trump was proud to sign an executive order to keep men out of women's sports. And then they post this, not realizing that this, like, literally undermines the argument. Look, they're like, yeah, that's... like... I can't believe it. Like, this is what we're doing? Like, cis woman or trans woman, doesn't matter, okay? Anyone that gets spiked in the head like that, they're cooked. What are we doing? Are we acting like sports now is just like these sorts of things don't happen in sports all the time? It happens thousands of times a year. The only reason why this is being presented as like something, an issue of national significance, is because it was a trans person on the other side of the ball. Okay? It's just idiotic rage bait. I don't know how else to describe this. Like, oh. It's so utterly irrelevant. I cannot explain this in any other way, shape, or form. I genuinely don't know how people don't recognize how much of a fucking weirdo crybaby Republicans are being so prominently. Yeah. It reminds me of something I saw recently on my Twitter timeline, which was the video of like an Indian dude being gross and creepy to a woman in a nightclub, right? I'll give you a very good parallel here, okay? Because it's analogous to what we're talking about. It's like sports injuries at every step is fairly common, okay? They just get super mad if it's like the one off chance that it's a trans person that contributed to it to, you know, basically push for a transphobic agenda when trans people by and large are not hurting anybody, okay? And the same the comparison is that all these people were like, yeah, that's right, we got to kick all these Indians out of the UK. Does anyone have that tweet? And I was shocked because, like, when white dudes behave like this, all of those same people that say, oh, we got to kick all these Indians out of this country are literally victim blaming. They only care about it if they can push for some ridiculous agenda of like kicking out every Indian person from the UK. Like, it's so obvious. It is so goddamn obvious what this is. Yeah, I saw this. I don't think this person is by any means an ally of mine. Hollow Earth Turf. This is a radfem. But this radfem brought up a very correct point. Weird how men suddenly understand the obvious problem occurring here when the guy doing it is Indian. Okay? Straight up, a harassment incident captured in London has gone viral. Like, do you think this is exclusive to Indians? Are you fucking stupid? No, the difference is the same dudes that are like, "Oh, we gotta kick out every Indian person from our national boundaries," would unironically victim blame if the dude doing this exact same shit, and it happens a million times, okay? It happens all the time. Every woman will tell you that this is a common sight, okay? It is completely inappropriate. It is completely ridiculous, and it's shit that women unfortunately have to go through on a daily fucking basis. And people who go, oh, deport this Indian man, are oftentimes the ones that are doing this exact same thing. But when they're white men doing it, they victim blame. It's inappropriate when it's an Indian man doing it, and it's completely unacceptable. It's completely unacceptable on both occasions, okay? You are not going to combat women being harassed by advocating for mass deportations. You know what I mean? That's just not going to happen. But for many of these people, they don't care about it anyway. Either they don't see it, they don't realize that they engage in the same exact behavior, but they just want to use it as an opportunity to be racist. Or they only think it's wrong when an Indian dude does it. This is analogous to, once again, the commonplace, the super common sports injuries. Like, these are the same people who say, like, oh, don't be a pussy. We got to have full contact football. 1 in 10 football players get a concussion, okay? A traumatic brain injury, as Trump called it. 1 in 10. God forbid we get better padded helmets and shit, okay? That's pussy shit, I say. While simultaneously talking about a like co-ed volleyball player getting a head injury as the number one problem in sports. I want to make sure, people understand. I'm not saying that like the Indian dude is doing anything appropriate there. It's completely inappropriate, completely unacceptable. The problem is I care about this issue, okay? And I think these guys don't. And they're simply using this as an opportunity to drive home their agenda of mass deportations. It's so idiotic. It's the same principle behind constantly talking about trans people is the only time where you quote unquote care about women's sports. Every other day of the week, you're like, ha, women's sports, get the hell out of here. The only time they quote unquote seemingly care about women's sports is if there's like, God forbid, one trans athlete at the high school level. It's so transparent.
Our Chief Washington Correspondent John Carl, our Senior Political Correspondent Rachel Scott. John, let me begin with you. You've covered so many of these addresses. We've never seen one quite like this.
Look, we've grown accustomed to partisan State of the Union addresses, deeply divided reactions, but this, George, really did hit a new level, and that's for a couple of reasons. First of all, in that chamber, the Republicans are more fervent in their support of Donald Trump than anything we saw in his first term. Remember, in his first term, there were still pockets of resistance among Republicans in Congress. Even the Republican leaders weren't fully all in on everything Trump. Those Republicans in that chamber truly loved what they hear and reflected that. And the Democrats clearly haven't figured out how to respond to all of this. Some of them decided to skip the speech entirely. Some decided to walk out. You saw Al Green decided to get thrown out of the speech, but they haven't really landed on how to respond to Donald Trump. I suspect that the reaction in the country will very much mirror what we saw in the hall. A lot of Democrats simply not watching, those who did hating what they saw, and the Republicans truly loving what they are seeing from Donald Trump.
Rachel, take us inside that chamber. You were there.
Inside the chamber, it was a lack of decorum that we have seen repeated at many.
Oh my God, I can't believe it. The decorum. It's pretty crazy that it's all about decorum. Like Donald Trump, if he was a little bit more aesthetically civil, we would straight up have liberals championing, like liberal media championing the Fourth Reich in America. Okay. They care about the aesthetics and the decorum and the civility more than they care about the things that are coming out of Trump's mouth. Okay. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Many of these joint addresses and also the State of the Unions. Leader Jeffries did call for decorum. He asked for a dignified Democrat response. It's unclear if he's going to be satisfied with what Democrats did there. And it was on full display, this sort of disjointed effort from Democrats who are really trying to figure out how to counter the president's message. So yes, Al Green standing up, him being removed. We have never seen something like that play out during the chamber when the president is addressing a joint session of Congress. And then not just that, Democrats also walking out at some point, their backs turned, in some ways trying to do this sort of silent protest, holding up these paddles. Regardless, George, this is a Democratic Party that is really trying to find their footing with very little leverage overall, with Republicans in control of both the Senate and the House.
And John, the president advancing his agenda, but no new policies really in the speech last night.
No, this felt much more like a rally speech. And I thought it was also interesting, George, there's a lot of anxiety in the country, anxiety from federal workers worried about their jobs, anxiety about the tariffs he's just imposed, anxiety around the world about what happened in the Oval Office with Zelensky. Trump didn't seem to be anxious about anything. This is a president who, for the first time in his time as president, is not under investigation and doesn't seem to have a care in the world.
Rachel, familiar exaggerations from the president.
Yeah, and really a lack of reaching across the aisle. He bashed the bipartisan chip deal. He took a dig at the immigration and border security bill that his own party negotiated, and really not even mentioning one big thing, government funding. The government set to round on funding in less than a week, George.
I think one of the funniest parts about the speech was how much the Republicans were clapping for Trump undermining the legislative body, which obviously is an aesthetic note and no one really cares about it. But he just kept saying, like, I'm the president, and with my executive power, I have actually fixed everything. And and congressional Republicans were like, hell yeah, sir. We're cucks. We ain't got nothing. We got no motion, sir. We got nothing, sir. We are fucking pathetic. It's great. Great stuff. Anyway, Minority Leader Jeffrey says Democrats showed restraint during Trump address to Congress. And also Senate Dems were dinging their House Dem colleagues over antics at Trump's speech, including Representative Al Green, who is now facing a censure vote in the House. Let's see what Blumenthal had to say.
I wouldn't have necessarily done all the things that were done, but I understand the emotion. He's offering showmanship and bluster and bullying. We need to provide real solutions and avoid taking the bait.
That wasn't any conscious strategy. You know, in terms of responding to that speech, I think there are better ways to do it. Stick with the basics.
Look, I believe firmly that that should be a room of decorum. Now, that said, I've never seen a speech before where a president trolls, heckles, demeans, and degrades people actually sitting in front of them.
Like, they should be standing firmly by Al Green's side for demonstrating the courage necessary. The worst part of the decorum shit is that CNN brings on total assholes like Scott Jennings, who cries foul and whines on air about people being mean to him, and Republicans in the next sentence goes, also, I want to turn gays into mulch. Nicely, though. Exactly. People put style over substance every step of the way, okay? It is shocking. It is, I mean, I guess it's not shocking. It's just like, it's what happens when people are totally devoid of any sort of material gains being made.
And a vote to censure Al Green could happen as soon as this afternoon. Democrats are going to try to kill that measure. It could happen later in this afternoon. Whether they have the votes to do that remains to be seen, as Republicans are eager to punish him for that outburst. Boris?
Yeah, we'll see. I did see the Bernie response. It was decent. It was probably one of the best responses I've seen so far, beyond the fact that, you know, Al Green showed a direct response in the room. Okay?
The House Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, you just heard the speaker there, Mr. Jeffries. What's your response to him saying you're making demands that are unprecedented to keep the government open?
We want to make sure that the government remains open and that we can agree upon a spending bill that meets the needs of the American people in terms of their health, their safety, or now.
Here's how I would talk about this, okay? Here's how you're supposed to frame this. You're supposed to frame this by starting off by talking about how Trump is gutting middle-class jobs by gutting the administrative state, okay? At a time when America is desperately in need of more helping hands, when every single person has experienced some kind of awful service at a point of going to a government agency like the DMV, or when they're flying and there's not enough TSA people, right? We need more people at these positions, not less. So Trump cutting these people, cutting these jobs is horrible for the economy, and it's horrible for everyday Americans, okay? That's number one. Number two, the Trump administration's appetite for destruction doesn't stop there. They also want to cut social safety nets. Okay? This is completely unacceptable. And then they turn around and demand that we sit idly by and let this happen. We want assurances. We want guarantees. We are going to use all of the political power that we have in these budget reconciliation bills as the Republicans refuse to get their caucuses together, and we are going to fight like hell to make sure that Americans are protected, okay? That is what you're supposed to say. That is how you're supposed to do this, okay? You're supposed to reframe the argument around all of the harms that the Republican agenda is contributing to the American death and destruction, and then say, here's how we're going to stop that. We have very limited tools at our disposal, but we will use all of them to make sure that Trump cannot hurt you. I do not care if you're a Republican. I do not care if you're a Democrat. I do not care if you're an independent. You're an American citizen, and you are not going to be threatened. You are not going to lose your job. Your parents are not going to lose their health care. Okay? I will do everything in my power to stop this from happening. And if the Republicans want to continue operating, then they're going to have to come to the table with us, and they're going to have to bargain with us, and they're going to have to rely on us, and we're going to use that opportunity to protect Americans. That is how you're supposed to talk about this issue, not the way that Hakeem Jeffries is tackling it so far.
National security and their economic well-being. And when Congress appropriates the money, the administration, whether it's a Democratic administration or Republican administration, needs to spend that money consistent with improving the lives of the American people. That's not unreasonable. That's entirely reasonable.
Is that a bottom line demand? The Democrats will not vote for the continuing resolution unless they're assured that the president will spend the money that is appropriated?
Well, those discussions are ongoing. Rosa DeLauro is the top Democrat on the Appropriations Committee. She continues to sit down in good faith to try and reach an agreement over the next few days, and we certainly hope that that can happen.
How about, were you comfortable with Al Green, Congressman Al Green, and his interrupting of the president and other moves you saw from Democrats yesterday? You heard Speaker Johnson there say the Democrats were not showing decorum.
Vast majority of Democrats showed restraint, listened to what the president had to say, and of course we strongly disagree. The biggest problem that I had with the speech is that there was nothing said, nothing laid out, nothing articulated by Donald Trump to meet the needs of the American people, particularly as it relates to the economy. Donald Trump promised to lower costs.
I think a show of support to Al Green here is also necessary. You are literally the House Minority Leader. I don't even think Nancy Pelosi would speak like this. It is shocking. This is Hakeem Jeffries, who Nancy Pelosi chose as her replacement. I think in spite of all of my many very significant disagreements with Nancy Pelosi, she was absolutely mama bear when it came to protecting her caucuses, protecting her representatives. She even went out. She even at times defended Ilhan Omar. Okay, she defended AOC. She put them in positions within the Democratic Party. There's a lot of backdoor dealings that Nancy Pelosi engaged in an effort to make sure that that the Democratic Party presented a unified front. Hakeem Jeffries is not capable of doing this. He just comes across like a pushover. I cannot believe we have another Chuck Schumer now in the other position of power in the Democratic Party. This is literally one of the worst aspects of Chuck Schumer. He is awful at whipping people, okay? He does not use Dick Durbin in the ways that he's supposed to. Dick Durbin is the whip in the Senate. Chuck Schumer is the leader. Chuck Schumer is awful at whipping votes, possibly by design. It is alarming that Hakeem Jeffries is like also a Chuck Schumer type here.
In fact, he promised to lower costs on day one. We know that grocery prices aren't going down, they're going up. Inflation is going up, and the stock market is going down, which is hurting the retirement security of everyday Americans.
You heard Speaker Johnson there. He said,
I will unironically replace every New York Democrat in a position of power, every California Democrat within a position of power in the Democratic Party with like some Midwestern pro-labor Dems, dude. Put guys like Sherrod Brown, who obviously is, you know, he's no longer active, but like that style of Democrat would be infinitely better at communicating the desires of the working class. You know, people like, Tim Walz, like these are people who are absolutely better at not coming across like an out of touch, boring dude in a suit. I don't know why anyone thought City Slicker Dems were great communicators to begin with. It's just like they reek of elitism and they demonstrably cannot read the room. I think ultimately when they talk to their constituents, if they talk to them at all, they're talking to the wrong constituents. They're getting their notes from the worst possible people.
Tariffs have worked in the past, they're going to work again.
Tariffs against our North American allies and others that are being applied in a ham-handed fashion are going to further erode the economy.
In my opinion, the bigger issue is not New York or CA reps. The issue is that the average age is like 88. I will force retire a primary and Dem over 60. We need those old fucks and how they lead like it is 1982 out of fucking power. They're ruining us because they're so out of touch. That's a bigger issue. I think that's definitely contributing to the problem. And it's not necessarily that they're old. Being old definitely does put you out of touch. But it's also the many decades that you've spent in Congress. The more time you spend in Congress, because, I mean, look at Hakeem Jeffries. He's young. Okay? Hakeem is young in comparison to all of the... He's 54. So he's spry. Okay? He's young and spry. So, and yet he is still having a hard time communicating in a way that makes sense. I think that when you spend a lot of time in Congress, you become infinitely more out of touch because the only people you talk to are lobbyists. And they present a false narrative of how things work. And they delude congressional representatives into believing that they have more broad support than they actually do for the issues that they care about. And many congresspersons don't even care about broad popular support anyway. They just care about eating fancy lunches, eating fancy dinners, getting their children into good schools, and getting their immediate family members into positions of power. Be the Rat says, imagine getting on Twitch to listen to a terrorist and his opinions. Fuck you, Hassan. Let's get this terrorist banned off the platform. Fuck people like Hassan and anyone who supports them. I'm going to unban this person with the hopes that they will listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay? Hassan, don't give them attention. No, it's fine. I mean, people just keep yelling into the void like this, and it's just inconsequential, and they don't understand it, and it makes them more resentful, weirdly enough. My hope is that one day those people will keep tuning in with hatred in their hearts and eventually go, wait a minute, I kind of agree with this person. And they'll get it.
Economy, and we're seeing the consequences of Trump's inattention, inaction, and now his direct assault on a stable economy by enacting these tariffs. Costs are going to continue to go up, and the American people will be hurt.
Did Democrats hear anything from the president last night that they can support?
I was struggling to hear anything relative to what the president had to say in terms of bringing the country together. That was one of the most partisan and divisive speeches ever delivered by an American president, and that's unfortunate. We will continue to try to solve problems for everyday Americans. We want to make life better for every single American in every community, in every corner of this country. But it's unfortunate that our Republican colleagues seem more determined to pass a massive tax cut for their billionaire donors while at the same time cutting Medicaid, perhaps in the largest possible fashion ever in this country.
You also heard the speaker there say that these protests that many Republicans and some Democrats are seeing in their district to the cuts by Doge and Elon Musk are by paid protesters.
Republicans are proposing the largest Medicaid cut in American history, George. Children will be devastated. Families will be devastated. People with disabilities will be devastated. Seniors will be devastated. Nursing homes will close and hospitals will shut down. The American people are upset about the effort to take away their health care. These aren't paid protesters. These are concerned citizens. The Republicans can try to run away from their extreme budget. We will not let them hide.
Congressman Jeffries, thanks for your time this morning. Robin?
It's like, it's interesting because even when he's saying the right things, I feel like he's so sauceless. I don't know how else to describe it other than it's just like is devoid of charisma at a time when like we do need it. He just kind of always has the energy of a guy who doesn't want to be there. You know, he's just like, oh God. I'm not gonna lie, your domestic political takes are base, but your foreign policy takes are hard to listen to. Do you think this is partly because of your own personal experience with the American hegemonic machine? I think it's also a part of your personal experience with the American foreign policy machine, and also how much consent is uniparty and manufactured in terms of saying America is a objective force of good. And also foreign policy and domestic policy are directly tied to one another. Former leaders in American politics, former presidents understood this reality. This is why I always point to, was it the Eisenhower speech? Not the one about the military-industrial complex, but instead, every dollar spent on a bomb could be a dollar spent on laying bricks back home. Like, foreign policy and the money that we spend on foreign policy directly benefit the capital owner class. Okay? That's it. We're spending all this money dominating the planet while we could be spending it on ourselves. This is a reality that Donald Trump also uses to his advantage. Americans are responsive to this kind of sentiment. They like this kind of sentiment. That's why Donald Trump keeps saying he is the peacemaker. That's what's so interesting about it. Donald Trump constantly represents himself as a peacekeeper because it is a populist sentiment to express. I mean, he's a liar. He is not a peacekeeper at all. He's simultaneously talking about literally invading Greenland, overtaking Panama Canal, forcibly annexing Canada. Like, he says a lot of stuff, bombing Mexico, declaring the cartel as a terrorist organization so he can like easily bomb Mexico. None of that stuff is obviously isolationist or peacekeeping. And it's expensive, it's costly, it's more war, okay? But at least he markets himself. It's kind of interesting that we have devolved so much that I'm literally saying, like, the Democrats don't even entertain the notion of lying about being peaceful doves, and instead directly lean on how militant they will be. Whereas Donald Trump, on the other hand, lies about being a peaceful dove and then does a metric ton of warfare. But as I've stated time and time again, yeah, Eisenhower's chance for peace speech is what I was talking about. Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies, in the final sense, a theft from those who hunger and those who are not fed, those who are cold and are not clothed. This world in arms is not spending money alone. It's spending the sweat of its laborers, the genius of its scientists, the hopes of its children. The cost of one modern heavy bomber is this: a modern brick school in more than 30 cities. It is 2 electric power plants, each serving a town of 60,000 population. Think about that. Eisenhower did a lot of awful shit, okay? He is not a communist nor a peaceful dove at all. But Americans have lost sight of even communicating this kind of thing. It is 2 fine, fully equipped hospitals. It is some 50 miles of concrete pavement. We pay for a single fighter with 500,000 bushels of wheat. We pay for a single destroyer with new homes that could have housed more than 8,000 people. This is not a way of life at all, in any true sense. Under the cloud of threatening war, it is humanity hanging from a cross of iron. It's kind of crazy. Anyway, it's shocking that this is the state of affairs. We're going to talk about Gaza in a second and like how the Trump administration apparently is sidestepping Israel and directly talking to Hamas. I wonder why. And that Israel very actively is clearly surveilling American diplomats in the process and leaking it to their people in American Western news media like Barack Ravid. But before we get to all of that, I wanted to show you some of the insane dick riding from conservatives and some of the idiotic responses from conservatives in general. Here's Charlie Kirk.
We see this a lot, where Democrats refuse to stand, Democrats refuse to applaud, but it's worse than ever. And literally there was one moment.
How dare they not applaud our big, beautiful president? You must hate America. You must hate America. You must hate this child with brain cancer. Like, you're an idiot, dude. Yeah, they're definitely not protesting against Donald Trump. And they're protesting against this child with brain cancer.
Where Donald Trump called out a young man with brain cancer becoming an agent of the Secret Service, and Democrats still did not stand up and applaud. If you will not stand up and applaud for a young boy.
Like, he knows what he's saying is ridiculous, okay? Make no mistake. Charlie Kirk knows exactly what he's doing here. This is a ridiculous way to make an argument. Ha! You must hate this young boy with brain cancer. You want him to die.
Who becomes a member of the Secret Service in an honorary way. There's something really sick and messed up about it.
Yeah, no, totally. These guys are sick. Why can't these freaks just be happy to win? Why do they have to complain we don't like them too? I mean, when they do, ironically enough, when Democrats do actually capitulate and cave, Asmongold is saying the same thing. Yeah, I'm shocked. The apolitical centrist Asmongold is saying the exact same thing as Charlie Kirk. How shocking. Tell me more about how he's not a political commentator and B, an apolitical and a centrist. If you're new to this space, if you're new to the space of independent commentary, especially right-wing commentary, yes, you will be duped easily, okay? There's no other way to explain this. Right-wing commentators, especially ones that are the most effective right-wing commentators, regularly will claim centrism, okay? That's it. For every Charlie Kirk, there is a Jordan Peterson out there. For every Ben Shapiro, there is a Tim Pool out there. Dave Rubin initially started off as a centrist who was leaving the left. My buddy literally just complained about to me about this exact same thing. I don't know what to say. How does one even reply to that? I mean, the easiest and most effective way to reply to that is you're insane if you think that Democrats are actually booing a child with brain cancer. It's virtually impossible to hold a normal conversation with you. Also, secondly, you just say this. Trump pulled up a child as a prop to talk about how he had brain cancer when Trump's administration is cutting cancer research, then followed up by talking about child cancer rates increasing due to chemical exposure. He cut the EPA. Donald Trump quite literally is hoping that there are more children with brain cancer due to chemical exposure, due to toxic pollutants. That's it. What the hell are you talking about? Is your brain that hollowed out that you just look at this prop, this child being used as a prop, and go, nope, I have no independent thoughts in my brain. This is what's so frustrating about this process as well. Like, people yell at me all the time and think that I'm like actively trying to undermine their well-being, think that I'm actively their enemy. And they've deluded themselves into thinking that I'm just like advocating for a world where they'll be harmed. When it couldn't be further from the truth. Like, I want you to get healthcare. I want your water to be clean. I want your roads to be fixed, you dumb fucks. And if given the opportunity, I would force that upon you, okay? Whether you like it or not, you can find that to be scary. Ooh, oh no, we're going to have incredible broadband. We're going to have a better infrastructure so that every part of this country can have ISPs that actually provide fiber optic networks. Oh no, don't force me to drink clean water. Oh no, I don't want it. You're going to take it and you're going to love it. Okay, shut the fuck up. That's it. And I don't care what your background is. I don't care what your political worldview is. Okay, these things are good and they're good for you. And you will never recognize that until you have it. Okay. And when you do have it, you'll fight tooth and nail to preserve it. Except for when someone like Donald Trump is in charge and will just say, Social Security is DEI. A lot of old people are actually stealing from Social Security. And then these dumbasses will eat it up, not realizing that they're undermining their own future. Oh, politics is not about team sports. But unfortunately, in the United States of America, because we are so far removed from material action and understanding what politics actually is about, which is a constant competition for resources, who gets to have the power and who gets dominated by those who have power. It's a constant struggle to redistribute the finite amount of resources that people have. People don't recognize that. And in some ways, people don't demand that anymore because that's not what politics has been. It's been a spite competition for the past multiple decades at this point. Okay. So they just have no way of thinking correctly about how politics is supposed to be. They have no way of envisioning a better future or advocating for their own immediate needs. So it's just team sports for them. It's just like, yep, I'm owning the libs and the libs are owning the conservatives. That's all this is. And there is place for spite. Make no mistake. There is place for spite in all of this, for sure. It's fine if you spite conservatives. That's understandable. But make no mistake, it's not because of the optics. It's because of their policies. That's what matters. Okay? It's so goddamn stupid. Anyway, speaking of goddamn idiots, here's Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh.
I have not clapped that much, like, in total in my entire life as I did in the room. So it's a lot of clapping. I will say that I thought it was a great speech. I thought, but for me, unfortunately, being in the room, even though it was a really good speech, the big takeaway is just the Democrats, and I'm sure you guys have covered it, but the performance by the Democrats I thought was just disgraceful and ridiculous. And being in the room, I mean, I don't know how much you pick up on camera. I'm sure the one guy standing up and refusing to leave, that certainly made it in. But the just constant comments, the little stunts, they're looking down at their phone. I had a woman who was right in front of me down below who was like taking angry selfies of herself and texting them to her friend. I could see that happening. So this is what the lawmakers were busy doing.
Matt, did you photobomb any of the selfies for this Democrat woman's friends? Just like,
I did. I got in one of them. I got in one of her that she sent to a friend. But to me, the thing that kind of tells you everything you need to know is that the Democrats sat on their hands and did not clap anything. They didn't,
Oh, they didn't clap for anything. How dare they not clap for my big, beautiful, glorious president? Oh, we should arrest them.
They didn't clap a child cancer survivor. They didn't.
Yeah, this part. Oh my God, dude. This is actually the very representative of the state of affairs. Okay. They didn't clap for a child cancer patient. What the fuck is going on, man? What are you talking about? What? You have the brain of a 4-year-old. It's truly alarming. Yeah, we brought this cancer patient specifically for claps, and the Democrats didn't clap for him. They must hate children with cancer.
Didn't clap planting a flag on Mars. They didn't clap, protecting Americans from crime, killing terrorists, and all of that. The only thing they clapped for, the only thing that they clapped for was Ukraine. That was the one single applause line from the Democrats. And I think that sort of tells you everything you need to know about the Democrat Party, which is just nothing but a...
They didn't even clap for their own vote. There was one point where Trump thanked them for voting for Marco Rubio for Secretary of State. They didn't even clap for that. I mean, it really was...
Marjorie Taylor Greene was a literal howler monkey during Biden's State of the Union. It's true. But I want that. I want that from the Democrats as well. Okay? Who cares? This is such like libbed up bullshit. Okay? Straight up. Also, Ben Shapiro's lobbying Trump right now to pardon Derek Chauvin. If you want to understand where the conservative movement is right now, what they're up to, okay? I like that. Did you even say thank you? Is like unironically most of the grievances that these guys have. They run everything. They got all their wishes. They're dominating politics. They're whipping everybody around. And even then, they're just not happy. They're not happy. It's not enough. You also have to sit by and say thank you for the pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity for us to be in the room. Thank you for not arresting us. Oh my God. Yowza. Yowza. That's Marjorie Taylor Greene, Marjorie Titan Greene, and her sexy ass boyfriend from Right Side Broadcasting News. The one who asked Zelensky why he doesn't wear a suit. Saw you from across the bar looking ass couple, dude. No, that's Mickey Rourke and John Hurt. Also, here's the Third Way roadmap, by the way. Third Way is a centrist Democrat think tank responsible for many of the failures of every single Democratic election cycle. Here's what the roadmap is. They want to move away from small dollar fundraising, integrate more with the business community and embrace corporations, propose spending cuts, go to real communities, which it defines as gun shows, ostracize progressive staffers, ban activists. Pro-aspiration and pro-capitalism in a smart way. Recognize that working class voters value upward mobility and economic success. Have a prosperity gospel aimed at the working class. Call out corporate abuses individually instead of attacking corporations as a whole. Take government complaints seriously and commit to improving its efficiency. Push for systemic reforms rather than just defending the status quo. I like that the Democrats, yeah, they're Bush-era Republicans now. It's very cool. Like, why would anybody ever vote for the Dems if they followed through on this? When they got the full-strength soda right there. Yeah, of course you're going to vote for the Republican Party. Shift messaging away from handouts. Many working class voters reject policies seen as giveaways, student loan forgiveness, universal basic income. Frame policies around opportunity, empowerment, and work rather than redistribution. Small language shifts matter. Focus on better wages instead of minimum wage. Fear of dissent within the party and need to embrace an open debate defined as being afraid to criticize the left, then followed up by saying the left needs to be systematically kicked out of the party. Yeah. Remember, they did this. They already did this with a Kamala campaign. Look at what happened. They are never learning their lessons, man. They are just not going to learn from their past mistakes. They just don't think it's a mistake at all. Reduce far left influence and infrastructure. Build a moderate democratic infrastructure, including media, talent pipelines, and communication networks. Where is there a media infrastructure that is far left influential? It's me and a bunch of other Twitch streamers and a bunch of other podcasters that organically develop these audiences Every part of the Democratic Party's infrastructure is built this way to have a moderate Democratic infrastructure. What are the Podjons? That's the role that they play. Are they also too woke? Push back against far-left staffers and groups that exert a disproportionate influence on policy and messaging. Ban far-left candidate questionnaires and refuse to participate in forums that create ideological purity tests. I think one of the most insane things that have taken place in front of our eyes is that the Democratic Party actively welcomed vultures into its home, okay, willingly. Vultures that were former Republicans, okay, that still have a lot of reactionary sentiment. And they have dominated the ranks of the Democratic Party in perpetuity, okay? It's all rhinos up and down. The Democratic Party has become the rhino party. And why would you need two right-wing parties? You are always going to vote for the real Republican Party and not the fake Republican Party. I hate purity testing, but also I'm going to purity test the left.
Thousands of Chinese Communist Party delegates. This is the political event of the year. For the rest of the world, it's a rare glimpse into the Great Hall of the People and into the impenetrable world of elite Chinese politics. At its helm, President Xi Jinping, dealing with problems at home and abroad. China is about to present its economic plan for the year ahead.
I gotta pee.
But there are serious challenges. There's a property crisis. People aren't spending enough money here. And now China needs to factor in a trade war with the United States. Its response to US tariffs has been swift and strong. For 2 days in a row, it's put out this statement. If war is what the US wants, be it a tariff war, a trade war, or any other type of war, we're ready to fight till the end. After the session, a chance to try and grab the thoughts of the country's elite. What impact will the trade war have on China?
I think it'll have little impact on China because we treat others the way they treat us.
Our tech develops so fast. Just look at DeepSeek. Look at how fast our AI develops.
Far from the political capital, at the other end of the country in Guangzhou, a glassware exporter braces for the latest tariffs and hopes for the best.
I think the people will discuss this at the beginning, but yeah, of course, 10% is a huge number. You know, some profit even they're lower than this, but we cannot change it. Just get used to it and let it be.
However, it's not easy to let it be when old alliances are shifting and relationships crumbling. And in this new world, as China says, everything is changing fast. Nicole Johnston, Sky News, Beijing.
We've been talking an awful.
It's really interesting that China for decades has kept a very tempered approach to American incursions in the field of international relations. And the one time where they marginally moved in the direction of you know, saying, like, if you want to go to war with us, like, we'll go every step of the way, everybody goes, oh, finally, they did it. Finally! They want war. They want it. We're going to smoke them. Things are going to get so much worse. It's going to get so much worse. Chinese embassy in the U.S. says if the U.S. truly wants to solve the fentanyl issue, then the right thing to do is consult with China by treating each other as equals. If a war is what the U.S. wants, it'll be a tariff war, a trade war, or any other type of war. We're ready to fight till the end. That last part is the reason why Americans are, they're so excited for this. Like, those in positions of power are so excited for this. I know Trump has an emergency statement for Gaza. I'm going to get to it in a second. The fentanyl issue is a flimsy excuse to raise U.S. tariffs on Chinese imports. Our countermeasures to defend our rights and interests are fully legitimate and necessary. The U.S., not anyone else, is responsible for the fentanyl crisis inside the U.S. is true. This is literally true. And by the way, Claudia Sheinbaum and even Justin Trudeau has said as much, right? Justin Trudeau, being the most cucked out of these three, has not had such strong words. But China and Claudia Sheinbaum have basically demonstrated the reality. Like, you don't want to prosecute the Sacklers. You have completely destroyed your own healthcare infrastructure, and then you complain that it's like other countries that are responsible for the fentanyl crisis. In the spirit of humanity and goodwill towards the American people, we have taken robust steps to assist the U.S. in dealing with the issue. Instead of recognizing our efforts, the U.S. has sought to smear and shift blame to China and is seeking to pressure and blackmail China with tariff hikes. Why do you hate Canada so much, Law? I don't. I have stated time and time again that I am an active participant and defender of boycott, divestments, and sanctions on the settler colonial entity that is America. The United States of America is a belligerent nation, and I am with my Canadian brothers, sisters, and MBs, except for, don't BDS me, obviously, because, I support you. I support your cause. Anyway, going back to the matter at hand here. Bro, you are weak shit in full cap. You are always a transformer with everything. Just being normal for once. The 88 guap for one time thanks. What did I say that you consider to be full cap here? 88 guap. Hopefully you can enlighten everybody in the chat. Hopefully you were born in 1988.
Awful lot about President Trump's new tariffs on foreign imports, including products from China, but they are not talking about them as much over in Beijing at the once-a-year meeting of China's.
Is Hasanabi merch going to be more expensive because of tariffs? No, because Hasanabi merch is made in the United States, baby. I don't know if like the raw goods, like some of the materials that union-made, U.S.-made merchandise is I don't know where they're sourcing their cotton from or whatever. So in that case, it might get more expensive. I'm not entirely familiar with that aspect of the process, but it shouldn't go up.
Rubber stamp parliament, although China's leaders have already announced they are hitting back. Anna Korn is in Beijing for us following all this. Anna, good morning.
Hello, Tony. That's right. China is responding with defiance, which is something that President Trump really is not used to. It is refusing to back down in this escalating trade war, and that act of strength, we really saw that today at the opening of the National People's Congress here in Beijing.
On a crisp spring Beijing morning, thousands of delegates from around the country descended on Tiananmen Square. Dressed in their finery, some in traditional costumes, they'd come for the most important event in China's political calendar, the National People's Congress. But for these legislative members, one topic was clearly off limits.
Excuse me, sir. Are you worried about the US-China trade war?
Thank you.
Do you think that President Xi and President Trump can make amends? Do you have a message for President Trump? Do you have a message for the American people?
However, once inside the Great Hall of the People, the cameras turned to the main event.
The National People's Congress is very much focused on the economy, but this year it has been overshadowed by geopolitical events, with the US-China trade war taking centre stage.
President Xi, whose government only yesterday announced retaliatory tariffs against the US, was an observer. It was his deputy, Premier Li Qiang, who delivered the address. He announced an ambitious GDP growth target of 5%, committed more fiscal resources to stimulate the economy, where youth unemployment, lack of consumer spending and the fallout from the property crisis remain central issues. The Premier also acknowledged the geopolitical tensions confronting China. a reference to the escalating trade war with the US, which on the surface shows no signs of abating. But some here are more hopeful.
As the sort of rivalry goes on, there will come to a point that we can have a good settlement.
I have never heard from any American politician even a fraction of this kind of relatively cheery approach to Chinese-American relations. Not one. There's not a single Democratic Party representative out there, congressperson out there, that would turn around and be like, I hope that, you know, we don't want war, and I hope that we inevitably will come to a positive conclusion with China. Okay? Let alone the fact that none of them speak Mandarin, obviously. Why are they not sending Chinese-speaking reporters? I'd be mad too. Some bra started to talk to me in English about the attempt of teabagging their countries trying to do the mine. Yeah. It is crazy because they know they are losing. What do you mean? It's just... like, if... I mean, I don't even do a fraction of the negative coverage that Western media does to China when I'm covering the Western, the American empire, okay? Yes, I'm incredibly critical when I talk about the actions of the American empire. And even then, it's nowhere near as insane as the way that, like, Western news outlets cover China. And that fraction of criticism that I afford the United States of America is enough for, like, every American to turn around and be like, you're the most anti-American hater, get out of here. If you don't like it, leave the country. It's like, oof.
Now, while there's obviously hope, Gail, that there will be some sort of trade deal, you know, China will not be bullied. And that is the message that we are getting. And even the markets would indicate that. If you look at it year to date, China's market is up almost 15%. The US market in comparison down almost 2%. So really there is a sense, at least we're getting those signs, that China is going to cope because they've had more time to prepare for the next phase of this trade war. Gail.
Now to the fallout from tariffs the Trump administration has imposed on goods from Canada, Mexico, and China. Elizabeth Schulze joins us now with the potential impact. Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning, Michael. The new 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico and additional tariffs on China risk raising prices for American households on everything from groceries to gas to electronics. And this morning, China is warning that it is prepared to fight this trade war until the end.
This morning, the U.S. is embroiled in a trade war as Canada, Mexico, and China retaliate against President Trump's sweeping tariffs on America's biggest trading partners.
I want to speak first directly to the American people. We don't want this. We want to work with you as a friend and ally.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announcing 25% tariffs against more than $100 billion worth of American goods. Ontario now threatening a 25% export tax on the electricity it sends to 1.5 million homes in Minnesota, Michigan, and New York. And Canadian liquor stores retaliating, removing American-made alcohol with the sign stating products produced in the U.S. are no longer available until further notice.
Now, it's not in my habit.
I'm not going to lie. I do truly believe that when Justin Trudeau says, oh, we don't want this, like, we need partnerships, Trump hears that as, oh, I'm going to go extra hard. Like, I think he hates Trudeau. He's like, oh, I love that. I love that he doesn't like this.
To agree with the Wall Street Journal. But Donald, they point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do.
Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum also vowing new tariffs on Sunday as China imposes its own tariffs on some U.S. goods, including chicken.
He hates Claudia too. That's not true. Trump has actually spoken positively about Claudia Sheinbaum. He constantly says he constantly undermines Trudeau by calling him Governor Trudeau. But when talking about Claudia Sheinbaum, he's actually said some positive things. I think he just respects power and respects people who are popular. And because they're in Mexico, he doesn't understand their politics at all. Like in his mind, it's just like all the same to him. Yeah, okay, whatever. They're Mexico. Who cares? Morena, I don't get it. They're something. They're doing Mexican politics is very different than American politics. But yeah, Trump does respect Claudia Sheinbaum.
Wheat, soybeans, and beef. The Chinese embassy warning in a tweet overnight, if war is what the U.S. wants, be it a tariff war, a trade war, or any other type of war, we're ready to fight till the end. Best Buy now says prices could go up for electronics, while Target CEO...
Yeah, by the way, Trump administration live updates. Car makers get month-long reprieve from tariffs. That's so fun. Wait, why are they doing that? The Trump administration said on Wednesday that it would allow car makers to escape the tariffs imposed on all goods from Canada and Mexico for 1 month. The announcement came a day after President Trump imposed a blanket 25% tariff on all products entering the United States from those countries. The reprieve came after the president spoke with top officials at General Motors, Ford Motor, and Stellantis. Interesting. Oh, by the way, remember when I said they're going to cut veteran affairs? Oh, the Veterans Affairs Department is planning to reduce its workforce by more than 80,000 people, a major escalation of the downsizing efforts of the department. Remember when I told you that there is no shot that they would cut the baby murder shit? They would never cut funding for killing children overseas. They will only cut funding. If they ever cut DOD funding, if they ever cut defense funding, it will come out of the pockets of healthcare for veterans, housing for veterans, things of that nature. There you go. There it is.
cautions fruit and vegetables imported from Mexico will get more expensive.
We'll try to protect pricing, but the consumer will likely see price increases over the next couple of days.
The United Auto Workers Union is praising President Trump for taking, quote, aggressive action to end free trade, saying that the tariffs could boost domestic manufacturing. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick did signal that there is a path for Trump to meet Canada and Mexico in the middle on these tariffs. And we're told that President Trump will speak with the Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, later this morning, Michael.
Canadian here, people are so libbed up because of Trudeau's statements lately, even the usual Trudeau haters. I think he's been pretty strong with his words against Donald. But you think he's been the weakest between China and Mexico? Not trying to be contentious, just wondering why, I think, he is also resisting against Donald Trump. And I think that he has galvanized Canadians behind him. And I think he's doing a decent job. I was just saying that China straight up was like, yeah, we'll go band for band, little boy. And Claudia Sheinbaum was like, you want us to combat fentanyl, but it's your problem. And out of those three statements, Justin Trudeau is basically like, we don't want this kind of fight. I apologize. That's all I was saying. Like, he's still doing a decent job. But, it's just very much the weakest out of the three. Very polite, very Canadian.
All right, Elizabeth, we know you're going to come back with the answer that's the most searched for questions. We're going to have the answers about those, about what it could mean for your
I do think that there's a likelihood that the Canadian conservatives might lose because of Donald Trump, because of their allegiance to Donald Trump. For the record, it's pretty funny. Hassan, you and your fucking insane cult of dick-sucking cronies should unplug, delete your numerous accounts, take a fucking bath, and do something actually productive with your lives instead of rotting away as borderline terrorists. I like that this guy didn't say that we're terrorists. He said we're borderline terrorists. So thank you. This person is redeemable. We'll keep you.
Wallet, which is the most important thing for Americans out there.
Good to see you. So, speaking of tariffs, China said yesterday that they're ready for any kind of war with the U.S. Because of these tariffs that have been placed on them. And a Chinese spokesperson also said that the tariffs would not lead to a resolution of U.S. concerns about fentanyl originating in China. Can you speak to how the administration is planning on responding to that?
Well, I think Secretary Hegseth has responded to that this morning. He said that America will always be prepared to defend itself, especially under the leadership of this president in the Oval Office. And that certainly remains true. Again, when it comes to tariffs, the president has been very tough on China, not just now with 20% and more with the reciprocal tariffs that will hit on April 2nd. But look at what he did in his first term. There were billions of dollars worth of tariffs that he implemented on China. And it's quite telling that the previous administration did not rescind those tariffs because they realized the value that they had in not only deterring China, but also raising revenue here in the United States. Rachel. Thanks.
A Pennsylvania auto dealer says that because of Trump's tariffs, sticker prices for new cars and trucks are already higher.
We covered this yesterday already. Yeah, this is, we already covered this yesterday. Like, obviously, it's going to increase auto prices, considering how automobiles are manufactured, both in Canada and also Mexico, different parts, okay? Caroline Leavitt responds to the president of Panama's claims that Trump is lying about canal reclamation.
The president also said that the United States was reclaiming the Panama Canal. The president of Panama this morning, or at some point today, said that President Trump was lying. Wanted to get your response to that, and also curious if the president had a reason for not specifically mentioning BlackRock last night when he was praising the company that is buying.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great question. Why didn't he mention which company bought it? Perhaps it's because BlackRock has become notorious, infamous in the minds of all Americans as like the big bad, because Americans are allergic to pointing out the flaws of capitalism, so they have to find a different evil that is responsible for it. Okay? And that evil is BlackRock. And why is BlackRock evil? Because they're woke and gay. Until they're, of course, abiding by the wishes of the Trump administration, in which case they're no longer woke or gay. A similar predicament with the Silicon Valley tech CEOs. Conservatives cried and complained about Silicon Valley being woke and gay for years and years and years. Okay? And now they don't complain about it no more. Anti-corporate populism on the conservative side, unironically, exclusively revolves around not capitulating to the wishes of the reactionary forces in this country. That's it. That's the only time where they're like, oh, I hate corporate, I hate big tech. Why do I hate big tech? Because they're woke and gay. Okay, big tech's no longer woke and gay. It's good now. That's it. That's it. Same with BlackRock. Same with all of these companies. Okay. Oh, they're doing DEI. That's why we hate them. Like, what are you talking about? And Americans are just completely unable to comprehend, like liberals and Republicans alike, that like it's the corporations are behaving in the normal ways that they're supposed to be behaving under capitalism. It is the fault of capitalism, but they can't think about it like that because that's scary. That's scary thoughts. You have to kill the thought inside of your mind that capitalism might be the issue here. So you just have to, you have to point to different companies, some companies that are bad, but then other companies are good. This person says someone should kill Hassan, terrorist sympathizer. I'm gonna unban this person as well, and wish this person a wonderful journey. Don't know why he censored himself like this. Maybe he meant kiss Hassan. I think he meant someone should kiss Hassan, terrorist sympathizer. Ah, 211 and 209, House GOP overcomes Dem effort to kill censure resolution against Al Green for his floor protest during the Trump speech. He is expected to be censured tomorrow. It used to be very rare when the House would censure a member, and only for some of the worst offense, like being a Palestinian. and saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And that's the last big time that they've done that. What is this, bro? You banned my other account for telling you the true quieter and unban this dude? Make it make sense? Yes. I cannot reform you when you say stuff like that. But the person that says you're a terrorist sympathizer, do you still think you get the terrorist baby hate if you were Jewish? Fuck no. Are you kidding me? No. They would be calling me the K word or a capo because these people don't have any ideological interest in this. They just want to smear. Okay? Yeah, they'd be calling me a self-hating Jew if that was the case. But because, you know, my name is Hassan, they just go with the easy one, which is terrorist. Being Jewish and pro-Palestine is OP. You wish you were me, bud. No, because then you get the anti-Semitic smears. What are you talking about? Yeah, they would be like, if I was Jewish and advocating for the exact same things that I'm advocating for, they'd say, oh, you haven't been banned because you're Jewish and you own the media. That's what they would be saying. You know? In his latest million views vid about you, Asman claims you meant you, the viewer, instead of Mike Johnson and the Republicans when you said you would take action against Rick Scott. He also said he added context to the main clip when you actually meant he didn't add context on the doohickey. He didn't. All while using that stalker's Twitter's chopped up clips. Yeah, I know. Good luck to Asman Gold. I'm sure he will be defending free speech over and over again for the next year. Classic. This was interesting.
Hey, Peckerwood. Yeah, you. If you ain't got a truck, you ain't shit.
That's right, baby. Hell yeah. Whiskey Bent, Brownsboro, Texas, 2017. Rogan had Ian Carroll on today, who's a straight up Nazi. Rogan's entire comment section is full of Nazis noticing. Yeah, it is kind of strange that Joe Rogan rarely ever has not anti-Semitic, anti-Zionist. You know, he just only holds space for the actively anti-Semitic kind who masquerade as anti-Israel in an effort to push their more dangerous agenda. Weird. I like that for the right wing, that is the meta. It's just like the only time we'll allow you to say mean things about Israel is if you like are actively hating on Jews. Great stuff. Anyway, let's continue.
Canals or ports around the Panama.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Panama has seen what's going on with their own canal, but as you just mentioned, BlackRock is now interested in investing and taking over the two ends of the port, which is very important because the president was very vocal several weeks ago about the need to ensure that China is not controlling the Panama Canal. This is a very important place for the United States of America. We also saw that the Panama Canal lifted fees on our U.S. naval ships that are going in and out of the canal. That's a win for the United States of America. And the president will continue to ensure that the Chinese government, the CCP, cannot be infiltrated in the Western Hemisphere and certainly not in the Panama Canal, which is a very important place for our country.
Last night in the Black Sea port of Odessa, the aftermath of a Russian drone strike. It was the second day.
Yeah, Trump cuts intelligence sharing with Kyiv is crazy. Trump is treating Ukraine in ways that I wish he would actively treat Israel. or any administration would actively treat Israel. Okay? Israel deserves everything that Donald Trump is doing to Ukraine. Like 100%. Like a stern talking to, a public dressing down, refusing to collaborate on the intelligence front, denying weapons transfers. It's crazy that he's doing that to Ukraine and not to fucking Israel. Oh.
Day in a row, the city had come under attack.
Bro is asking for the next band, no Kizzy. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I've never said these things about Israel before. Why do you think everybody comes in here and calls me a terrorist, dude? It's quite literally this.
This morning, residents were assessing the damage. One person was killed, power and water services cut off. Ukraine's war-ravaged population, worried by Russia's gradual battlefield advance and America's sudden withdrawal of crucial support.
The city suffers more now, the country too. Even in the beginning of the war, it was not on this level. Many houses were damaged, people were forced on the streets, whole families. It's scary.
Today, it emerged the US has stopped sharing vital intelligence with Ukrainian forces, in addition to cutting off military aid. Yet more fallout from last week's disastrous meeting between Presidents Trump and Zelensky.
American intelligence data is regarding Russian strategic bombers. We are tracking Russian ballistic missiles with its help. But also, of course, we have another part of American intelligence data regarding the moving targets on the Russian territory, which provides us with the possibility to make it.
It's not Mike Johnson, dude. It's his chief of staff. You guys, please learn how to read, okay? Mike Johnson's chief of staff was arrested on DUI charge. Yes, and Mike Johnson says he stands by him, and he has full faith and confidence in him. They're probably going to elevate him to a higher position now that he got a DUI arrest. That's how it works. That's how it works in the Republican Party, in the modern Republican Party now.
The deep strikes into the Russian territory on him.
Trump's strong-arming of Zelensky looks to have paid off. Last night, he told Congress he'd received a letter from the Ukrainian leader.
The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible.
Promising to begin peace negotiations and to sign a rare earth mineral deal. Today, a top Trump official held out the possibility of a resumption of support.
We have taken a step back and are pausing and reviewing all aspects of this relationship. But I just got off the phone before I walked out here with my counterpart, the Ukrainian National Security Advisor. I think we're going to see movement in very short order.
But it's clear to America's allies, old relationships don't count for much with the new US administration. In an effort to boost self-reliance in Germany, politicians forming a new government announced plans to drastically change a constitutional cap on borrowing to boost defense spending. Europe needs to be able to defend itself, said the man set to become the new chancellor. In Britain, the Prime Minister still hopes to persuade President Trump to provide Ukraine with more tangible assurances.
The President made absolutely clear his commitment to Article 5 of NATO, absolutely clear that he would have our backs because of the relationship between our parties, and agreed that our teams would sit down together to talk through security guarantees.
But Ukraine is now fighting in a very different world, and it's one in which its enemy, Russia, clearly has the upper hand.
About an hour ago, Emmanuel Macron made a roughly 14-minute speech from the Élysée Palace in Paris, which signalled a change in attitude towards defence not just in France, but Macron calling for the same across Europe. He wants Europe to unite, to get behind Ukraine in its existential fight against Russia's invasion. Emmanuel Macron unveiled a plan to increase French defense spending by 20 billion euros over the next 5 years. This, he says, will be a private-public partnership to, he says, avoid any tax increases on French citizens in order to fund that. He says it's essential that Europe unites to secure future peace, future security. He said Russia is now the enemy and cannot be trusted. He cited Vladimir Putin specifically on this issue. He cited the fact that Russia has twice broken treaties, namely the Minsk treaties over the issues in Ukraine, 2014, 2015, and he says that basically it is impossible to take Vladimir Putin at his word. He says Russia will be boosting its defenses, its army, its weaponry as it goes along. He said Russia has made this a world conflict by bringing in Iran and North Korea and, to an extent, China in terms of the use of arms on the ground. And he said that Europe has the duty now to work together to create more security and to lend its support to Ukraine. Let's take a listen to the French president.
La Russie As I speak to you and for the foreseeable, Russia has become a threat to France and Europe. I deeply regret this, and I'm convinced that in the long term, peace will return to our continent with Russia once again at peace. But this is the situation I'm describing to you, and we have to live with it. Faced with this dangerous world, it would be foolish to remain a spectator. Without further delay, we must make decisions for Ukraine, for the security of the French, for the security of Europeans.
So security, the big issue that Emmanuel Macron was at pains to outline there. Basically, the increase of spending, 20 billion euros extra from now until 2030, is his way, he says, of reindustrializing certain parts of France. So that is something from the social aspect to look at in terms of increasing jobs, which is almost a welcome issue in many.
Do you think Europe isn't taking enough action against Russia? I mean, what can they do? I guess the only thing they could do is like unironically disband NATO and directly train up a standing military force and then send them into Russia, the countries without nukes. You know? Is that like without America, there is no NATO. Okay? There's just no NATO without the United States of America. NATO is an expression of American empire in the region. And as a part of that, it also creates this nuclear blanket. This is the deterrence side of NATO. In times when Russia does behave like an irredentist nation, given its interest in seizing more and more territory. Okay? That's the only way forward, because aside from that, an act of aggression against a NATO soldier is an act against all of NATO, which means the United States of America as well. That's not true. Europe with UK and Canada is bigger than the USA. Pfft. Okay. You don't know what you are talking about. Please explain, Daddy Hagrid 420. Why couldn't they act without America? Because an act of aggression against a NATO nation. In the beginning of the war, after Russia invaded, Zelensky kept repeatedly asking for a no-fly zone to be implemented over Ukrainian airspace. No-fly zone is not like a random protective barrier that you magically put over a nation state. It is something that you actively have to enforce through violence, as in Zelensky's demands were, please send NATO fighter jets to actively target and combat Russian fighter jets. Okay? If that were to, and that of course didn't happen, right? And the reason why it didn't happen is because if they were to have sent any NATO fighter jets into Ukrainian territory, and then they would get into active battle with the Russian Air Force, this would spell World War III. It would spell nuclear conflict. Because you're an American pussy, suck my big, hairy, Hagrid tits, pussy. Pussy. Oh. Okay. Well, thank you for your feedback. That's cool. You've brought up some really important points. You're right. If Russian soldiers or NATO forces killed one another, Article 5 will be implemented, which means that the United States of America and virtually everyone else inside of NATO would be going into war with Russia. Russia is a nuclear armed country, and so is the United States of America. The entire purpose of these nukes, as they exist, is supposed to be so that if you do go into war, you turn around and you use those nukes.
Parts of the country, but on a broader scale and a pan-European scale, it's a question of creating a platform from which the continent can defend itself and, at this point in time, lend its support to Vladimir Zelensky and Ukraine's fight against Vladimir Putin and Russia. James Andre.
Europe has over 200 nukes, so we don't need America for those. What is this European death wish that people have? I don't want NATO to go to war with Russia. I don't want Europe to go to war with Russia without NATO support either. Like it seems to me like Europeans are just like, nah, let's just go to nuclear war. We got nukes. We can take the smoke. Like, what the hell? Are you guys all right?
Has been observing matters for us. He joins us now live from the Elysee Palace. James, President Macron here, in many ways, opening the door to a different kind of future in terms of defense for France and Europe.
Yes, absolutely. Emmanuel Macron, who really wanted to offer something very didactic today and to try and convince the French people that indeed they needed to shift gears, that basically the recipes of the past could not apply to what is happening now across Europe. Emmanuel Macron, that we've been seeing over the past few days in a flurry of diplomatic activity. We saw him indeed last Sunday. He was in London in the 24th of February. He was in Washington, basically showing support for Volodymyr Zelensky, and this is the message he really clearly hammered to the French public. You know, we must back Volodymyr Zelensky. He said we need to back Ukraine in order to achieve sustainable, solid peace, to protect Ukraine, but also to protect Europe, and also explaining to the French public that yes, there will be more military spending, that obviously he does not want to hike taxes, but what he wants to do, he says, is to redistribute the spending of the nation, which he says means there will be sacrifices, there will be tough choices to make, but also calling upon the French public to mobilize, to get ready, and indeed to get ready to defend France and its values in the face of what has become, as he put it, you know, a renewed threat coming from the east. Emmanuel Macron saying that indeed tomorrow at this European summit, it will really be the kickstarting of a European defense, that rules would be changed inside the Union in order to allow countries to have deficit if that money is spent on defense, but also, you know, creating financial mechanisms, reindustrializing France, basically recreating a whole economy of the defense that needs to be sovereign and that needs to be integrated here in France.
Indeed, Macron says also he will open debate about extending the French nuclear umbrella to EU partner nations. James, bear with us a second, because as you've been observing, at the Elysee, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban has arrived for a special pre-summit supper with the French president. Now, this very high honor indeed being paid to Viktor Orban. His visit comes as US President Trump has ordered the suspension of US military aid deliveries to Kyiv and a halt in intelligence sharing, which is a real blow to Ukraine's troops in trying to fend off that Russian invasion. The feeling in many European capitals is that Trump's America is pivoting away from its allies toward Moscow. Orban, of course, one of Trump's and Moscow's closest allies in the European Union, said a transatlantic rift over Russia's invasion of Ukraine became apparent over recent days. I think that's an understatement, isn't it? Macron has hatched a four-point plan, of course, to end the Ukraine war, but the main beneficiary from US actions over the past week is clearly Russia and Vladimir Putin. Let's go back to James Andre, who is observing matters for us at the Elysee. James, Viktor Orban then and Emmanuel Macron, I imagine that this will be a supper that involves a lot of talking as well.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we saw Viktor Orban arrive just earlier on here and be greeted by Emmanuel Macron here with the full Republican Guard. This is a state dinner, and this is obviously an honor that's being paid to Viktor Orban.
How can you do World War III without nukes is the question that someone asked. You can't. Or rather, this is how World War III is happening without nukes. A sequence of proxy battles with nukeless nations. A nation with nukes going after a nation without. That's basically it.
Discuss. As you know, Viktor Orban, this was just last week when the European Union decided to renew sanctions on Russia, threatened to use its veto power in order to avoid that happening. Viktor Orban has been quite clear about the fact that he is ready to use his position in the European Union to block the building, or at least to slow down the creation of this European defense. And this, of course, is something that Emmanuel Macron needs to sit down and discuss with the Hungarian president. This is the point of this dinner, to get him on board, probably to try and convince him that he has more to win by staying allied to the European Union rather than pivoting towards Russia. Well, he's already an ally of Russia, but basically finding himself in this American-Russia camp. So we'll see how he responds to this. This is also, of course, to prepare tomorrow's special summit, the European Union summit, where these first bricks of this renewed European defense need to be laid. And of course, the idea is to avoid Viktor Orban impeding that progress.
James Andre at the Elysee Palace in Paris, the official residence of Emmanuel Macron, French president. James, thank you, as always, very much indeed.
Earlier.
Yeah, we're gonna sidestep from Ukraine ceasefire efforts to Donald Trump, who first truthed this thing, and then now has posted in the POTUS account. Let's take a look at what he had to say. Shalom Hamas means hello and goodbye. You can choose. Release all the hostages now, not later, and immediately return all the dead bodies of the people you murdered, or it is over for you. Only sick and twisted people keep bodies, and you are sick and twisted. I am sending Israel everything it needs to finish the job. Not a single Hamas member will be safe if you don't do as I say. I have just met with your former hostages whose lives you have destroyed. This is your last warning for the leadership. Now is the time to leave Gaza while you still have a chance. Also, to the people of Gaza, a beautiful future awaits, but not if you hold hostages. If you do, you are dead. Make a smart decision. Release the hostages now, or there will be hell to pay later. President Donald J. Trump. He's talking tough, like a comic book villain. And this is, of course, happening while White House is confirming that there are talks with Hamas. The Trump administration's hostages envoy has engaged in direct talks with Hamas in Doha, Qatar. White House and Hamas sources confirm, marking the first time the U.S. has negotiated with a group it designates as a foreign terrorist organization. Discussion reportedly focused on release of the American captives and a pursuit of a broader ceasefire. Okay. Now, this also came down as a Axios exclusive from Barack Ravid. Here's what took place. Max Blumenthal says, so Israel is spying on the Trump admin and leaking its sensitive diplomatic moves to the press, which I think this is a fair assessment of the situation. The meetings between Boehler and Hamas officials took place in Doha in recent weeks. While the Trump administration consulted with Israel about the possibility of engaging with Hamas, Israel learned about the aspects of the talks through other channels. One source said, the sources spoke with Axios on the condition of anonymity because they weren't authorized to discuss the sensitive meetings. So Trump and his admin sidestep Israel to directly talk to Hamas envoys. Israel found out about it and then literally turned around and leaked it to the press. And then, and we'll get to the details in a second, but what ended up happening in the process was Donald Trump coming out and saying unhinged ass bullshit about Hamas. He has one speed only, and it's just, he has one speed and one speed only, which is to constantly blame Hamas, even when Israel is the one who is ruining the talks. Uh-oh, the terrorist lover is crying. I am not crying. This is, I mean, if you're calling me a terrorist lover, I suspect that you probably think that, you know, America is a good country, it's a powerful country, blah, 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 right? And if that's your attitude, then how do you not see your glorious president, the Great White Hope, getting absolutely cucked by Israel like this? Clearly, there is an interest from even the Trump administration to try to pack this stuff up to the best of their ability, but they want to do it quietly. And Israel is doing Israel shit, which is voluntarily trying to nuke any kind of ceasefire negotiations by leaking these backdoor conversations that are supposed to be kept private. Under different circumstances, I think Donald Trump would be infinitely more angry at Israel doing such things than Zelensky. This is a million times more disrespectful than what Zelensky has done. Zelensky has done nothing that was disrespectful, if we're being real. Okay? The dynamic is very different. And everything that Trump has said about Zelensky and about Ukraine, and everything that Trump has done about Zelensky and Ukraine, is unironically what he should be doing about Israel. But he won't do it. He won't do it because he is a coward. Anyway, key details. According to Al Arabi Al Jadid, a leading source in Hamas confirmed exploratory talks with the U.S. envoy Adam Baylor 2 weeks ago, primarily discussing the release of at least 4 Israeli American prisoners, all military personnel. The talks followed Trump's call for a gesture of goodwill in Hamas. Hamas's release of Israeli American captive Sojoy Dekel-Chen in the 6th batch of the exchange deal. The Palestinian resistance group reportedly raised the possibility of a comprehensive deal to end the conflict. White House press secretary did not confirm or deny these reports. Additional sources, Axios Times of Israel, suggest that Baylor has led multiple meetings with Hamas in recent weeks, aiming to secure the release of both living and deceased American hostages in Gaza. The U.S. has reportedly consulted Israel on these negotiations, though some details were withheld, causing tension between the two countries. Times of Israel and Axios reported on this. In the White House briefing, press secretary confirmed the administration's engagement with Hamas. She said Israel was consulted on this matter, and President Trump believes in dialogue and talking to people around the world in a good faith effort to do what's right for the American people. Wonderful stuff. I suppose those conversations didn't go well based on Trump's recent statement. I don't know if those conversations went well or not. I think that Trump's recent statement is not about the conversations going well. It's about the fact that he's trying to throw a flashbang into the conversation by coming out and saying some unhinged shit about Gaza, because otherwise people are going to pay attention to the fact that Israel leaked this information to the press and that Trump is actively talking to the Palestinians. It's going to frustrate the likes, I suspect, of Miriam Adelson and whatnot. Warmongers and libs didn't stand for a kid with cancer. I love that. I love that you're saying this while we're quite literally talking about Donald Trump's inability to deal with a ceasefire. Fantastic. Yeah. I mean, liberals are warmongers. This is true, but the fact that they didn't stand for a kid with cancer is idiotic. This is an idiotic line of argument. I think he's posting the anti-Gaza shit to save face. That's what I think. Okay?
Washington has tonight acknowledged that it's been in direct contact with Hamas in recent weeks over American hostages held in Gaza. Let's go straight to our correspondent in Jerusalem, Lucy Williamson. And Lucy, the US has a long-standing policy of not engaging with groups that it lists as terrorist organizations. What do we know about these discussions?
Yeah, that's right, Rita. I mean, this seems to be a striking change in US policy. Until now, it was thought that the US only had indirect contact with Hamas through mediators like Qatar. But a few hours ago, the White House press secretary confirmed that the US hostage envoy was involved in those negotiations, describing them as ongoing, and said Israel had been consulted, though we've had very little response from the Israeli government. A senior Hamas official told the BBC there had been 2 direct meetings between Hamas and a US official, as well as several communications in Qatar, focusing on the fate of 5 Israeli-American hostages who are being held in Gaza, one of whom is still believed to be alive. It's not clear what the outcome of these talks have been, but a few minutes ago, the US President Donald Trump issued a fresh ultimatum on social media, calling it his last warning to Hamas. Release all the hostages now and the dead bodies, he says, or it's over for you.
Lucy, thank you.
We made mention.
What is this? Republican introduces a bill with a grotesque name, the Patriot Act, that would require Lebanon to become a U.S. vassal if it wanted aid. Banning of Hezbollah and Amal, ending relations with Iran, designating its own officials as terrorists, and ending all prosecutions of Americans. Wow. Cool. That's cool. Seems good. Seems normal. Mike Johnson was not arrested. His chief of staff was for a DUI. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, it's silly. It's gross. It's grotesque. But I think the reason why they're doing that is once again to just be like, yeah, we're cruel. What are you gonna fucking do about it? It's not a real legislation, I don't think. But U.S. and Israel reject Arab alternative to Donald Trump's Gaza plan.
Of the peace plan in the Middle East that the Arab leaders were discussing yesterday. They're seeking international support for their Gaza reconstruction plan. The plan comes with a 91-page glossary that proposes an enormous rebuilding operation with, crucially, the Palestinians remaining in place. It will be costly. The bill is estimated at over $50 billion. There are detailed proposals in there on how to clear all the rubble. The Israelis and the Americans, though, have already dismissed it as unworkable. There's no plan, they say, for disarming Hamas. They've rejected the proposals to restore and revamp the Palestinian Authority. The more immediate issue, of course, is where we go from here in terms of the ceasefire. Israel's still withholding all humanitarian aid for Gaza, and it's now resisting, it seems, the terms agreed for phase 2 of the agreement. So let's bring in Yolande Nell, who is in Jerusalem. Good to see you, Yolande. The Israeli Prime Minister said this morning in conversation with his new army chief that he is determined to achieve victory. That doesn't sound like there's much appetite to engage with the Arab League.
Well, yeah, so far what we've had from Israel in terms of a response to that unified Arab statement about a Gaza reconstruction plan, really it's saying that this is rooted in outdated perspectives, that it ignores the realities on the ground, and Israel has been standing by President Trump's alternative plan, which envisages the 2 million residents of Gaza being moved away and a sort of beach destination being created there instead. What we had earlier when Mr. Netanyahu was speaking, it was at the handover ceremony for the new Israeli military chief of staff. The former Israeli military chief of staff, Herzi Halevi, tendered his resignation earlier this year, really because of what the Israeli military itself has found to be its complete failure to prevent the events of the 7th of October, those deadly Hamas-led attacks. And we had both Mr. Netanyahu and his new chief of staff for the military talking about the need to have full victory over Hamas.
Obviously, at the root of all this is how to disarm Hamas and what sort of authority and security to put in place, Yolande. There was discussion yesterday of this plan to send international peacekeepers under the UN umbrella. Who would provide those troops, and what sort of access would they be given in Gaza?
I mean, that is something that the UN Security Council is being asked for as part of this plan without sort of more details being provided. It's previously been suggested that there would be Arab troops that could go into Gaza and that you would then have a handover as swiftly as possible to a new Palestinian police force with both Egypt and Jordan involved in training up those police officers. But this security issue is really the big one that remains unanswered. I mean, Hamas was not referred to by name in the communiques that came out of that Cairo summit. Hamas, though, has welcomed the final statements that came out from this meeting of the Arab League. It has shown a willingness to cede power. The idea as part of this plan would be that you would have a temporary takeover of Gaza by a committee of independent experts that could oversee the reconstruction, the distribution of humanitarian aid. But ultimately, there would be a takeover by a reformed Palestinian Authority. Now, importantly here as well, Israel has ruled out any future role for the Palestinian Authority, which of course at the moment governs parts of the occupied West Bank. When it comes to Hamas's position on its weapons,
Yeah, it's weird. Because they're actively undermining what remains of Palestinian sovereignty in the occupied territory of occupied West Bank, which is occupied by Israel illegally, for the record. So what's interesting about this process is that it's seemingly not just about Hamas. Much to consider here. Yeah. Comparing Gaza plans, Arab League versus Trump. Arab League says $53 billion, 5-year reconstruction, Palestinians remain in Gaza, technocratic governance, eventual PA control. International funding and oversight. Trump's vision is U.S. takeover of Gaza, removal and permanent resettlement of Palestinians to neighboring countries, long-term U.S. control and development, ethnic cleansing. Doesn't seem like it's much of a plan, really. Odd. Odd state of affairs.
What it has been saying is that it will not disarm until there is the creation of an independent Palestinian state. And that is very problematic for the Arab countries that want to see this reconstruction going ahead. It's very problematic when it comes to shoring up the current ceasefire, which is looking so wobbly at present.
Yeah, just very quickly, Yolande, Steve Witkoff, the US envoy, incoming later this week.
That's correct. And really, you know, all parties looking to him to see if he can achieve some kind of breakthrough. He has talked about coming here ready to get an extension of the current ceasefire, which is what Israel is now really pushing for, saying it wants the return of the remaining, what's believed to be 24 surviving hostages from Gaza in exchange for this continuing period of phase one. But we've got Hamas rejecting that, saying it wants to move on. It wants a full end to the war, a full Israeli withdrawal from Gaza.
Thank you very much for your participation.
Ted Cruz absolutely explodes on Democrats for a deep and pervasive problem confronting anti-Semitism. Honest question, why do you wear the MAGA hat? I wasn't here for the inside joke. It's to showcase the apolitical nature of my commentary. Obviously, anything outside of complete and utter conformity to the most reactionary position that you can conform to is considered political in nature. So I am showcasing to all with eyes to see that I myself am an apolitical content creator, not a politician, not a political commentator whatsoever. I am simply a man who is demonstrating common sense. Just a chill guy doing common sense all the time. This is what peak common sense performance looks like. Eat your heart out, libs. Very reasonable guy with very reasonable opinions, a based, centrist-pilled, common sense kind of guy. That hat makes you look smart, lol. See, it's working. It's working. It's literally working. I swear to God. I swear it's happening. Your thoughts on boobs in video games, sir? I want the entire frame to be dedicated to boobies. Okay? If they lower the size, if they make the size of the boobies even a little bit smaller, oh my God, I will lose my shit. Okay? Yeah, I don't know what else to say about the Trump Gaza stuff beyond the fact that it's completely insane. And here are the Republicans, by the way. One day after Donald Trump said, we're bringing free speech back to the United States of America, cynically using anti-Semitism as a cudgel, which of course this community is probably very familiar with at this point. People who cynically smear those who criticize Israel as anti-Semitic, when many of the people that they're cynically smearing as anti-Semitic are simply just anti-Israel. They are very much against anti-Semitism as well. So let's take a look.
I caught myself a moment ago getting excited as well, but I'll remind the audience, as Chairman Grassley said, we need to conduct this hearing with decorum so that we can remain efficient. So I'd ask for your help and participation in that. And with that, I'll send it over to Senator Cruz.
Anti-Semitism is evil, it is wrong, and it is flourishing with the acquiescence and in many cases active participation of students, of faculty, of administrators, and government officials, and sadly, the Democrat Party has a deep and pervasive problem confronting this evil. For the last 2 years, in the wake of October 7th, this committee held 0 hearings on anti-Semitism in the United States, despite the fact that Republicans repeatedly called for it. The acts of violence prior to October 7th, 3,669 anti-Semitic incidents occurred in the United States. Following October 7th, in less than 3 months, that number spiked to over 5,000. In 2024, that number skyrocketed to 10,005 anti-Semitic incidents. This problem is particularly acute on our college campuses. Columbia University. Columbia University was a major epicenter where they encouraged, tolerated, and celebrated this vicious and vile anti-Semitism. Rabbi Eli Buehler emailed every Jewish student on campus and said, quote, "The events of the last few days have made it clear that Columbia University's public safety cannot guarantee Jewish students' safety in the face of extreme anti-Semitism and anarchy. I would strongly recommend you return home." This is the rabbi at the university saying your school will not protect your safety. And Columbia didn't do a damn thing about it. And I'll tell you what, the rabbi wasn't crazy. Here is one picture taken on the campus of Columbia. In the back are Jewish students waving American flags and Israeli flags. In the front is a Columbia student wearing a mask because these cowards are oh so brave they cover their faces.
Yeah, show your face so we can arrest you promptly. How dare you? Christian Broadcast News Network, yeah. Current college protesters have nothing on the Vietnam college protesters. I know. Back during the civil rights struggle, people actively engaged in like campus takeovers. Samuel L. Jackson famously held hostage like the deans at Howard University alongside the Black Panther movement. Okay? One of the people that they held hostage was Martin Luther King Sr. Like, these guys are getting mad at like random people posting edgy, okay, and inappropriate shit. Like Al-Qassam's next targets, like that's just fucking entirely and completely inappropriate. Okay? It's just, there's a reason why they can only point to like one thing. And it's also, I'm going to be honest with you, it's also so inconsequential, so unimaginably inconsequential. Okay? If you think that this is a broad representation of the anti-apartheid protesters, the anti-genocide protesters, you are a fucking rube. Okay? You're a sucker. You're a mark. You are desperately looking for anything you can cling on to. And to be fair, first Lib Palestine take, no, I'm not a fucking idiot, okay? People, half the time, people like this are unironically not even fucking real demonstrators. They go in to make it seem like these people are doing, scary anti-Semitism. You, on the other hand, think that this is appropriate. It's not. That is not an appropriate thing to fucking say. It's just not. And I said it at the time as well. In terms of like what the greater offense is here, obviously it's utterly inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Like what? You think the state behaving in an incredibly violent way deliberately to arrest people for the crime of fucking protesting against a genocidal foreign nation that we are giving unlimited funds to? In terms of one or the other, this is nothing. It's nothing, and everybody knows it. Having said that, however, it still absolutely is completely inappropriate. That's it. I think it's fair to have self-critique for minuscule factions of the movement that resort to stuff like this. I will never dwell on it because it's a rounding error compared to white supremacist neo-Nazis, but objectively is not good. And I don't have to defend it? Exactly. And I won't defend it either. I will not defend it, especially as someone who has actively been targeted over and over again with vicious smears of being called an anti-Semite and being called a radical pro-terrorism guy or whatever the fuck. I choose my words very carefully, and yet people still clip shit out of context and actively call me these vicious smears. Everyone needs to know, every single person in the Western world, especially if you're in a fucking college campus, you need to be extra careful. And the pro-Palestinian movement in this country has been extra careful. And I'm very proud of them. Okay? I'm very proud of their resilience. I'm very proud of the way that they've carried themselves. Shit like this is utterly inconsequential. And I think spending any time on this, whether you're defending it or whether you're like calling it out, is super unproductive and very stupid. And I've already spoken far too much about it, because the reality of the matter is, like I said, you need to lock the fuck in.
Holding a handwritten sign that says Al-Qassam's next targets. Al-Qassam is the military branch of Hamas. Understand what this student is saying. She is calling for the murder of her Jewish classmates. And by the way, this student, the internet being what it is, she's been identified now on the internet. This is not a Palestinian who's subject to oppression. This is a rich blonde girl from Atlanta whose parents are multimillionaire real estate developers, and they got so proud. I'm sending my child to an Ivy League education where she'll be indoctrinated to dress up and advocate Hamas murdering Jewish students because they are Jews. Now, if you agree that is evil and vile, let me ask you something. Where are the Democrats? Not a one is here. And it's because the Democrat Party has decided the pro-Hamas wing of the party is more important than protecting Jewish students in America. And if you don't believe me, maybe you'll believe Chuck Schumer.
Oh my God. Yeah, Ted also went to Harvard, ironically enough, and is Canadian. Oh, how do they get off with being so deeply disingenuous? I mean, they're playing a role. That's the whole point. It's that anti-Semitism is out of control in this country. And to a certain degree, it is. It's ironic that, like, most of the anti-Semitism, the overwhelming majority, still come from, you know, the reactionary right. And they are basically actively trying to redefine anti-Semitism as being mean to Israel. Okay? Saying that Israel is doing a genocide. That is the only real anti-Semitism. And institutions like the Anti-Defamation League, also known as the Apartheid Defense League, have played a very significant role in this. These people do not care about actual anti-Semitism. Actual anti-Semites, and their base of support is growing every single day. Ironically enough, there is wide, popular momentum around anti-Israel sentiment, and this is a reality that anti-Semites know. That's why they take advantage of this sentiment. They use Israel constantly, pairing itself up with Judaism falsely to say, see, this is how they are. And their ranks grow every single day. Okay? That's it. That's it. They're the real anti-Semites, the actual anti-Semites, and their ranks grow every single day. This creates a dangerous predicament for Jews living in the Western world. Okay? It does. But this is beneficial to Israel's interests. Because Israel wants as many Jewish people as possible to go and live in Israel, or at least be fearful, so that they think that the only way that they can be strong and have a place for themselves is a Jewish ethno-supremacist apartheid state that is currently conducting a genocide. That's it. Carl's take about your ban is very interesting. I don't know what he said. It is pretty funny that these dudes who actively pal up with it is fairly interesting that the dudes who actively pal up with like neo-Nazis and shit are turning around and being like, anti-Semitism is out of control. Prince Luke Money says, in over a year of watching, I've literally only ever heard you advocate for all people to be able to exist in peace, whether they be trans in America all the way to those in Gaza Strip. How can people call you an anti-Semite is beyond my comprehension. A lot of people react to pre-existing metas. They're too busy to do their own research. They're too busy to make up their own mind. And when you have like relatively famous, relatively notable bad faith actors that monetize these vicious smears, a lot of people genuinely do think, oh my God, you're making a convincing case. This person is probably a terrorist. I don't think that those people are all I don't think those people are all genuinely convinced. Okay, I think they hear an argument, they don't know enough about the situation, they don't know enough about the history, and they've actively been primed into thinking like, well, you know, Muslim groups that go against like any sort of Western imperialist action, they're all bad guys, they're all scary, they're all terrorists, and they turn around and agree to perhaps the shittiest argument that anyone could ever make. It drives me nuts being someone who's hung out in here on a near daily basis for 5 years and having to hear my family members judge you off 1 or 2 clips. Totally fucking insane to me. Like, I don't know how to even react to it anymore. I mean, look, you and I both know, Megaphonics, that your family members do want to feel like they're right. This gives them the opportunity to feel that way. In a way, nice hat, unfollowed. Excuse me, I'm apolitical. I don't know why you've unfollowed me for my apolitical commentary. This is great for people like your family members who want to defend Israel, right? They want to defend Israel. And I make a very convincing argument not to defend Israel, to showcase how indefensible Israel's actions are. So in their minds, it's much easier to be like, oh, that's right, he's anti-Semitic, he hates it, he loves when Israeli people are killed, he hates Jews. Do you see what I'm saying? It would be much harder for them to recognize that this community is a safe space for Jewish people, and that I have actively combated anti-Semitism for years and years and years, right? But this way, by the way, one of them didn't know who you were at first, and they said, if Hassan Piker is a member of Jewish Voice for Peace, then they're against Israel. And I'm like, you are so clueless. Yeah. What's also incredible to me is that many American Jews are relatively progressive, right? No group is a monolith, but American Jews do vote for progressive values, and they are very progressive, with one notable exception, outside of obviously the anti-Zionist Jews. And I think a lot of American Jews don't understand that the allegiance that they seemingly think they have with nationalists, with all of these reactionary forces, is fickle. And in that process, they're also actively think, seemingly in the short term, they think that they are defending Israel by partnering Israel with Judaism and claiming that Israel's actions are representative of Judaism. They think that this is appropriate in the short term. They think this is a good defense mechanism in the short term. But in the long term, this unironically makes Jews less safe, especially considering that there is a tremendous amount of unexamined anti-Semitism already before October 7 in the Western world. What? This is a totally unhinged proof of one of your basement dwelling enemies sent claiming you said something horribly anti-Semitic. What is this? Jesus boy, you call people pig dog. What the fuck is, I don't even know. Hassan, look in the mirror. You're basically as bad as Destiny is, boy. You call people pig dog. What the fuck is, I don't even know what the fuck that's about.
You fucking baying pig. You fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dog.
Okay. What is this? I don't understand. What is the proof? Like, what the fuck? Jesus, so loud. Just Hasanabi's greatest hits? Okay. At least you look good in the clips. Oh, thank you. That's an old clip before October 7th, though. No, I don't think this is before October 7th. They're talking about declaring a war against Hamas. Wait, what the fuck? They edited this?
What a fucking liar, dude.
What? They edited this to say what? Like... Pig dog is anti-Semitic apparently. Yeah. It's not. I thought it was like a capitalist pig dog is the term. You've talked about this before and you didn't know about anti-Semitic ties to that phrase and people traced it back to its capitalist origins in like Asia or some shit. No. Yeah. Okay. Well. Yeah, I was seeking out antiquated ancient forms apparently. Dog is a very communist insult, to be fair. Yeah. You were screaming at a chatter, nothing new. How would you know where he is from? Yeah. What is this? Sorry to be annoying, but when you get a chance, please watch the student animation highlighting the struggles Palestinians face, trying to reach a wide audience. Oh, post it in the subreddit. Urban Dictionary doesn't mention it having anything to do with Judaism. Why are you always using the word pig like it's something bad all the time? Because it's a great way to fucking use as a pejorative, like you're a pig. Who pissed you off today? Why the hat? I'm showcasing my apolitical nature.
No, that's the wrong one. No, it's not. Chuck Schumer, texting with Colombia, said the following. On January 4th, then President of Colombia, Shafik, explained to Shipman and her fellow co-chair David Greenwald that she had met with Senate Majority.
Pig dog or Schweinehund is one of the most common insults used in German multimedia towards a person but no group of people. If Germany's fine with it, there is no way it's anti-Semitic. Yeah.
Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who advised Shafik that universities' political problems about anti-Semitism are really only.
Dude, this is one of the funniest parts about like my haters who are constantly looking to invent new ways of claiming that I am like a racist or a bigot. They did this with Gusano as well, if you recall, where they literally can't find me saying slurs because I don't fucking say slurs. So they turn around and they just like try to figure out a way to make it seem like I'm saying slurs, and they'll just like whole cloth invent it with a totally new definition. Yeah. That's it. they'll be like, this wasn't a slur, but I'm imagining that it is, and I've decided that you're saying it and you're a bad person for saying it. I mean, sure, I won't use it any longer. I was unfamiliar. That's one of the funniest aspects of this, by the way. One of the funniest aspects of the Twitch is so inconsistent with banning. Twitch is so inconsistent with its bans. Okay. Is that Twitch literally gave Asmongold a 14-day ban for saying Palestinians are inferior culture that deserve to be genocided, and then unironically turned around and hit 4 content creators with a 30-day ban because they did a tier list where they said who has the Habibi pass, and they used Love's Sabra hummus as the bottom, as in your distance from being Arab coded. Okay? They got 30 fucking days. And everybody's like, dude, Hassan, he owns Twitch. Yeah, dude, that's right. I own Twitch so hard. At a certain point, you have to recognize how much these people are just disingenuous assholes. Yeah, the bottom tier of Love Sabra hummus is the equivalent of a bunch of black content creators doing a who has the N-word pass, which many black content creators on this platform have done before, jokingly, and then puts raisins in their potato salad as the bottom tier. That's the analog. Imagine running around and being like, this right here is the peak of anti-white racism. That's what Ethan Klein did. And he successfully got them banned, but it wasn't enough. It didn't satiate it didn't quench his thirst. It didn't satiate his appetite for more deplatforming. So he had to fucking try and get me banned too, and it didn't work. And he just hasn't stopped crashing out against virtually every single person in his orbit. It's like Italians putting Love's eating at Olive Garden at the bottom of an Italian tier list is a good example too. Exactly. It's just so ridiculous, dude. Why is everyone obsessed with you looking Arab? I don't know. I don't think I look Arab, but that's the other side of this story, which is that these guys will then invent things that I haven't said, and then they'll turn it into the meta. Like they'll turn that into like they'll turn it into something. They'll make it seem like I've said something that I haven't said, and then they'll make fun of me for their own personal invention. Or my favorite is always obviously whenever I make a joke, like very clearly make a joke, they'll be like, he meant this seriously. It becomes an urban legend like Settler Babies. Yeah, that's the other. Yeah, that's the meta. It's kind of Trumpian in the way that people operate. It's Trumpian in the sense that, like, if you lie long enough, then it becomes the truth. It's crazy.
Among Republicans. We, the Democrats, we don't care about this anti-Semitism stuff. Ms. Lewin?
This is so funny. Chuck Schumer saying anti-Semitism is almost entirely a Republican problem is Democrats sheltering their own from anti-Semitism.
Am I the only person that has noticed that these anti-Israel, pro-Hamas, anti-Semitic protests, that the tents all match?
It's so funny. Is that Ethan Klein? Or is that Republican Texas Senator Ted Cruz? I mean, he's probably... After all, Ethan Klein says he's pro-Palestine, but he says the exact same shit. It seems weird. It's like very hard to tell who's speaking right now.
No, you are not the only one to have noticed.
Is it clear that there is significant money funding these attacks on Jewish students and attacks on America?
It is clear that there is coordination and there must be some common funding.
In the last 2 years, under the Biden Justice Department, are you aware of any investigation to follow the money behind these protests?
I am not.
Are you aware of anyone who has been indicted for funding these protests?
I am not.
Are you aware of any university that has had their Title VI federal funds cut off because they've...
Wait, why? Okay, doesn't that undermine the point that they're trying to make, which is that it's not like a calculated... Wait, what? That this is not like a thing that Iran is funding? How are you gonna... How are you going to fucking prosecute something that didn't happen? There's nothing funnier to me than claiming that American institutes of higher learning are claiming that American universities are anti-Semitic is the funniest thing. Or even funnier, claiming that American college campuses are not sufficiently pro-Israel. You have to literally be the most delusional person on the planet, dude. No, they're just saying Biden allowed it. Under the Democratic Party's watchful gaze, blue states as well as red states arrested 3,100 college students on college campuses for demonstrating against the apartheid state of Israel. That is 3 times the number of arrests as opposed to January 6. 3 times more arrests. And the entire purpose of that was to obviously have a chilling effect on demonstrations, which worked to a certain degree. It did. And I suspect that those numbers will rise under the Trump administration as well. I still hope in my heart, perhaps it's a silly hope to have, that these fucking stupid liberals will recognize that that is completely and utterly unacceptable and maybe join the cause when Trump is the one doing it. Just as they changed their minds about Black Lives Matter when Donald Trump came out against it. I'm not, I don't think it'll happen, but I really still hope that there are plenty of liberals who will. Are you not apolitical anymore? Yeah, I didn't want to keep wearing the fucking hat.
Tolerated, welcomed, celebrated, and as Senator Hawley put out, had their own officials cheering on anti-Semitism as even one university lost their funding.
I am not aware of any university having actually lost their funding.
And I'll point out also, some of the defenders say free speech, free speech. You're right. You have a free speech right as an American citizen to say vile, hateful, bigoted things. Let me ask you something. If a university student went into the public square, dressed up in a Klan outfit, burned a cross, and said we should murder African-American students, do you have any doubt the university would expel that student?
I am fairly certain that the universities would take...
What? Wait, they've literally done that. What are you talking about? There are Klan demonstrations that the Trump administration defended. Ted Cruz has defended. Ted Cruz has unironically, on the basis of free speech, defended Nazis and fucking Klansmen doing demonstrations. Charlottesville, there are very fine people on both sides. Like, Trump said that shit. It was, it happened in broad daylight. Those motherfuckers were saying Jews will not replace us. That's what they were marching. Richard Spencer was going to college campuses as an out and about open neo-Nazi. Hassan, the screaming kid from the Charlottesville rally, was a grad student at Columbia, and he was permitted to continue studying and graduate. Oh my God.
Take action and ensure that their policies
They should
were followed.
expel them if they're foreign students. They should be deported. And mark my words, if you are horrified at the anti-Semitism, you will see the Trump Department of Justice follow the money, prosecute the people who are paying for this, prosecute those engaged in violence, and cut off the money from universities that are tolerating and celebrating this. That is the rule of law. And ask yourself, why did the Biden Justice Department do absolutely nothing about this horror that is unfolding?
Thank you, Senator Cruz. Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to all of the witnesses for being here. Let me say that I, too, am pleased that we're finally holding a hearing after years on this vitally important topic, particularly as these anti-Jewish, anti-Israel protests now erupt again on our college campuses, most of which, all of which, are getting massive amounts of federal funding. Mr. Rockland, is that how I say your name, by the way? Is it Rockland?
Rackling, just imagine
Rackling.
R-A-C-K rather than
Rackling. Okay, I got it. All right. I'll see if I can adhere to that.
Appreciate it.
Let me just ask you, I just want to make sure that I heard you in response. I think it was to Senator Welch. Did you say that you're not in favor of canceling visas for foreign students who commit unlawful acts against Jewish students?
I said at this time, Nexus does not have a position on that, the organization I work for. But then I went on to describe how in the national strategy, it doesn't talk about that, doesn't recommend that. And that was done in consultation with 1,000 leaders across the board and was supported by the ADL, AJC, JFNA, J Street, all of us.
So you don't think that's not a good idea? I mean, why would we permit a foreign student who's here on a student visa who commits an act of violence, an unlawful act against a Jewish student? Why wouldn't we say, sorry, but if you're going to commit acts of violence against Jewish students, Jewish Americans or foreign Jewish students, whomever, we're going to revoke your visa. I mean, you're going home.
So I think on that issue itself, I'm trying to think now. It's not, when you're talking about acts of violence and you're talking.
What's crazy about this is a dude wearing IDF dog tags, the Israeli hostage ribbon, literally telling a Christian fucking Republican that, like, it's a little insane to try and deport people. Like, what more can this dude do in terms of showcase his support for the fucking state of Israel? He literally was like, yeah, the ADL is not even in support of deporting students. I don't know if the ADL actually is in support of refusing to deport students. Maybe maybe they'll change their attitude, but it's like crazy.
Talking about actually breaking U.S. law towards students. That is criminal. That should be done through the Justice Department. When we're talking about deportation, that's immigration. So if there is a criminal investigation that leads to deportation, I think that's perfectly acceptable.
Well, I'm talking about student visas. They're here on visas. They're here on particular.
Doing that.
Well, sure, but why don't we write into the process a condition of the visa that if you assault a Jewish student on campus, you're out of here. You're gone.
If it was written in the statute and if it was broad enough.
This argument is such a fucking insane thing, by the way. First of all, it entirely depends on the severity of the crime, dude. That's it. If someone on a student visa rapes another fucking student violently, I want them to be prosecuted criminally. I don't want them to get a fucking free trip back home. Okay, to roam free. I want them to be prosecuted. It doesn't matter what the race, gender, ethnicity, or religion of the victim is. Like, what kind of weird grandstanding is this where it's like, oh, well, what if they assault a Jewish student? Like, what the fuck are you saying? That is not how the law works anyway, Josh Hawley. What are you saying? The law already works in the way that this person is explaining. Republicans have one speed. They just keep going, make crime illegal, like as though crime is legal somehow. But of course, their real dangerous agenda here is not to make crime illegal, as they claim. Their real dangerous agenda here is to deport any student protester for the crime of saying what Israel is doing is unconscionable.
Enough to be not just be for Jews, but for all people that have experienced discrimination, regardless of who they are. I think that we should look at that. But I think until that is in law, what I'm basing this on is what the current statute says and what the current what currently is being done.
Well, listen, I guess I don't understand the hesitation here at all. To me, this is an easy call, and I've urged the current Secretary of State, Secretary Rubio, to do this. I think he's got the authority to do it. My position is it would send an incredibly clear message. If you come to this country on a student visa, you are here as a guest of the United States for particular purposes. If you assault a Jewish student on campus, you ought to be out of here. And we ought to make it clear to people we are not going to tolerate it. We're not going to tolerate it for any reason. Can I just ask you why I have you here, Mr. Recklin?
Yeah,
I've heard you talk about DEI. I just want to be clear on this. You would agree, wouldn't you, that much of this DEI rhetoric has been weaponized against Jewish students? The DEI dialogue has been weaponized against them. They're called.
Wait, what? Dog. It's the one actual minority group that it's not weaponized against. What the fuck? Most American Jews are Ashkenazi. They're fucking white. Everybody understands what DEI is, okay? It's about non-white people, visibly non-white people. If anything, the DEI narrative is weaponized against Jews falsely when these rabid fucking psychos in Josh Hawley's constituency turn around and say Jews are doing DEI to bring black people into positions of prominence. That's the only time it's actually weaponized against Jewish people. Like, Nazis will turn around, Nazis in Josh Hawley's constituency will turn around and fucking say that, like, DEI is a Jewish invention. That's the only time when people associate DEI with Jewish people. The fuck?
Colonizers, they're called imperialists, they're called oppressors. It's the classic intersectionality DEI language. I'll give you some tangible examples. The DEI chair at MIT publicly issued statements calling Israel a genocidal apartheid state. You have the
Okay. I mean, it's true. Why are you spitting facts? That is true. You're mad at someone making an objectively correct statement. This only works if people have eaten so much propaganda that they automatically come to the table thinking, well, that's unacceptable. That's an anti-Semitic thing to say. That's it. I love how much those who criticize Israel endlessly pontificate and endlessly describe exactly the ways in which Israel is doing harm to people. Same with America. But America defenders or Israel defenders can just simply say, that's fucked up. And that's it. They never have to make an argument as to why this is an unacceptably anti-Semitic thing to say. They never have to make this argument. And the same goes for fucking Ethan Klein too. He never has to explain why what he's saying has any sort of truth or any sort of like real virulent anti-Semitism that he's actually been able to figure out. Because the reality of the matter is, you just got to kind of believe the argument. It's crazy. Like this person, Josh Hawley, is not even remotely making a tangible, coherent argument as to why this MIT DEI chair has said something wrong.
University of Washington's DEI office that sent out an email describing Israel as, once again, an unlawful and oppressive settler colonial apartheid state. The DEI program coordinator at Rutgers said to Jewish students, F you colonizer, F you Zionists. I mean, my point is, isn't it time to speak some truth to power here to these people and to say that Israel is not a colonizer state. It is not an apartheid state. Jewish students are not colonized.
Bro, you know what's funny? Republicans constantly talk about 1984. Okay? Of course, none of them know how to read, and they certainly have not fucking read 1984. But like, a big part of the book revolves around like making truth illegal. Like this is what Josh Hawley is advocating for. Making it so that saying the truth is illegal. Saying that Israel is a violent settler colonial apartheid state built around the foundational principles of ethno-religious supremacy that is currently doing a genocide is 100% correct. You might not like it. You might not agree with that statement. But if that's the case, it is up to you to tell me why that is wrong. Because I've laid out the argument 1,000,000 times over. Israel itself, with its everyday actions, denying aid to the civilian population that it is a belligerent occupier of in Gaza, are showing that reality every single fucking day. You can't simply turn around and claim, oh, that's you don't understand, that's actually bullshit, you can't say that, that's anti-Semitic, without presenting a counter narrative. Why? Why is it anti-Semitic? Why is it false?
Colonizers, and this kind of rhetoric shouldn't be weaponized against them. You'd agree with that, surely.
I would say that it's wrong to blame Jewish students for the actions of the state of Israel in any way, shape, or form.
And it's wrong to call the state of Israel a colonial apartheid state.
I would say that Israel right now, a number of different human rights organizations talk about them in that sense. Personally, I don't see them that.
There you go. Liberal Zionists are so funny. Liberal Zionist Jewish man, when a real Zionist walks into the room, okay? A real Christian Zionist walks into the room. He's like, well, I am a relatively progressive and normal human being with one notable exception when it comes to Israel. But as a relatively normal progressive human being, it is a bit fucked up to try to claim that like anyone who's saying Israel's an apartheid state or a settler colonial state, like we should ban them or deport them. We are teaching that at school. Like our when, you know, we do have professors that teach history international relations. Maybe it should be allowed to teach it correctly. Like, this is where the major contradiction collapses. This is it. This is where, like, being a liberal Zionist and facing the insanity of a Christian ultra-Zionist puts you at odds with the other values that you present, the other values that you believe in.
I don't see Israel that way. I've been there many times. I have family that live there. I've been to the West Bank. I've enjoyed it. However, there are considerable issues regarding the occupation that need to be addressed, and inadequacies between how Palestinians live in the West Bank.
Look at Josh Hawley. No, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Liberal Zionists that work in fucking, college campuses who are otherwise very progressive people, okay, that openly call West Bank occupied territory, because it is that are firm committed believers in the international rule-based order, even though they don't fully believe it, when it comes to Israel sometimes. But like, when a guy like that encounters Josh fucking Hawley, who has no interest whatsoever in the safety and security of Jewish people, who has no interest whatsoever in, combating anti-Semitism, or even an accurate assessment of facts revolving around Israel, he's like, yeah, shut the fuck up. He's like, shut up. What do you mean occupied territory? I don't care about any of this shit, okay? He doesn't care. He has no dog in this fight. He is a reactionary right-wing shithead. If you are a liberal Zionist, I'm telling you right now, if you're a liberal Zionist who's otherwise progressive, but when it comes to Israel, you kind of, your brain bricks a little bit. These people are not going to be your allies for long. They will sell you down the river. If you think that America is a Judeo-Christian country that represents and defends Judeo-Christian values, that Judeo part of that statement was a recent invention. That is a post 9/11 thing, okay? Before before that, nobody fucking said America was a Judeo-Christian nation. They just said America was a Christian nation. And I promise you, they will go back to saying America is a Christian nation very quickly. Do you understand?
Versus how Palestinian Israelis live in
my time. I'm only interrupting you because my time has almost expired, and the chairwoman is being extremely strict on the time. So, but I just want to make this point because I think we're seeing it over and over and over, where you have actual campus apparatus, DEI.
Corporations won't allow that. You're wrong. You are wrong. Anti-Semitism is alluring for these malleable fucking reactionary dogs. Okay? You are fucking joke, Hassan, for real. Trump supporter, clueless American. Can't wait to see America fell off. Kek W. Wait, this guy said I'm a Trump supporter? What the hell? If you personally think that corporations or the Israeli lobby is going to be able to overcome the insane amounts of anti-Semitism that is growing, especially in fucking Gen Z, it's not just anti-Israel, okay? If you think it's just anti-Israel, you're delusional. I promise you, It is not just anti-Israel. Israel was the reason why so many people actively became more anti-Semitic, because Israel ties everything it does to Judaism, and defenders of Israel constantly say, if you criticize baby murder, you're anti-Semitic, all this shit. But if you think that there isn't a scary, growing movement in the Western world that is insanely anti-Semitic, you are wrong. The problem here, of course, is that Israel recognizes that and eggs it on. Israel likes it. That's why Benjamin Netanyahu and the Likud party or other prominent Israeli Knesset members can actively go and collaborate with fascist right-wing and oftentimes anti-Semitic movements in Europe. You know why? Because if every Jewish person living in the Western world is scared, then they will support Israel more. This is incredibly short-sighted. Tomorrow I will have Simone Zimmerman, who shot the documentary Israelism, on the broadcast alongside Noah Colwyn as the number 2 anti-Semite, according to StopAntisemitism.org. Once again, we'll talk more about this dynamic extensively, especially the mentality of Zionism and the ideological movement of Zionism growing amongst American Jews. Well, historically growing. It's definitely softened now. It's actually diminishing, especially post October 7 amongst young American Jews. Oh my God. We found a J.D. Vance, yeah? In the real world. It's J.D. fucking Vance. Time for reform, lad. Why is anti-Semitism more serious than anti-black racism? It's not. There's not a fucking, what are we talking about? It's not like a Olympics for it. Anti-black racism is baked into the heart of America. It's just like, it's in every orifice. It is infinitely more complicated to tackle. It has evolved so much throughout time. Anti-Semitism, on the other hand, is like pretty basic overall. But it's not a competition regardless. Unless you're asking, like, in the eyes of Republicans, why is anti-Semitism more serious than anti-black racism? They don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism either. They just care about defending Israel. They also, it's not just about defending Israel either. The scary part about this is an appropriate way for them to weaponize smears of anti-Semitism to do McCarthyism. That's it. And in America's history, we've done this before. Blackballing people, blacklisting them, arresting them for being communists, okay? And that's what they're going to do. There's going to be a shit ton of Jews that also get harmed in this process. Jews who bravely put their bodies on the line and protest against Israel's apartheid and Israel's genocide. Yeah, and then you got these fucking dipshits, dude. Nice, dude. Yeah, that guy's definitely Muslim, definitely pro-Palestine. Coming in here looking like the fucking Reform UK dipshit. Like, he's such a dumbass, dude. Reform UK! Lads, we gotta get them all out, yeah. We gotta fucking get them all out, yeah.
Apparatus on these campuses. These are departments, these are officials, these are professors who
Silence the dissenters be easier this way? Oh, you mean like the way that they're actively going after people? It's not going to be just about anti-Zionism. I don't think they even care that much about anti-Zionism. I know you've already addressed this, but American Jews are overwhelmingly just white people. So it's easier for religious conservatives to get on board with defending them from perceived oppression versus people of color and non-Judeo-Christian religions, Hinduism, Islam, etc. No, but like Megaphonics, I think it's because you live in California in a relatively high density Jewish area. Like I've seen Heartland America. Let me fucking tell you, okay? I'm sure you know this already. There are motherfuckers who will unironically defend Israel because they're evangelicals and they think like, you know, Jesus Christ is going to come back. While simultaneously being like, yeah, they got them horns and tails, brother. That's why they have to wear the hat. Like, literally. Bible country simultaneously is the most pro-Israel place on the fucking planet and also the most anti-Semitic place on the fucking planet.
who are weaponizing that against Jewish students. My question is, shouldn't we condemn that? No holds barred. Say that is wrong for DEI officials to be saying Israeli students are colonizers, Jewish American students are colonizers, Israel's an apartheid state. That is wrong, full stop. No conditions. Would you agree with that?
I would say that a lot of DEI programs need to actually bring into its anti-Semitism training, either going to other organizations, because so much of what is happening within the DEI
or just be eliminated. Why don't we just eliminate the DEI programs and eliminate the kind of reverse discrimination against Jews that they are?
It's funny because the allegiance is already falling apart. All right. This was the other thing that they did today. Sanctuary cities hearing.
Myself to begin questions for 5 minutes, and I have limited time, so I want to start with a simple yes or no question.
Sanctuary cities were initially advocated for by law enforcement who saw this as a great opportunity to be able to actually solve crimes in areas where there were undocumented witnesses, because they realized that undocumented witnesses or undocumented victims would not collaborate with law enforcement because of the very real fears that they would get deported if they did that.
And I'm going to hold you all to that because after the first question, then we'll allow for a little more time. But Mayor Johnston, in 2017, Denver prohibited city officials, including corrections officers, from assisting and cooperating with any investigation, detention, or arrest procedures related to federal immigration laws. The city also stated that federal immigration authorities shall not be granted access or allowed to use the secure areas of any city or county jail. Mayor Johnston, is Denver a sanctuary city?
A lot of folks use that term.
Yes or no?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Folks use that term differently. I can tell you what Denver does. We do not.
Okay, I take that as a yes. Mayor Johnson, no, yes or no? I take that as a yes. Mayor Johnson, on March 10th, 2020.
I love these hearings. Where it's like, oh, you thought this was about correcting the record? No, this is about me undermining you and making fun of you. Why the fuck did you think I cared about your answer, dumbass?
23, you posted on X that Chicago must lead and live by the promise to be a sanctuary city. Is Chicago...
When we said this was a hearing, y'all thought we'd hear you? Hell no, you hear us.
A sanctuary city.
A 40-year policy of being a welcoming city.
Yes.
A 40-year policy of a welcoming city.
Mayor Wu, in November 2024, you gave an interview noting that you served on the city council a decade ago when the Boston Trust Act was first passed. You said in that interview that in terms of Boston's policy, There is a prohibition on resources and personnel going to enforce civil immigration detainers, meaning Boston police and other departments cannot cooperate with ICE when it comes to detaining on civil warrants. Mayor, is Boston a sanctuary city?
Boston is a safe city.
I take that as a yes. And Mayor Adams, on November 12, 2024, you said, quote, "This is a sanctuary city," but I must comment that you have, of the witnesses today of the major cities, you have publicly stated that you were willing to work with ICE on detaining the most criminal illegals, and I want to publicly thank you for that. But my question to you, sir, is New York City a sanctuary city?
Based on our classification, yes.
Okay. Last year, in a Boston suburb, an illegal alien raped and impregnated his 14-year-old daughter while living in a shelter for illegal aliens. Mayor Wu, under Boston law, would you turn this criminal over to ICE on a detainer?
Whenever there's a criminal warrant, Boston police enforce that and hold people accountable.
So would you turn that criminal over to ICE?
This happened outside the city of Boston, but I can tell you in the city, whenever someone commits a crime, whenever there's a criminal warrant, we hold them accountable. If ICE deems that they are dangerous enough to hold, obtain a criminal warrant, and the Boston police will enforce it.
Will you turn that criminal over to ICE?
We follow the laws,
I
and
take
we
that
make
as a
sure that everyone...
In Chicago, an illegal alien who is a suspected member of a violent foreign gang who was brought into custody for his potential involvement in a murder.
I already unlocked the fucking meta, big dog. I already did. The meta is clear. Whenever they say this shit, turn around. Whenever they say this shit, turn around and be like, why do you want rapists to fucking roam free? Like, what is this? What is ICE? You think cops? You hate cops? You think that our criminal justice system is insignificant? You think that what is this? JPEG Mafia. Hassan Piker is not getting shot with you? The fuck? Where'd this come from? Please delete your account. I'm good. I don't know why he said this. But I don't know. I mean, good on him, I think. Black people, you are not worth shit to your performative white friends. And when the Trump administration turns its crosshairs to black people, you understand they will not stand and get shot with you. You must understand this. Oh, he's saying that I will not get shot alongside black people. You know what's really funny about this? Like I get actively targeted for fucking doing pro-Palestinian demonstrations. So I don't know why he thinks that, like, you know, I'm squeaky clean in terms of scrutiny. Didn't he recently also talk about how, like, y'all didn't vote for Kamala over Palestine, and this is what you deserve or something? Isn't that like the most fucking lib shit? I mean, look, I hope he's doing all right. I don't know. I wish him well. I hope he's doing good. I think he's just baiting. These white boys are here to pretend to be black men and nothing else. They want to be cool, not help. Yeah, me famously, I'm always doing that. I don't think he's talking about me. I think he's grouping me with like two Hollis, which I think is odd. But hey, it is what it is.
Murder. He was released when Cook County declined to press charges. This illegal alien is also facing charges for kidnapping and sexually assaulting his former girlfriend last year. Now he's on the streets. Mayor
Anyway,
Johnson.
my point is this. I was talking about this already before we got sidestepped for no fucking reason, for irrelevant drama where I randomly caught a stray. The counter narrative to this, the active counter to this is, what the fuck is ICE going to do that local law enforcement doesn't do? Are you telling me that our brave boys in the blue in fucking Boston are not actively going after people who do heinous and violent crimes? They are. And the criminal justice system is obviously arresting these people and then putting them in prison. Why the fuck do you act like they're just releasing rapists when your advocacy is unironically giving rapists a free ticket to roam free, a new lease on life? This is what I cannot understand. I want the criminal justice system to actually offer real justice to the victims that have been harmed. Okay? Deportation in this regard, in many circumstances, is not real justice. You're just literally saying like, oh no, they can roam free. Yeah. One-way ticket back to your nation of origin, where who the fuck is going to take prison over? I mean, who's going to choose prison in that situation? Literally everyone will be like, oh, thank God. Thank you. Anyway.
Under Chicago law, would you turn this criminal over to ICE on a detainer?
Our local law enforcement works hard every day to get criminals off the streets of Chicago.
Would you turn that criminal over to ICE? That's the problem. That's one of the topics of this conversation. That's one of the problems we've heard from Tom Hammond and from the Homeland Security, is that in your cities, when someone's apprehended for a crime, and ICE is now, with this new federal policy, wanting to come in and deport the criminal alien, that you will not cooperate with ICE. Will you turn that criminal over to ICE?
And we do not harbor criminals. Our local police department works hard every single day to ensure that the city of Chicago is
Yes
safe.
or no? Will you turn the criminal over to ICE?
With a criminal warrant from the federal government, our local law enforcement.
No, and you're all a bunch of idiots, literal idiots watching a black man tweet and talking shit. You won't get shot with us. Fuck you. Boy, shut the fuck up. I will find you and slime you. I think if you're a JPEG Mafia fan, you can't be running around saying that you're going to slime people. I say this as someone who is a JPEG Mafia fan, who's welcomed him into my home alongside my family during the holiday season. Bro, I know it's just enraging. He's not even saying anything extremely bad. I didn't respond to it in a super severe way. I just simply said, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I think the reality of the matter is, however, invoking my name in that regard is, you know, to actively invoking my name in that regard is to farm. It's for farming. Yeah, he's just crashing out. I'm a brown man with immigrant parents. Y'all are weird. Oh, so you're a brown man with immigrant parents and you're over here talking about you won't get shot with us. Fuck you. So you're not even black. That's interesting. So I was right, you know, talking about how, boys, shut the fuck up. I will find you and slime you. I'm a brown man with immigrant parents and y'all are weird. Interesting.
Repeatedly collaborates with federal agents.
So you're saying publicly today, you will turn that alien over to ICE in a safe place like a jail and not turn him out on the street and say, here you go, ICE, good luck. You will turn that criminal over to ICE.
With a criminal warrant, as we have done for 40 years.
Should that criminal be turned over to ICE?
With a criminal warrant, they are subject to the federal laws, and that includes deportation.
My time has expired, but
I think law enforcement jurisdiction on this stuff is like fairly clear. I don't know why Congress has to overstep the different like different boundaries that different jurisdictions have. It's perfectly valid for localities to refuse to work with federal agents for a number of different issues, especially if it's outside of the scope of their investigation, outside of their boundaries, outside of their jurisdiction. It's perfectly valid. Kyle Kulinski. Oh, Kyle Kulinski made a video about my band, apparently, and he wasn't... People said he has some weird takes on it. But I don't know. Kyle finds out about Asman.
So Hassan Piker, the political streamer on Twitch, turns out he was banned by Twitch. So this happened a few days back. I think
Kyle is my goat.
He's actually back now. So I don't know if it was a planned one-day suspension or it was supposed to be longer, but he was able to get back on sooner. Not exactly sure, but he was banned. So I want to hear the whole breakdown of this and react to it. Here we go.
If you're seeing this, that means I've probably been banned. That's right. Cancel culture has finally come for me. Oh my God, it's over. It's over. The free speech warriors. Where are you now? They've taken me out, ladies and gentlemen. It's over. I'm done. A couple days ago, I had a conversation where I was responding to the Republican House of Representatives Speaker, and I said some things. Let's take a look at what I said. Libs of TikTok, of course, posted about it. Here's what
Oh, God. I should have known. I should have known that, like, this was the origin of it, right?
Of TikTok claimed I was saying. Hassan Piker just called for violence against a sitting U.S. senator. If you cared about Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott at FBI. This got 17,000 likes. It was on February 28th. Let's take a look at this clip really quickly.
There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid, just in fraud alone. No.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, okay? You wouldn't make Rick Scott, former governor of Florida, Rick Scott, you wouldn't make him a prominent part of the Republican Party. Now, that seems like a wild thing to say. Oh my God. Is this person calling for the death of a U.S. senator? Of course not. I was not calling for the assassination of a U.S. senator. So I went back to figure out the context. Here it is. Let's take a look.
Are people who are covered by Medicaid now going to potentially lose Medicaid coverage as a result of this?
No, look, the White House has made a commitment. The president said over and over and over, we're not going to touch Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. We've made the same commitment.
By the way, that's already a lie. The Republican budget cut Medicaid $880 billion. And here he has the nerve to say, after I think they already passed that, he's like, no, we're not going to touch Medicaid.
Yeah, that is him defending that.
Here, Medicaid and Social Security. It's so shameless how brazenly they lie.
Now, that said, what we are going to do is go into those programs and carve out the fraud, waste, and abuse and find efficiencies. Couple of examples. You know, there's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid just in fraud alone.
That fraud is not coming from individuals. It's coming from providers. They're not tackling providers. They're not actually going after like false billing. They are trying to cut recipients. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would Rick Scott. The reason why I'm saying if you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott is because, and not make him a prominent part of the Republican Party, is because he to this day is still known as committing the largest Medicare fraud in U.S. history. They want to cut SNAP. They want to cut Medicaid. They want to cut the funding of Medicaid. They want to make it harder for people to receive Medicaid. They don't want to actually go after medical providers or the insurance companies or the nursing homes that are lining their pockets with major donations. Those are the people who actually engage in the fraud. It's not your uncle that's like lying about their condition and stealing money from the government by, going to the doctor or whatever.
That's so insane. They just flat out lied. They just flat out completely edited the clip, took it out of context, made it look like he was making a direct threat of violence against Rick Scott. That's complete and utter bullshit. You just saw the full context. Man, that's so crazy. They just lie. Like, they just lie.
He's right.
And
it's
they
OP.
had to know.
It's OP. Lying is OP. Please nerf. Lying is OP. Please nerf. Lying is OP. Mods. Gods.
Oh, they were doing it because they chopped it up in a way to make it look like he was doing a direct threat of violence when he wasn't doing a direct threat of violence. He was very clearly saying, hey, Mike Johnson, if you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. That's what he was saying. Why? Because Rick Scott did the biggest Medicaid fraud in the history, or Medicare fraud in his instance, in the history of this country at the time. That, like I know that they know this was not a direct call to violence, and the fact that it was chopped up.
That's the worst part about it. Like, it's the same with the anti-Semitism shit. Like, Hassan is an anti-Semite. Hassan is a terrorist. He's an anti-Semite. Like, no, you know that that's not the case. People who say that know that it's not true. Okay? They know that it's not true. They're just simply repeating it. Maybe some people legitimately believe it. Okay? I'm sure Megaphonics' parents legitimately believe it. They've already been believing it because they're pro-Israel. And then all of a sudden, someone comes along and says, no, he's an anti-Semite. And then they go, oh, I knew it. That's why he's anti-Israel. There's no way that he could be anti-Israel without being anti-Semitic, of course, right? And that's it. It's confirmation bias for a lot of people. For sure. It's confirmation bias. But for the overwhelming majority, like people, like Ethan knows I'm not fucking anti-Semitic. Unless he just like literally fell too many times and his brain melted in the process or some shit. Okay? Like we've had numerous conversations on camera, off camera about the dangers of anti-Semitism. Like, he knows that that is not the fucking case. Okay? That is not the case. It's ridiculous. No, don't say I mean. I'm telling you, he is viciously smearing me as an anti-Semite because he wants to deplatform me. That's it. I don't think he legitimately thinks I'm anti-Semitic. That would be psychotic. That's it. What is this? Check off screen. Ethan Klein will not have a call in from ideological foes who've called for a debate or are knowledgeable, like Bad Empanada, Mike from PA, Denim TV, or Hassan the Hun. He will, however, want to debate random Twitter users. He's not serious. Yeah, I don't understand it. Why? What? He wants to smoke from random Twitter users, but he won't fucking face me? That's kind of cowardly. Lamau, no, Ethan definitely thinks you're anti-Semitic, and yes, he definitely fell too many times. His brain is 100% soup. That is... There ain't no fucking way, dude. I don't believe that. I still don't believe that. It is. To be fair, not wanting a call from Bad Empanada is reasonable. Okay, that is fair. That is fair. Not wanting a call from Bad Empanada is fair. How many times do you have to be wrong on Ethan to get it? I mean, it doesn't matter if you fucking if I'm wrong on Ethan or not. I think it's very obvious that I recognize what he's doing. What he's doing is actively trying to deplatform every single pro-Palestinian voice to the best of his fucking ability, and do that at the behest of trying to find this like narrow focus on a pro-Palestinian liberal Zionism. Except the difference is even liberal Zionists, for the most part, know not to go to the territories that Ethan goes to. He just goes above and beyond. Okay? That's the difference. He's just like, he's trying to narrowly carve himself a space here where he's like, oh, I'm a liberal Zionist. I'm progressive. I just happen to hate everyone that says pro-Palestinian things. And then he takes it to the same degree as like a Josh Hawley, where he's just like, oh, I'm pro-Palestinian. I just think that like Hamas will rape you and kill you if you're gay. And also that all of these Hamas terrorists are rapist, bloodthirsty monsters who none of these like orphan children could ever have an interest in like emancipation and an end to this fucking occupation. It's all just like crazy anti-Semitism mode. And every single actor in the region, every single person in the region cannot look at what the fuck is going on. A violent settler colonial entity that is destroying every nation in its periphery and you know, feel some type of way about it. No, they must also be violent, rabid anti-Semites. Every single one of them.
Anyway, and put out there like that.
Hassan, you're crashing outlaw. Okay, dude. The collective total that I've dedicated to talking about Ethan on this broadcast over the past month is basically one entire episode of H3H3 podcast. How are you so dumb trying to act about people who are dumber than you? What? This doesn't even make sense. I mean, first of all, I am dumb. But I don't understand what you're saying here. You're saying that Ethan is dumber than me? Ban me? No, I'm not going to ban you. What the fuck? Okay, let's continue.
It's how do you win a war with a side that is just committed to being dishonest? I genuinely don't know the answer to that. Because if they're going to spin and twist everything and chop it up and take it out of context and lie about it, and then that takes off like wildfire, it's like the old saying goes, like
Look, I'm dumb, but at least I'm smart enough to know my limitations. That's important to understand, okay? I think that automatically makes you smarter than most people.
Lie goes all the way around the world before the truth can get its pants on, right? And by the way, they dodged the substantive and obviously correct point that he was making. That all these Republicans, oh, we care about Medicare fraud and Medicaid fraud, bro. That's what we care about. Really? Then why is one of the leaders in your party a Medicare fraudster? He's the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
My goat, Kyle.
I don't know how he's being so calm about this.
Bro, it's because I've been called a fucking... Okay, two reasons. One, because my name is Hassan, and for the past 16, 17 months of the ongoing Israeli genocide, I've been the victim of death threats to the tune of thousands every single day. Some of them are very prominent. It happens in the fucking Twitch chat. You see it. And, you know, I don't have blonde hair. And I can't avoid that level of scrutiny. So I'm just kind of used to it. You know? This is light work, in my opinion. People have been actively saying that I'm a terrorist, that the FBI should fucking throw in jail, when this incoming administration has been talking about doing exactly that. You know, in that process, I think like someone saying I've called for the assassination of a sitting senator when I clearly didn't. You know, it is what it is.
I'm fucking furious.
It's
Are
not
you
that
kidding
significant.
me?
Obviously, I shouldn't have used hyperbolic language, and there's definitely some ownership
Oh
that I'm.
my God. See, I actually think he's wrong on this part. Don't give them an inch, bro. Don't give them a fucking inch. They're lying. They're lying about you. They're lying about what you said. They're trying to make it look like you did a direct threat of violence when clearly what you were saying is you played the clip of Mike Johnson, and then you said if you, Mike Johnson, actually cared about Medicare and Medicaid fraud, you would kill this asshole, Rick Scott, because this asshole did like over $1 billion in fraud. That's what you're like, don't even get, oh, I shouldn't use hyperbolic language. Fuck that. Fuck that. Use whatever kind of hyperbolic language you want. You don't think they use hyperbolic language every day, every hour of every day. Don't give them an inch, bro. Don't give them an inch. If I'm trying to be kind to him, I don't know, maybe there's some drama behind the scenes and the head of Twitch is telling him like you got to apologize or this. I don't know. I have no idea, but you know, my instinct seeing that if they just lied about me in such a clear way, I would not be like, oh yeah, I shouldn't have used the hyperbolic language. Like, fuck that. I'll use triple as hyperbolic language, and in the end, I'm going to win because when the truth comes out, the truth will prevail, and everybody will know I'm right and you're wrong, and you're a fucking liar, and I'm not.
I should not have said Mike Johnson should kill Rick Scott. I should have simply said Mike Johnson should punish Rick Scott, perhaps with the maximum punishment, whatever that would be, for defrauding Medicare and Medicaid for over $1.7 billion. Now let's talk about the things that he did in this process, because Rick Scott co-founded the Columbia Hospital Corporation, which later merged to a corporation known as Columbia/HCA, which eventually became the nation's largest for-profit healthcare company. Rick Scott, who of course also looks like Voldemort, did a lot of things. The company defrauded Medicare, Medicaid, and other federal programs. The U.S. Department of Justice won 14 felony convictions against the company, which was fined $1.7 billion.
Law and order. You always hear.
Wait, when did Kyle get based? This is how Kyle always has been. Kyle has always been great. I've often maintained the position that Kyle, out of all of the skeptics, was the one fucking skeptic, the one like atheist guy who never turned into an annoying Islamophobe who became like a reactionary right-wing loser. Kyle has always been this guy.
Hear that from the right. Republicans pretend to be all about law and order. Unless it's Donald Trump, who was charged with 91 crimes and convicted on some of them. Unless it's Benjamin Netanyahu, who's the world's most obvious war criminal, who regularly, violates the Nuremberg Tribunal and the Geneva Conventions. Unless it's assholes like Rick Scott, right? Who is a white-collar criminal who did massive fraud. It's always law and order, except for me and my friends and my buddies and the people who agree with me. So, I never want to hear it again from these people. Holy shit. He's making a substantive point about Medicare fraud. And it just right over their head. Or they didn't care. They dodged it on purpose, even though they...
I don't think Kyle knows that even saying if this person claims they hate this specific type of crime, they would kill this person who literally did that is still TOS on Twitch. Yeah, that's it. While everybody understands... Hey, bro, just came in as I see your takes on YouTube a lot, and you imply a lot of things about people. Just wanted to say you got to choose your wording as it matters a lot. Thanks, man. I mean, I do professionally speak for 10 hours a day. Maybe maybe you didn't know that from the clips, but thank you. I mean, I appreciate your feedback. Thank you for the constructive criticism. Honestly, I found out about you because of this whole drama, so I'm sure it has helped you a lot. I think so.
They know he's factually correct. This isn't hidden knowledge about Rick Scott. This is very well known about Rick Scott. How can anybody disagree with the point that, hey, if anybody needs to shut the fuck up on the issue of Medicare and Medicaid fraud, it's you guys. I don't want to hear a goddamn word from you guys about this, especially because they lie and say, bro, we're cutting all the waste, fraud, and abuse, bro. When in reality, you look at the specifics and they're not. They're trying to cut $880 billion from Medicaid. That's what the Republican budget that passed the House. That's what it does, right? It's just like with Elon and Doge. We're cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. How is it cutting waste, fraud, and abuse if you're dismantling the entire Department of Education? How is it cutting waste, fraud, and abuse if you're destroying the anti-scam police, the CFPB? How's it getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse if you did 2 separate rounds of layoffs of flight safety officials as planes are falling out of the fucking sky? It's got nothing to do with waste, fraud, or abuse. Nothing at all. Trump fired the inspectors general, whose job it is to check for waste, fraud, abuse. So they lie. Oh, my God.
In what was at the time the largest healthcare fraud settlement in United States history.
HCA was defrauding the government.
HCA admitted to things like submitting inflated bills and exaggerating diagnoses to increase Medicare reimbursement.
By the way, just want to post this here. Rick Scott, United States Senator, peaked in terms of traffic, in terms of trending traffic in the past 90 days after this ban took place, which is fucking awesome. I will take that ban gladly, okay? Any day of the freaking week, baby. Probably not the peak for the past, let's see where it is for the past 12 months. Yeah, not the peak for the past 12 months, to be fair. I don't know what happened here. I think it was maybe Elon Musk or something that might have talked about him or some shit. But, you know, it's always good to bring up Rick Scott and remind people his crimes. Trump and Elon boosted him. Yeah. Yeah, he was in the conversation for a majority leader. According to federal investigators, the hospital company systematically defrauded Medicare, Medicaid, and other federal healthcare programs while paying kickbacks to its physicians.
Imagine lying to protect Rick Scott, to protect this fucking asshole, this guy who should be in prison for the rest of his life. Imagine lying to protect him. I love that he's given the substantive breakdown here, but again, I was triggered by him being like, oh, maybe I was too hyperbolic. No, you were not. You were not hyperbolic enough.
Scott, of course, denied any wrongdoing.
Scott pled the fifth 75 times to avoid jail for Medicare fraud.
He didn't go to jail over this. He didn't even get any punishments over this. And Scott's resignation certainly was fantastic. For his pockets, he walked away with $10 million in severance pay.
See, this is why we have an epidemic in this country of white-collar crime. This is why corporate crime is basically legal, right? Because what happens is you get a little slap on the wrist, you generally have to pay a fine, but at the end of the day, you end up profiting more from running your scam than if you didn't run the scam, which means you now have incentivized white-collar criminals, hey, do more crimes, right? We need to get to the point where corporate criminals are prosecuted like they're violent criminals because their crimes are effectively violent. So I mean, that is such an important point. War criminals, torturers, right? Involving people in the Bush administration, people in this administration, Netanyahu, the Israeli regime. We need to prosecute war criminals and throw the book at them, and we need to prosecute white-collar criminals because they are the real criminals in this country. And
okay, I want to see what he has to say when he finds out about Asmongold.
A manual recount confirmed Republican Governor Rick Scott's victory over the incumbent Democrat Bill Nelson.
Once again, after doing insane amounts of Medicare fraud.
Elon Musk posted on X his support for Florida Senator Rick Scott for Senate Majority Leader.
Of course. Of fucking course. Find me a vampire man who looks like a fucking gremlin who committed countless crimes, who's mega wealthy, and Elon's like, that's my guy right there. Fucking of course. Absolutely. You guys are made for each other.
Was simply the point. But of course, Republicans want to avoid this point. Asmongold, for those of you who don't know, is a right-wing political commentator. He does have some centrist opinions every now and then. I believe he himself actually is a big advocate for healthcare, likes Bernie Sanders, but spends most of his time simply sitting around and reacting to Donald Trump. He is now, officially, by my estimations, a larger right-wing political commentator than even the likes of Ben Shapiro. Very successful in this field. His videos reacting to Donald Trump get millions.
Isn't this the guy? Didn't he say something like casually genocidal? Like, I think I covered something he said that was just like insanely genocidal. Remember that? I think he was talking about Gaza, and he was talking about how, yeah, they're just inferior because Islam is inferior. Isn't that the guy? I think it is.
Millions of views, more so than the Daily Wire could ever dream of. Asmongold also is the largest political content creator on Twitch in general. He's the largest political streamer now. He's
like, really? This guy's like legit political now?
Double my size. He's always been double my size, but he's now double my size when it comes to political commentary as well. So let's see what the largest free speech defender had to say. He actually voluntarily brings this up in a YouTube video called, "What the fuck is Twitch doing?" The YouTube videos from 2 days ago with 1 million views. The first 13 minutes of it is just reacting to the latest Ethan Klein video, who is falsely smearing me as someone who doesn't care about Israeli civilians or whatever, which is obviously incorrect, but we'll get to that perhaps down the line. He packaged that up with the Libs of TikTok video to call for my banning.
Oh my God. So he added to the pile-on. This guy added to the pile-on. Here's my reaction. That's my reaction. Like, what am I supposed to do with these people? What am I supposed to do with these people? Like, it was clearly a smear attempt. When you see the full context, it's very obvious what he was saying. It was not remotely close to a direct call of violence, and you get...
Okay, the one negative consequence of this banning is that everyone is constantly now demanding I get banned so I make more sit-down videos on my YouTube channel. Okay? Y'all need to chill out, all right? I'll make more YouTube videos, more YouTube sit-down videos without fucking, you know, without actually getting banned. Because, I mean, it was a banger. It did really, really well. It got 1.1 million views in one day. It's crazy. And it definitely gave me a lot of confidence that, like, you know, if worst case scenario, I have alternative means of continuing what I've been doing. Perhaps even better. The ban is the hook, though? No, for sure. For sure. That played a major role in this as well. But I've been banned in the past. And it's never been like that because I've never made a video about it. And I think it's actually pretty good when I'm not constantly monitoring chat to hear some of the dumbest takes anyone has ever heard.
He was banned, and then you have all these fucking idiots adding to the pile-on, clearly not knowing the context, or either adding in on the lie, knowing they're lying, or just being duped. But it's like, what am I supposed to do with these people? Right? Like, these are the sorts of people, to be fair, I have no idea what Asmongold has said on this issue, but these are the sorts of people who look at what Elon's doing, and they're like, oh, yes, keep cutting that waste, fraud, and abuse. Even though we all know it's got fucking nothing at all to do with waste, fraud, and abuse, and they're slashing jobs for disabled veterans and destroying the anti-scam police and dismantling the Department of Education and firing flight safety officials and hacking our nuclear program. Like, we know it's got nothing to do with that, but these are the sorts of people, oh, yes, Elon, amazing, genius, mega genius. Like, I have zero fucking patience left for these sorts of people. Zero. None. Zero. Zilch. Nada. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. It's like, again, how are we supposed to navigate a political environment where like 50% of the people in the conversation are just fucking disgusting liars and incompetent idiots? I don't know how to navigate that. Maybe you guys can help me out with it. But I'm glad he's been unbanned. He should have never been banned in the first place. And he goes on to say, like, look, I got to make sure I'll watch my language going into the future. Hassan, again, don't give them a fucking inch, bro. You did nothing wrong. Like, stop pretending. Like, everybody needs to stop pretending. Like, oh, my bad faith critics maybe have a slight point. No, they fucking don't.
No, my bad faith critics don't have a slight point. But that doesn't change the reality that I should be more careful with the language that I use. Because I know that there are an insane amount of bad faith critics out there who are actively working to undermine everything that I say and do. And they don't even align. They don't even align on politics in and of itself. Like, some of them are liberals and fucking hate one another.
It's obvious.
And others are Asmongold. You know what I mean? Like, think about it this way. These are people like XQC, Asmongold, Destiny, and Ethan Klein don't agree on much, okay? With one exception, and that is fuck Hassan. That's it. That's it. So when I'm in a situation like that, and these are communities that also deliberately will highlight certain things and are not shy of brigading, especially like Ethan Klein, I would say, is not shy about brigading and even going so far as to dox random Redditors, dox random former fans, like just insanity, complete and utter madness. And also frivolous lawsuits with the hopes that they can get personal information of people that have like said something mean about them. if you think that it's an accident that all these other commentary space YouTubers haven't made a video about Ethan doing all this shit, when if I was doing anything remotely close to that, there would be 7,000 fucking YouTube videos out there of every single person going, oh, dude, look at that. Look at this guy. He's fucking crashing out, all this shit. The reason why they don't do that is twofold. The ones who are progressive don't do that because they don't want the fucking smoke. Because Ethan has shown time and time again, he will not back down. He will use his audience to fucking actively go after people. Okay? Ethan has an 8-minute long N-word compilation. Exactly. It does not matter. But give any valid criticism, they flip out. That's what it is. Just today, Ethan said he's going to go after anyone who uploads clips of their show and will be getting their IP with a subpoena. Yeah, it's just like, it's so obvious. It's so fucking obvious that, you know, he is doing so many things that other YouTubers in the past would never entertain, right? Other content creators in the past would never entertain someone going after another person's bag, going after advertisers. I don't have any sponsors, so obviously they can't go after my sponsors, so they try to go after the entire fucking platform, which is also pretty funny because YouTube hosts literally both Ethan Klein and a million other content creators who have done a metric ton worse than what Ethan is even suggesting I have done falsely. But the rest of the commentary space, the Keemstar adjacent slop tubers, the drama farmers, don't say anything because while they understand that Ethan is crashing out and it's like funny to say, haha, fuck Ethan, he's crashing out at someone like myself. And those people hate me a lot more than they fucking hate Ethan. So they'll use Ethan's extended crash out as an opportunity not to like say anything and hope that it's like the fuck Hassan train continues. Those people are my ideological opponents. The ones that do have politics. And sometimes it can be something as silly as, I want to say slurs, and Hassan thinks that's bad. So, you are a joke, mate. You're so delusional nowadays. What happened? I don't know, mate. But why'd you go from going outro, please? Okay, Lolly account avatar PFP, XQC, let's go. And then saying, you're a joke, mate. You're so delusional nowadays. What happened? What happened? Mate, you are though. Yes. Ask the average person if ask the average person who's a bigger joke. Not like people in your fucking subreddit. Okay, I miss the old days of listening to you yapping. Well, considering that my commentary or my ideology has not changed over the course of the past 10 years, I think it's probably you that changed your perspective. Just saying. You can find me advocating for the same exact things that I was advocating for 10 fucking years ago, as a matter of fact. Whether it be taking a firm and strong, committed position on Palestinian emancipation or any number of different things. You changed, bro. Okay, point to a single thing that I've changed on, and then we can maybe discuss. There could be some areas of growth where my attitude or my opinion has changed, but overall, my firmly held convictions have not. But, you know, I think we already know where you're coming from, so I know why you think I've changed. Yeah, I changed because I made your favorite content creator feel bad because I said gambling at a cryptocurrency casino that is unregulated. Not sure about 10 years, but your takes on politics have shifted. Okay, I'm gonna enjoy this. Give me some examples of what has changed on my political takes. And no, bro tips doesn't count. Lamau, I don't care about Gamba. Okay, well then tell me about what my political opinions of mine have changed. Not even 10 years, but just like recently, since 2021. But as I was saying, where was I? Yeah, there are, I think a lot of people, I think, understand what's going on, but they just don't really want to say anything about it because they're worried about, like, nobody wants to smoke. There are content creators. I talked about this yesterday. There are content creators that everybody knows to avoid. Okay? People just quietly stop associating with them and quietly stop talking about them. Okay? And the reason for why they do that is because they realize that, like, you know, they're not doing all right. They're not doing all right up there. Okay? And that they will actively use their audience to brigade and smear and even go so far as to dox sometimes and harass these people. It's not necessarily because these people agree with them or their positions or anything like that. It's mostly because they just don't want the endless sea of hatred. That's part of the reason why a lot of people, especially on the progressive side of the commentary sphere, have not talked extensively about Ethan Klein in general. There is a chilling effect that you can have on scrutiny, criticism, commentary if you actively behave in a belligerent manner against those who are outspoken about pro-Palestinian positions. You know? That's it. Same goes for Asmongold. Like, a lot of people are also worried about, like, very large content creators in general, especially if their audiences are fairly toxic, fairly right-wing. Even if Asmongold says something that is truly unhinged or truly unconscionable, most people are probably not going to come out and say something too mean about it. And that is because they just don't want the smoke. By the way, I asked this person what political attitude of mine has changed, and he just stopped dead in his tracks. No response. I suspect that he's going back to the drawing board to find something. We'll get him next time. Hassan is a snake. If you cared about Medicare fraud or... Okay, dude. Yeah, whatever. I think people like XQCs have hit the fuck Hassan button so much that it just, like, doesn't really work anymore. I'll take it, man. I'll take it. It's not... The reality is, from my perspective, not much has changed. Like, these people have been actively shitting on me nonstop, using some of the biggest loser shit, and just straightforwardly lying for years and years. You know? So, not much has changed in that dynamic. He can keep spamming the fuck Hassan thing. Over and over again. You are one content creator you are one of the content creators that needs to be avoided now. Lola, if Hassan lived in Europe and said what he said about Rick Scott, he'd be in a jail cell. What? Why would I say that about someone who's doing Medicare fraud in Europe? At least most of the European countries have something that we don't, which is called socialized medicine. Maybe your fucking stupid Euroid brain should comprehend what it's like to live without it. After all, you will inevitably recognize that when America fucking, unfortunately, does America shit to Europe as well. So it's coming for you. I thought Elizabeth Warren somehow made Kennedy look better. I wish she would shut up. RFK Jr. jumped 10%. Oh, this is a fucking... Warren is a fucking idiot paid by Big Pharma. This is an RFK Jr. supporter, dude. Hi, terrorist. This is fucking pathetic. More radical. Advocating for the killing of political opponents is pro-oppression. Dude, you are a European chatter who likes RFK Jr., or maybe you're an American chatter who is LARPing as a European chatter But being pro-RFK Jr. is already a massive red flag. All right, let's watch this Asmongold video. He crossed the line, 1.3 million
Obvious
views.
that Twitch has two different forms of punishment, right? Where Twitch streamers that embody certain political values are not being punished at the same ratio that an average person would be punished.
This is what happens when you don't kill every single slave owner after slavery. We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and...
Is this guy banned? Did they ban him?
Nope.
Let me see if they did.
Hello?
30K to end.
Wait, I'm confused. What is the... He's mad that Shonda Black said, this is what happens when you don't kill every slave owner? What? What was that drama? I don't remember. What happened there? Literally put words in Sean's mouth? Yeah, what? Is Asmongold pro-slavery? Like, what the fuck is going on? I don't understand. Why are we going back to relitigate the Civil War? Like, what? My man went from, I'm apolitical. Also, I'm 99% sure the Holocaust happened to, like, honestly, you actually shouldn't kill slave owners because, I don't know, for reasons.
Anyone who...
Maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but the way he... Maybe Sean said something else, but the way he framed this argument, like the way he cut this argument in here to be like Twitch has a double standard in terms of who gets banned and who doesn't get banned. I doubt that the apolitical centrist Asmongold, maybe he will, but I doubt that he's probably going to talk about the fact that 4 streamers got clapped for Sabra hummus, for saying Sabra hummus sucks. Okay? For 30 days. Asmongold literally said Palestinians are inferior people that deserve to be fucking genocided, and he only got 14 days. Okay? I think that's a long ban to begin with. Some might disagree with me, but as a content creator, I'm not super in favor of long and extended bans. Especially as a political content creator, I understand how much that will be redirected at me. It was completely unjustifiable, and everyone knows it was a fucking sham to ban the 4 content creators, one of which was Jewish, by the way. The one who made the tier list was a Arab Jew, okay? Banning them for anti-Semitism over the fact that they say Sabra hummus is shit. Because it is, okay? It is. It is shit. Suck my dick. It absolutely sucks. It's the easiest item on the boycott, divestment, and sanctions list because it totally fucking sucks. Okay? This take is not very apolitical of you. Shame, shame. In any case, I love the people who are like, oh, I hate that this, like, VTuber got banned for showing 2D ass. Fuck Twitch. And it's like, I don't want them to be banned. Why are you putting that on me? I don't fucking run Twitch. Okay? It makes no sense. People genuinely have deluded themselves into believing that, like, I literally run Twitch. I do not run Twitch. Okay? For those of you at home who think I run Twitch, I'm here to tell you, I do not run Twitch. If I had the ban hammer myself, there are plenty of people who I would enforce it upon, and there are plenty of people who I would not ban. Random VTubers that are, I don't know, humping an NPC, or random VTubers that you guys are talking about online, on Twitter, comparing that to my ban. I don't want them to be banned. I don't know why you think I want them to be banned. I have no say in this matter. I did not personally ban myself, for example, for the day. I didn't even advocate for Asmongold to be banned, if I'm not mistaken. When he said the Palestinian thing, I literally talked to him personally about it afterwards to try and get him to understand, to try and get his audience to understand how insane of a statement that was. Okay? Yeah, here's what Asmongold said for his ban versus what I said for mine. Let's take a look.
I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people. It's not even a question. That's it. Just takes enough. That's right. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways. It is that simple. No, I don't feel bad for them. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't care. I don't support them.
They are trying to cut recipients, okay? It is not happening at the point of recipients. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. The reason why I'm saying if you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott is because, and not make him a prominent part of the Republican Party, is because he, to this day, is still also known as committing the largest Medicare fraud in U.S. history. They don't want to actually go after the medical providers or the insurance companies. Those are the people who actually engage in the fraud. So it's interesting to think that like Asmongold thinks that Twitch is doing favoritism towards me for this statement, while simultaneously, I guess he assumes that his ban was like far too long or something. But what I find interesting, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's some Asmongold crossover fans in here still to this day. I know that some of you hate watch him, and you shouldn't. I think that's a gross loser thing to fucking do. But I guess in this circumstance, I'm relying on you for additional context. What was Asmongold's take when Twitch banned 4 content creators for 30 fucking days right after they banned him for 14? Well, I guess he was banned in the process, so he didn't get to do commentary on that. Or 5. Sorry. Thank you, Frogan, for correcting me. 5 content creators for saying Sabra hummus is ass, which is correct. This was the peak of anti-Semitism. He basically said it should have been perma. He said Frogan shouldn't be banned. I'm so confused. I'm getting 2 entirely conflicting takes here. He said he didn't think Frogan should be banned. He thought they were doing a race tier list that was anti-Jewish. Okay, both of you guys are saying people are saying the exact opposite. My point here, okay, is that, of course, banning in terms of service is a very tricky situation. Twitch has done the ultimate crime. The ultimate crime of actually trying to apply a rigorous interpretation of its terms of service, unlike every single one of these other social media platforms. Okay? Hello all, new to this version of Hasan. If you're a terrorist, how are you terrorizing the people? Asmongold, do the math. How are you terrorizing? The fuck? Asmongold actually defended you against his chat about this topic today. He said you can't blame Hasan for Twitch's decisions. He would say he disagrees with that ban length. He would use it to gloat about his balanced and consistent take on this. Okay. Actually, first-time chatter? I doubt it. Anyway, let's continue. Banning him did good for him. He cleaned his house. It was disgusting before. I mean, I thought so too, but I was wrong. I think he went back to his old ways pretty fast. Like,
that is my right. The tree of tyranny must be watered with the blood of tyrants, or however it goes. The tree of liberty must be watered with the blood of tyrants every now and then, okay? Shut the fuck up.
Would you tell that joke about Donald Trump?
Again, yes, I would.
then do it. I mean, you know, again, the simplest answer, in my opinion, is most.
But what is going on? People have made that joke about Donald Trump. Why is he acting like people haven't made that joke about Donald Trump? Like, obviously, after this fucking ban, God forbid, but like, what is this take? Like, does Asmongold think that no one was making he shouldn't have missed joke over and over again? Why does he come across like a fucking SJW here? I thought he wasn't. You can't, dog, you can't have a massive American flag in your rooftop room that you haven't cleaned in months and constantly talk about anime titties and shit, and then also behave this much like a fucking SJW. What?
Most often the correct one. The reason why people like Hassan get unbanned very quickly and they don't get punished as much as other people do. And again, like, if they're acknowledging that he did this.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
Twitch's moderation and Twitch's team, I think, is compromised. I think that they're biased, and I think that they don't have any principles at all other than responding to controversies. Other than that, they won't.
I think Asmongold is
he made a whole video about this. There were like a couple of things that he brought up about me. Another big issue that a lot of these people have is that they think that the reason that they get banned and the reason that they get in trouble is because of somebody else, right? It's like, it's my.
Bro, you literally just admitted that Twitch's banning processes are inconsistent, and it only becomes an issue when someone makes it an issue, and then you literally pointed to me saying exactly that, and now are saying that that is not the case. You just made the... It's 1 minute and 46 seconds in. How is this possible to undermine your own argument? Like, am I misunderstanding something? Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. He's saying Twitch's team, I don't think Twitch's team is compromised, for the record, okay? I don't think that there's like some kind of diehard liberalism going on. I think that they are trying to apply the terms of service to the best of their ability, because in the past, Twitch used to be the Wild West, and there were a lot of freaks on this platform, okay? A lot of freaks that made the platform very toxic. Twitch is owned by Amazon. Twitch doesn't want to come across like a platform like Kick. That's what happens when you don't have adequate moderation. That's it, right? It's perfectly understandable and perfectly desirable for a for-profit corporation under the umbrella of a mega conglomerate like Amazon to not want to have a Kick standards of no moderation whatsoever. But the part of the argument that Asmongold makes here that I agree with is that they do respond to people egging them on. They do respond to controversy such as this one. Okay? That's also, again, part of the process because they are under the banner of Amazon. They don't want to rock the fucking boat. They're a capitalist website trying to make money. It's not that hard to understand. Exactly. So that's the situation, right? Now, what's interesting about this, okay, is that Twitch has also responded inconsistently to content creators that are not fucking right-wing reactionaries, but instead super woke.
I think that they're biased, and I think that they don't have any principles at all other than responding to controversies.
Yeah, they definitely respond to controversies. This part I agree with. But what doesn't make sense is him saying
is that they think that the reason that they get banned and the reason that they get in trouble is because of somebody else, right? It's like, it's my fault. It's Ethan's fault. The fact is that sometimes people are just victims of their own bad decision making, right?
I think wait, but I also owned up to that. Why is he acting as though I didn't own up to that? I said in this video that it was the language that I used that put me in a compromised position, and I take ownership over that. While, yes, so this is what's interesting, because Asmongold and I should be in agreement on this, right? I also think Twitch's ban structure is inconsistent. I'm probably a little bit more understanding about why it's inconsistent, because I think that policing language is always going to be quite difficult, okay? There's a lot of vagueness, there's a lot of context, and a lot of nuance in terms of the interpretation, okay? But having said that, in this video that he didn't watch and simply watched clips off of Twitter, I do openly I do openly recognize that I shouldn't have used the word kill. Any other word instead of kill as a substitute, even capital punishment, would not have garnered a ban, would not have garnered enough attention to get a ban. Gold is covering this because he wants Twitch to see it. He's done this a couple times in the past couple of weeks. I understand. We are ideological.
I think that that is partially true. And I think that Hassan should look at the bigger picture and see the problem of allowing extremism on the website and how dangerous that's going to be for the web.
Yeah. The difference is, I don't think that my commentary is allowing extremism. I know that they will say that. I know that Asmongold will say that, partially because he's just fucking responding to shapes and colors. Let's be real. But in this regard, the extremism that we're talking about is Republicans being hypocritical about Medicare fraud as they simultaneously advocate to literally take away $800 billion worth of Medicare from people who need it. I think that I am not the extremist here. I think that the Republican Party is the extremist here. Okay? That's crazy. At least he recognizes that we are ideologically on the opposite side here. But it is funny to hit it from a centrist angle and being like, yeah, I just think that extremist ideologies have no place. Okay? Here is an extremist ideology that I also think has no place on this platform. Let's take a look.
I mean, I don't know, right? I have no idea. But like this absolutely will reach a fever pitch and then people will push them out. Absolutely.
He's talking about Muslim immigrants in Germany, reacting to a video by Tyler Hitler Vera inside the rise of Germany's neo-Nazis in air quotes. Now, of course, many of you are very familiar with the German neo-Nazi movement that Tyler Oliveira is calling neo-Nazi in air quotes because he doesn't think that they're neo-Nazis. The entire video is actually about normalizing their perspective, as a matter of fact, which Asmongold watched and seemingly agreed to a lot of the points that were being made.
National race.
The question is, at what cost?
Well,
how much is a dollar worth, right?
Yes, and
what will be the social consequences of mass immigration to a country?
These very questions are what troubles the AfD, as the foreigners that make up 15% of Germany's population account for...
The only reason why they have trouble with the answers for the solutions to these things are because the solutions would get them put in jail. They know what the solution...
What is the solution to non-white people being in Germany? I mean, of course, this is not an extreme position. Make no mistake. I don't know.
Solutions are. They have plans for what the solutions are.
He really hyper-focused on the term solution. I wonder why he just keeps saying solution over and over again. Dog whistles used to be called out. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I wonder why he just keeps saying what the solutions are. I wonder what he means by that.
They just can't say them.
That's crazy, man. That's weird.
41% of violent crime in 2023, although some believe acknowledging these statistics is a game.
Yeah. That's interesting. I wonder what that's about. Like, I wonder why he said that over and over again. Hold on, let me put my apolitical hat on real quick. Hey guys, apolitical guy here, apolitical Hassan here, Hank. Welcome. I am just a common sense solutions kind of guy. Make no mistake. Okay? Just putting the hat on while I cover this so that people understand I am, after all, apolitical. I just care about big titties in video games. Yeah, Asmongold's reaction to pro-Palestinian demonstrators and the police response.
Set a horrible precedent for future protests. What do you think they should do?
That is a chatter asking Asmongold, what do you think about the chilling effect that this is going to have? Police brutality against peaceful protests for speaking out against a foreign nation that's committing a genocide. And Asmongold's reaction is, let's take a look.
I don't really know what the options are, like what's on the table, but like this is what would make sense to me, and like I don't really know what I'm talking about, but it would make sense to flashbang and tear gas them out because that would lower the probability of like having an altercation between like police officers and the protesters, because I feel like that's whenever bad stuff happens.
I have an alternative solution, okay, which is to not do any of that and to let them fucking peacefully protest, because that chatter was correct. The question he asked was, police presence is creating a chilling effect on speech. That is a direct violation of the First Amendment. Okay, flashbanging college students is only accelerating that. That is a direct confrontation. That is completely unacceptable.
That's probably what they should do. And I think actually that's the cleanest way of solving it.
Behind the building, behind the drug. Who is that right there? Who is that?
That would solve.
And law enforcement all within that area right now, but things are being tossed out as we speak. The screaming, the shouting, the
fuck around and find out.
Right here.
That's right. How dare you speak out against Israel doing a genocide with our weapons? Fuck around and find out. Free speech warrior, by the way.
At the encampment that's been in place now for several days after yesterday.
Yep.
More and more of these Palestinian supporters arrived on.
Yeah, they're finding out.
Campus,
I'll tell you that.
Bringing in more materials, more PPE, and refortified their walls. Those walls, the perimeter of this encampment now being built. And law.
Yeah, I mean, this was his editor. I actually hit him up at the time to be like, what the fuck are you doing? And he actually deleted it. Elon unbanned a white supremacist, in air quotes. Mildly right-leaning political commentator Nick Fuentes gets unbanned on Twitter. And that was his editor that actually posted that, because his editor himself is, you know, most likely a fucking rabid neo-Nazi, for the record. But yeah, make no mistake, Nicholas Fuentes is 1,000,000% a Nazi, a self-described neo-Nazi. So yeah, all of this stuff, I think, presents a fairly clear case that the radicalization is not coming from my end in terms of, like, you know, doing pro-terror propaganda. The contextualization of how groups that engage in militant resistance against a settler colonial state is always going to occur, whether or not right-wingers and liberals alike don't want it to happen. In the process, I have literally had academics on here who have contextualized that and offered historical reference points. It is very important to recognize why these groups behave or engage in violent militancy. Very important to recognize that, because we have to understand how to stop violence. Okay? That is my goal. My goal is to put an end to the violence. And the most violent thing that you can do is obviously maintain an apartheid state and also do genocide. That is what Israel is doing. Okay? No amount of hand-wringing will stop that reality. No amount of claiming that every single thing I say and do is actually sparking anti-Semitic fears or whatever is going to change that reality. When Asmongold came out and said, there's a 1% chance that the Holocaust didn't happen. There's a 99% chance that the Holocaust did happen. I'm pretty sure. I said he was entertaining a very dangerous group of people. I said that he was actively welcoming Nazis into his community by entertaining this notion. In the process, I think he has done even more than simply just entertaining. I mean, there is this as well, obviously. Asmongold says Elon Musk's salute was unintentional, also states that there's a 1% chance of the Holocaust did not happen. I don't think these two statements are related. I think probably 99% certainty that these two clips are unrelated.
Emotional thinker, okay? Like, so I can't appeal to people emotionally. But what I can say is that every part of my logical brain is telling me that this was not an intentional Nazi salute. This was not any nod at any sort of like Hitler Nazi stuff at all. And it was just Elon being stupid.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not one of these Holocaust deniers. I think the Holocaust probably happened. I think probably 99% certainty it happened. And
yeah, and his mod said, come and salute your heart out the right way in our Discord. When you do stuff like this, you're trying to actively farm Nazis, okay? This pairs up fairly well with the whole... It pairs up fairly well with the whole... what was I going to say? What was the other thing I was going to talk about? It's not the AFD support. My brain is broken. I think Asma got high off too many dead rat fumes. No. He also had a WoW character named after a neo-Nazi mass shooter. Okay, I don't know if that's I don't know if that's you know, if that is like intentional or not. But what I will say is that, you know, he is playing a very dangerous game. It's true he admitted to it. Wait, what? Asmongold had a WoW character named Anders Nordic, the same name that neo-Nazi mass shooter Anders Breivik used for his WoW character? The fuck?
Shadow Moon Valley, just to make sure that you know, just by doing this exploit, it's not really going to kind of throw you guys off of the leveling method here. Now, I do also have rest experience, and so you guys can kind of assume that, I mean, man, like this went so fast for me, like it was really no problem. Now, the other spot that I'm going to show you guys was on my Warlock, and I think I've showed you guys this before on another video. Yeah, I did, and it's over in Frostfire Ridge.
Wait, what? No, it was the name that the shooter used in his game. He did. Here's his statement too. It's your boy Asmongold. It's my version of inappropriate and dark humor. Don't worry, I'm not some kind of white supremacist or whatever. If you're Norwegian, I'm assuming you don't play on the US realms, but if you do, feel free to report the name. And if it violates the rules, I'm sure it does somehow, then I'll change it. I made tons of videos on YouTube, some of which were linked on Reddit, talking about how much I care about following the rules and in general voicing a dislike for certain things. It would be very hypocritical for me to not extend that same option to you. What the fuck? What the fuck? This was 9 years ago. Knowing the name of the account the neo-Nazi used is deep lore. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, no, I mean, that's not an accident. It seems like he deliberately did that. That is fucking insane deep lore. It's not even crypto-Nazi shit. It's just like straight up white supremacist shit. He's like, I'm not a white supremacist. I just named my WoW character after one. You and Asmongold both have something in common. Both like terrorists. Brother, if you think that a white supremacist terrorist like Anders Breivik is in the same camp as people who have been fucking dominated their whole lives, you might as well just admit that you're a white supremacist yourself. Okay. Anders Breivik gets radicalized by fucking online forums and feeling like white superiority is no longer entertained. Comparing that to an entire generation that has been robbed of their fucking future, rising up against their settler colonial occupiers who have been killing their fucking families and creating a brigade of orphans is actually insane. There is no comparison. This is why I hate having this conversation with Americans who think the biggest problem is straight up like having your burgers taken away from you. Okay? That's it. That is the problem. Okay? The Houthis are rapists. Okay, dude. I think you're a rapist. It's insane. Like, can you imagine fucking turning around and being like, no, actually, the group of people that have been the victim of a U.S.-backed coalition force genocide are actually radicalized in the same. No, this is why the left can't work with you people. You work with terrorists. Objective centrist. I work with terrorists. I do not work with the Israeli Defense Force, and I do not work with the Pentagon. So no, I do not work with terrorists. You people. No, this is why the left can't work with you people. What do you mean by you people? I'm a centrist. Objective centrist. Welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to the apolitical broadcast of another objective centrist. It's ironic because a big chunk of my commentary that people say is like pro-terror is unironically contextualizing how people arrive at reactionary points of view. Like the members of the Ansar Allah movement, right? Okay. You said America deserved 9/11. You said a Houthi was Luffy. That person was not a Houthi. Regardless, it doesn't matter. Ironically enough, I think Asmongold agreed with me at the time on the 9/11 stuff, but stop responding to bait. Okay. Yes, you're right. As an apolitical person, I must stop responding to bait and finish this
Website
video.
as a whole. My opinion is that if they don't tone down extremism, what will happen eventually is that there will be an extremist event. That extremist event will cause Twitch to tighten up their policies and remove content that both he and I do. And if he can't see that writing on the wall, I think that he should pay better attention.
Asmongold and I like that he's actively talking about like an adpocalypse, while also simultaneously egging on and hyping up a content creator that literally did the exact same thing. He like advocated for an adpocalypse. Ethan Klein genuinely advocated for an adpocalypse to happen on Twitch. He went so far as to say that Twitch was anti-Semitic. He engaged in vicious smears against this platform that both Asmongold and I are on. Okay? I don't think he cares that much about Ethan actively lying to create this situation that would harm every single content creator on this fucking platform. The reason why I say this is because he hyped that shit up. He hyped that shit up pretty aggressively. What is this? They tried to coordinate his unban months ago. It flopped.
Got banned 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, he also didn't he? Hold on.
Because in plain English, put out a hit on Destiny.
Holy shit, guys! If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want.
By the way, this was a valid ban, and I think Michael from Pennsylvania also would recognize that. I mean, he jokingly put out a hit. It doesn't matter, jokes or not. Understandable that he got banned on that one.
If Twitch banned him, that means that Twitch knows that something happened that was wrong. And they are also acknowledging that for putting a hit out on another real person on a live stream with a $100,000 incentive, that only gets you a 3-day ban. This is insane.
So I like that people point to this the reason why I like that, and it's the same as like people talking about how I did a crime by you know, doing an assassination threat on a sitting U.S. senator. If that was the case, I would be fucking arrested, dude. Like, and the same goes for Michael from Pennsylvania. Like, why do they point to crimes and then go, this is a crime? Why are you only getting banned for 3 days? Yeah, okay, call the fucking cops then. What do you mean? And as a matter of fact, every single right-winger has been adding the FBI nonstop since that fucking Libs of TikTok post. The reason why the FBI doesn't give a shit about stuff like that is because they have too much on their fucking plate and they know that this is ridiculous. Why did they never consider that they might be wrong? I know. It's, yeah, you're right about this as well. There is deep irony here that the same people that go, you did a crime, you should go to jail, will then simultaneously call the sex pestiny situation drama when he is literally going through litigation and there is an active criminal complaint against him as well. That's not drama. That's literally a crime. That's how you deal with crimes. Okay? Yeah, legal arc, drama. Meanwhile, has Asmongold even reacted to the Destiny stuff? Because I know that there's they're not exactly fond of one another, but maybe he has and I just didn't see it. Did XQC react to it? Maybe he has. Maybe I didn't see it. I don't really follow whatever the fuck XQC is doing. It's just weird. It's weird to me when these guys will make a mountain out of a molehill about any and every single thing that apparently I'm doing because I'm the fucking greatest villain online. But when there are literal people in active litigation, they're just so silent. Maybe XQC did. Maybe XQC did, to be fair. Maybe Asmongold did too. One of the funniest things that happened was every single time, I'll give you an example. Every single time I say something about like how anti-white racism is not the same as anti-black racism or whatever, Asmongold and XQC will get in their feelings and will actively talk about how Twitch should potentially take some action against me, right? I'm explaining the academic context in which like systemic racism is different than individual acts of discrimination, right? And how one is significantly more harmful because systemic violence is associated with it. And I remember this flares up, this issue flares up basically once every couple months. And when it flares up, it's all over LSF. Everyone posts about it. Everyone gives their takes about how fucking racist I am, how anti-white racist I am. XQ Snake being one of those people. In that same process, Destiny will actively say the N-word. XQC has defended Destiny saying the N-word, claiming that Destiny actually didn't say the N-word in a hateful way, despite the fact that he's a white guy, but I actually was saying cracker in a hateful way, and that I'm actually an anti-white racist. If that does not spell a significant amount of hypocrisy and bias, I don't know what to tell you. It's literally real. I'm sure someone can find it. It's on LSF. Okay? Just something to consider. Like, think about that.
But recently, like, his takes are like fundamentally radicalized, and I think it's just, I don't know, dude. Like, I'm not even like trying to preach to the choir, like trying to make some shit. Like, it's like this.
I love that at least like more than half of his community is saying recently, because it's true.
Oh.
If you consider my current takes to be radical, then you just have never listened to my takes at all or have understood it. With certain exceptions that I openly admit, most of my takes, especially on foreign policy and stuff,
thanks for sticking around.
identical to the past decade of public sentiments that I've expressed on the causes that I advocate for. Wait, this isn't the right clip. What are you talking about?
Is it hateful? No. Why would I say it then?
Dude. This is him saying, this is him defending Destiny using the N-word. Okay? If you want to understand the bias, especially when you consider how much XQ's been up my fucking ass about my anti-white racism or whatever. This was me in my Discord going, shocked that no clip of me saying I'm confused why Elizabeth made no stink about Destiny saying the N-word 19 days ago on his podcast made a fraction of the drama that was caused by Crackergate, though. XQC goes...
Is it hateful? No.
XQC.
Why would I say it then? Like, what does that prove? How does that prove anything? What the fuck? What are you talking about that?
If you are going to play the DLC,
what does that prove? How does that prove anything?
You skip.
Yeah. Even his own audience was saying, XQC take brick wall. There's a reason why you won't say it. Say it, pussy. Okay, say it then. Then say it. His entire audience is fucking dunking on him for actively dick riding Destiny into oblivion here.
Like what?
100% Elden Ring X.
Guys, that's like saying it. Guys, I don't think that this drug is harmful. Okay, then smoke.
So you're really not gonna apologize? I'm just here for you to apologize to me and the Chibok girls for supporting terrorists. So you're really not gonna apologize to the thousands that dies in the hands of Boko Haram, which is funded by massive terrorist groups? Huh? What? Boko Haram? Brother, you need medication ASAP. When the fuck have I defended Boko Haram? What? What is going on, bro? What? You support terrorists and a survived terrorist group that ain't okay? My stance on the issue of Boko Haram is that I am not in support of Boko Haram. I never have been, and I never will be. I think you're not all right. Man, you literally showed terrorists to your chat and called them freedom fighters. Someone who's being a terrorist attack, that's wrong. Please explain, because that's not cool for me and others that suffered under them. What the fuck are you saying, bro? Bro, what are you saying? Do you think I'm like pro-ISIS too? Are you insane? I mean, the answer is yes. I shouldn't have asked that question. That was a rhetorical question. Anyway, getting back. There's not even a clip chimp of that out there. He's just inventing it on his own. It's a new level of, that's a new level of delusion. What the fuck? You really are a terrible person? Not until they start paying you. What? Do you think that in your mind, you're like, in your mind, I assume you think that like Iran or Hamas is, or the Houthis are paying me or something, and that I am unconditionally in support of them or some shit like that. Is that what we have seen the streams, bud? I don't think you understand anything that you're seeing. I think you are what we would call an easily tricked adult. Okay? Like, I think you're in here, but you're not exactly in here. You're not exactly all there, if that makes sense. Ethan implied that you were funded by terrorist groups in the video. Yeah, that's Islamophobic garbanzo bullshit, dude. Under any other circumstance, that would be considered racist as fuck. Okay? But you can say whatever the fuck you want about someone who is Muslim, and everyone will agree with you. Okay? You will not get called out for it. That is just the unfortunate reality. This is literally like your Oxbridge talk, the last one where the dude who came up got super angry at you and the entire room was laughing, cringing at them, but they just kept going and got angrier and angrier. I know. It's just, anyway, here's a, we were looking at the XQC defending the N-word thing because I just wanted to show you guys that they're unprincipled actors. That's it. I don't know if he actually, people in the chat are saying he actively watched the Destiny Sex Pestiny video. I don't know what his takes were on it, but I do recall that time where he said, XQC saying the N, or Destiny saying the N-word was not hateful. Oxbridge, Cambridge plus Oxford.
Insane. This is crazy. Mike from PA threatens to DMCA Asmongold, source LSF.
If you watch any of my content, you don't have a license, I will DMCA you. I don't give you any consent to review my content.
And I said that if this guy doesn't get banned for 2 weeks, I am going to bring Dan Saltman. All of the information that's going to come out has not.
No way. No, dude. Oh, dude. Why didn't you bring the Dan Saltman information? Oh, shit, dude. Oh, big dog. He's got big dog, man. He's got big threats. Disagree vehemently on a lot of issues, all the way from the history of Nazi Germany down to the fact that immigrants are not actually contributing to the American crime rates in the way that the Republican administration presents it.
In the way that they present it, but they are contributing to crime rates.
Yeah, dude, it's a fucking marginal percentage. Yes. Undocumented migrants, 20 million of them, okay, that come from so many different parts of the fucking planet. Oh, this is exactly the type of shit that actually pisses me off. Whenever these guys move away from like drama, even marginally, and try to dip their tippy toes in the realm of political commentary, it literally makes me lose my fucking mind, especially because of the unfettered confidence that they demonstrate in the idiocy, okay? Yes, undocumented migrants, if you were to group them as a whole, have, of course, contributed to crime, okay? Contributed to crime. 20 million people coming from every different part of the fucking planet are not a monolithic force to say that we are going to group every single undocumented migrant together when the fucking number of murders that they contribute to year over year is marginal. Marginal. When the crimes that they engage with per capita is far, far lower than the crimes that natural-born U.S. citizens engage with. If you are an anti-crime guy, you're not going to fucking spend a whole deal of time going after 20 million people who are otherwise law-abiding individuals. That's it.
Because they're here illegally. And also, it's not immigrants, it is illegal aliens, which are two different things.
Immigrants, illegal aliens, undocumented immigrants is just the appropriate term. Actually, according to the Customs and Border Patrol and the Department of Homeland Security, it's actually non-citizens. It's not even undocumented or documented immigrants. It's non-citizens, undocumented non-citizens, and documented non-citizens, for the record. That is the appropriate term. I'm using a colloquial term. You're using a term made up by some fucking weirdos. We're like, oh, they're not human, they're alien. What is this correction? What is this correction from the non-right-wing, centrist political commentator? Excuse me, don't call them immigrants. They're aliens. They're illegal aliens.
This is, again, it's a deliberate misunderstanding, a deliberate misinterpretation. Same as we disagree about the history of Nazi Germany.
It's not a deliberate misinterpretation. What? No, they are immigrants. They are immigrants. Undocumented immigrants are immigrants. Documented immigrants are also immigrants. Many of the crimes that we're talking about are also Why wouldn't he just talk to you? Fear of being embarrassed? Because it's much easier to fucking keep pummeling in your hug box. God forbid, you know, some of the people that are in his community go, oh, okay, maybe he's not like the most. Nobody wants to feel stupid, okay? That's it. I don't think Asmongold is a stupid person. I think he's a very smart guy, but he's not as knowledgeable as I am on virtually every single issue that he speaks on in terms of politics. So, of course, he doesn't want to fucking talk to someone who is knowledgeable, especially at this stage, because he is now firmly a right-wing political commentator. And if he does that, he's going to look fucking dumb. And his audience is going to think, oh, I don't actually know if you are a truly knowledgeable person on the issues that you speak of. I thought so because you were very confident. He will still retain most of his audience. Don't be crazy now. Okay, but he worries, I think, if I were to assume what his reasons would be, I suspect that is probably the reason why he doesn't want to talk. It's the same as Ethan. Ethan Klein has a much easier time deliberately fucking lying about what I represent. He won't talk to me in person because he's fucking terrified of talking to me in person. Because if he talks to me in person, his audience is going to realize, oh my God, Ethan doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. That's it. That is the real reason. Yeah, if he cares about embarrassing himself, is pure ego, not self-preservation. Okay, fair. It's not even losing. I don't think it's even losing viewership that he's fearful of. I think it's his ego. He wants to preserve his ego. Also, they can make more bank off the clip back and forth. I know. I fucking hate that. Asman literally did the illegal immigrant versus migrant respond to you. I know. I just saw him say that.
The implication of that, right? A lot of implications here. We love implications.
They're not destroying our culture in the way that Asmongold approaches the subject matter.
I've never said it that way, by the way.
That's not. Oh, you haven't. You've only reacted to YouTube videos that say that and agreed with them. Tyler Oliveira, the Tyler Oliveira Nazi video is a perfect example of this. Okay? He 100% has. We just watched one of his reactions to it. I mean, dude, hold on. Do you really want me to? I can find it. Like Sportskeeda, Asmongold comments on illegal immigrants coming from shithole countries of the U.S. while reacting to the White House viral ASMR video. Sharing his honest thoughts about the situation, Asmongold stated that if he were living in a shithole country, he would attempt to enter America illegally. He's like, I'm going to be honest, guys. I was living in one of those shithole countries down there. I tried to get into America too. And if I couldn't get in legally, I'd get in illegally because I bet living illegally in America is probably better living legally. It's a crime of circumstances. Asmongold says he doesn't have emotional aggravation against illegal immigrants in America. I don't have like an emotional aggregation against these people, right? It's like you have to follow the rules. You can't have people doing stuff like this, but don't ever get me twisted and make me think that like make yourself think like I don't like these people. I don't care about this. Like I totally get it. It's a crime of circumstances. Furthermore, Asmongold argued that employers who hire illegal immigrants should pay for their deportation flights. Yeah, you're right. What about those people? Because who should be paying for these flights? That's the most important part. Is how do we deport them? He's like, I understand that they're victims of circumstance, but I still think that they should be fucking deported. I think that people that should be paying for these flights, yeah, the real problem is, by the way, E is actively calling for your upcoming video to be brigaded. Make sure Theo knows how you feel about hosting a terrorist-adjacent creator. Yeah, Ethan Klein is such a fucking moron. He doesn't even realize that THEOVON quite literally had Candace Owens before me. Okay? He's so one note. He's so fucking stupid and so clearly not invested in anti-Semitism whatsoever. I didn't even know I did not even know that THEOVON had Candace Owens on before me, for the record. THEOVON's not going to give a shit, dude. But it's so funny that he's like This is the perfect demonstration of someone who does not give a fuck about actual anti-Semitism and only fucking cares about attacking me by saying I'm a terrorist adjacent creator. You're so stupid, dude. Like if you cared about stopping anti-Semitism, I don't think you would I don't think you would actively try to censor me, you fucking moron. You would probably try to censor people who are actually engaging in anti-Semitism. Bro took a screenshot of your minute the minute it was posted. Yeah, 1 minute in. Holy fuck. It's so crazy. He is just so one note. How the fuck does his audience not recognize this, dude? How does his audience not understand that this is a person who is hell-bent on not actually combating anti-Semitism, okay? But instead is directly just personally looking to attack me every step of the fucking way. Get over it, dude. Holy fuck. Also, this is actively trying to brigade any podcast appearance that I engage in. I'm going to be honest with you. The commentary community that actively, the commentary community that avoids talking about this topic when they would have made basically a million videos about any other content creator that extends in the, that engages in this extended crash out, okay? You're fraudulent. You don't want the smoke. I get it, but you're fucking fraudulent. You're a little cowardly. You're a little cowardly. I'll say it. This man has become my one-man Keemstar. Are they brigading? I mean, he is. You bet your fucking ass. As soon as the podcast comes out, he's gonna post it and be like, "Go tell him how you feel about hosting a terrorist." Did he brigade Bad Hasbro? Fuck no, of course not. You want to know why? Because Bad Hasbro is not like an apolitical space. Okay, God forbid he actually sends his audience to Bad Hasbro, and then they literally, God forbid he sends his audience to Bad Hasbro, and they watch the podcast and learn something. That's the problem. Ethan is terrified of people who are more knowledgeable than he is. And the only thing that they'll do, the only thing that he'll do against someone who is more knowledgeable than he is just isolate them and try to actively brigade every single area that I appear in. And when it doesn't work, because these people go, okay, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Calm down. When these people turn around and say, like, I thought the podcast was good. I don't know why you're fucking freaking out like this. He just loses his mind. At what point do you get a restraining order? It doesn't work that way. We're public figures, chatter. Stop. Also, I'm not a baby, all right? I'm not Ethan Klein. I'm not going to, like, cry about every single person. Like, random commenters and try. Like, can you imagine me trying to actively dox a random fucking... Me trying to actively dox, like, random former fans? Like, that's insane. Do you know how many YouTube videos that would have been made in this situation? The reason why he's saying the reason why he has to slant his manic, pathological obsession with me under the guise of like combating anti-Semitism is because he is nakedly and insanely obsessed. That's it. He's lost hundreds of thousands of subs at this point, and he can't let it go. In his mind, he has to justify it. He has to turn around and say, like, nah, it's 100% because, like, Hassan turned my community against me. It's so wild, dude. I've said time and time again, I wish him well. And I still do, because I know that if he were to get better, he would just, like, stop doing this shit and stop going down this weird rabbit hole. What is this? Have you seen him lying about this yet? Like, why is his podcast just talking about me? What the fuck is this? Ethan Klein lied about Hassan's no other land coverage. When I see Hassan talking about it, zero mention of the Israeli partner. Hassan talked about Yuval, and Ethan didn't even know the interview was in person. Like, this is what I mean. Why? It's like very simple shit to fact check. Does Ethan's community not give a fuck? I don't understand.
Seen Hassan talking about it. Zero mention of the Israeli partner. And when he I'm not saying, I don't know what happened, but he interviewed the Palestinian guy, and the Israeli wasn't on the call. They raised a bunch of money.
It wasn't a call. It was in fucking person. And Yuval, who I am trying to get on the show, by the way, was flying in.
That call. They were there.
Why is he? Why? Oh my God. I'm glad that someone is fucking fact checking him. Holy shit. Yeah, loser Hassan is so funny to say in this situation.
In person.
They were there where in person?
At Hassan's house.
So the Palestinian director.
Look at Dan's face. I didn't know Ethan was going to have so many Joe Rogan, Jamie ass moments, dude. Hey, Jamie, fact check that. My man looks fucking exhausted, dude. Holy shit.
So the Palestinian director showed up at his house?
Correct.
Anyone else was with him?
There were, to be frank, I haven't watched it. I just saw that he had him on the day before, so.
Yeah, there was a couple of guys in there, in the room.
It could be the Israeli guy was like, fuck Hassan, I'm not going there. But I doubt.
Oh, I'm wrong? Okay, let's double down. Oh, it could be that the guy hates him.
I think if he had a problem with Hassan, the other guy probably wouldn't have gone either. If they're like homies.
Yeah, I doubt it.
But yeah, I think Hassan. I think it's interesting how Hassan just pretends like this wasn't made by half is made by an Israeli.
We do all of that. Most of our activism together. Yeah.
So let me ask you about that actually, because so Yuval Abraham played a role in this in the making of this documentary. I've actually really admired his work for a long time at 972 Magazine, Local Calls, another one that does a lot of investigative reporting on all of the horrible things that the Israeli military is doing.
So anyway, it's just this really inspiring story of a joint venture between an Israeli and a Palestinian. Or
it's just like there's no way that Ethan's community sees this stuff, right? There's no way that they are aware that he is just literally lying every single fucking day. Apparently, he talks about me every single fucking day. I didn't realize he was just like only talking about whatever the fuck I'm doing. How does this end with him? Like, genuinely is scary. I think he's like a cyber stalker. He's gonna find a new victim eventually and move on. And I will be relegated to I don't know, one of the voices that they use on the soundboard eventually, every now and then. There's a segment now bitching about you called The War Room. Oh my God. Oh, I think also hyper focusing this on this kind of shit, like when Donald Trump is actively ruining the country and perhaps the planet is additionally funny. But it's just like what we just showed. You know, you're not serious about anti-Semitism. You're just simply saying that you care about anti-Semitism because otherwise most people would look at you and go, oh, you're just like pathetically obsessed with this person. It's very weird. Yeah, the H3 is turned into the Hassan hate hour. That's the 3 H's. Hassan hate hour. They trolled him with that segment about playing the title card soundbite over and over again. I like to believe they're subconsciously telling him how ridiculous he's being. I don't fucking know. Do you warn whoever you're collaborating that this brigading shit can happen? I didn't in the past, but I probably should warn people because like he's just always going to go after anyone and everyone that I collaborate with, I think. You have a bad habit of bringing streamers and industry colleagues onto your platform who are shills and snakes, dude. Yeah, I'm never gonna stop assuming the best in people. I don't give a shit, you know. That is not a that is a principle that I'm going to maintain. Getting fact checked by his own crew.
He's closer to them than he is to Jeff Bezos. I'm closer to your guys' condition.
What the I'm not watching this, dude. Ethan Klein criticizes Hassan for saying he's closer to these incarcerated firefighters than Elon Musk, while at the same time not knowing how much they get taken advantage of, saying they shouldn't push for more pay. Yeah, I saw this before.
I know that many people have that opinion.
Okay.
I want to believe that it doesn't really matter from which country you're coming.
Okay.
You know, if you apply to the culture.
I don't agree with that. Like, you can't have a culture that stones women to death for adultery be compatible with a country that has pride parades. It's not compatible. It's naive. Like, it's something that sounds good and it's like the right thing to say, but it's just completely blatantly and plainly untrue. And I'm not even making a value judgment as if like our culture is superior. Like, I like my culture better, but if I went to a place that stones women to death for adultery, I would respect and follow their laws because I'm in.
He's like, I would stone women for adultery. It's always funny because like Asmongold himself seemingly is not transphobic because he like will sometimes talk about, you know, he'll sometimes say things that are like he'll push back on transphobia, but his community on the other hand is like so insanely transphobic. What is this? Check out what he said at 2411.
I bet it probably depends on where you're at. That's fucked up. Yeah, I don't know.
Islamophobes. We are logical. So I think it's very important to have this discussion, our discussion, while eating.
Okay.
I tell you why.
Why?
Because it's so peaceful. Can you show around?
Beautiful.
How peaceful it is.
One other point on the previous thing that I just mentioned, which was that Asmongold said he would respect other countries' cultures. And I think that is pretty funny, is that he recognizes that if he were to go to a different country, he's capable of conforming. But he doesn't think that immigrants are capable of conforming to his culture. That right there, okay? That right there, that statement right there, in and of itself, is demonstrative of the lack of care that Asmongold puts to his commentary. So much so that because he's simply reacting to whatever the fuck the right-wing position is in a somewhat positive and then sometimes critical fashion, no one in his community goes, wait a minute, but you just fucking said that you could assimilate to someone else's culture. So why don't you think that immigrants can assimilate to your culture?
That's
like, this isn't even a value judgment. This isn't even a disagreement that I have. Although I do have ideological disagreements with Asmongold, this is just pure stupidity. Like, this is a stupid argument to make. And the only reason why you would make this stupid argument is if there is some other underlying reason for why you think immigrants would not be able to assimilate to Western culture.
Owns women to death for adultery be compatible with a country that has pride parades? It's not compatible. It's naive. Like, it's
like he's saying it's not compatible, but if I was visiting a different culture, I would respect it. Okay, well, they would too. Unless there's something about these immigrants that are just impossible, that makes it impossible for them to integrate into Western culture, which is, of course, obviously the entire point of contention with this video that he agrees to. Okay? But the reason why we showed that video is because he said he never actually said, you know, immigrants are not incompatible.
Agree about the history of Nazi Germany, the implication of that, right? A lot of implications here. We love implications.
They're not destroying our culture in the way that Asmongold approaches the subject matter.
I've never said it that way, by the way.
There's plenty of disagreements there. And I think that he's doing this deliberately, I will say, in an effort to, you know, shit stir.
Well, every video that I make and everything that you show on your stream, including this here, is done deliberately. Obviously, that's the case.
Try to get me banned, which worked.
The clip's too short. Maybe it's out of context. I hope so. I definitely do. Hopefully, it's out of context. How are you gonna?
Now, once he said this, does Asmongold go back and seek out the context? No, he doesn't. Instead, he follows through, basically packaging this as a... If you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud...
This is, by the way, the clip of me watching the context.
You would kill Rick Scott is because... No, that's not the full context. Because, and not make him a prominent part of the... That's literally not the full context. The full context is before. The reason why he doesn't understand that he's not reacting to the full context is because he constantly gets his information from this account, which is like a weird rabid stalker community. That is the whole point. The context is before. That implies that I'm actually reacting to Mike Johnson. I'm talking to Mike Johnson. Republican Party is because he, to this day, is still...
Yeah, this is the video of me watching.
Also known as committing the largest Medicare fraud in U.S. history.
Yes.
Oh, God. What are we doing? What is this, bro? Are you kidding me? So
this is not him reacting to the context. The context of this that would help him understand my argument here or what I was saying is before the clip, not after the clip. Okay? You are not watching the source material. I, on the other hand, did watch the source material, as in this video that Yeet is showcasing on his Twitter page. Anyway, it doesn't really fucking matter. It's all good.
Context makes it worse.
It's disappointing to see him. You know, I did.
You didn't. The point is before the clip, not after the clip. You didn't look for what I said before to understand that I wasn't saying you, the audience. I was saying you, Mike Johnson. Not that it matters because, like I said, I've already taken ownership over using the term kill, saying that I should not have used the term kill. You do know you were watching a clip that starts with him watching without seeing the beginning? It's from his YouTube video, chatter.
Look at the context. There's a video of me looking at the context. The context makes it worse.
I don't think the context makes it worse. How does the context make it worse? Can you explain to me how the context makes it worse? Yeah, I'm also literally hovering around Mike Johnson's face when I say you. There's not really much more I can do in terms of context. This is one of the most annoying aspects of people getting duped out of clips. And I do this too. I will take ownership over that. Okay? Having said that, you know, this is serially bad faith.
I don't know what he's doing. Would you tell that joke about Donald Trump?
I think people would tell way crazier jokes about Donald Trump, and people have told way crazier jokes about Donald Trump.
He's right. People, but not you. And there's a reason for
That's
that.
not true. I have as well. What the fuck? I 100% have. I covered it in real time on the day of
that, and you know that reason. Everybody knows that reason, and that reason is why you got in trouble. You're
okay. I take great disrespect. Okay. All right, I'm back. Hold on. I take great disrespect at Asmongold disparaging the #1 Ryan Ruth, the head of the #1 NATO defender Ryan Ruth fan club. Okay. I take great disrespect. Put some respect on it, as I am the leader of the NATO voter constituency, the only NATO voter, Ryan Ruth. I also take great disrespect about Asmongold not knowing about Ryan Ruth in general.
You're absolutely right that yes, there are other people on the internet.
I'm apolitical,
that
but
say
I love NATO.
Crazy stuff too. That's absolutely true. I think he's right. And again, you don't actually think this isn't a call to violence. What you think is that it's not a big deal.
My statement was hyperbolic.
And also, did he ever delete that tweet, the makeshift gun that they used to kill Shinzo Abe? Twitter made him delete it. Right. Okay.
Yeah, Twitter did make me delete it. I think it was pussy shit. Comedy is legal, by the way. Comedy is legal, folks. Asmongold supporter Elon Musk made it legal. Turns out what they meant was, 56-year-olds are running around saying the R word, but, any other type of comedy, God forbid, that's not legal. That's very much illegal.
Okay, so it's a pattern of behavior.
But the intention of it was not a call to violence directly against a sitting senator, but instead was to show the...
That's good. That's good, but it did sound like that.
Oh, so you understand the context of it, and you're still saying, well, it sounded like it. Okay, well, I recognize that it sounded like it. All right.
Sounded exactly like a call to violence. Like, if you read the chat after that, I would say that a lot of people were probably thinking the exact same thing. That's what they were typing in his chat at the same time.
Yeah, they're saying, oh, damn, are we prosecuting Rick Scott? Like, what the fuck? They're literally... they're straight up... Thank you for clarifying. These assholes just want to cut recipients. Scream the truth, brother. Like, what do you mean? The chat is not even showing what he says it's showing.
Thinking the exact same thing. That's what they were typing in chat, in his chat.
Like, what the fuck? Why did he show this?
At the same time.
The hypocrisy of the Republicans. They want to cut the American people out. Like, what do you mean? You just said chat was going, yep. Like, dude, chat is quite literally the hypocrisy
Chat
of the
is quite
Republican
literally,
Party.
with
The exception of the one guy that said do it, okay? Every single person in the chat is straight up saying, like, prosecute Rick Scott. In terms of how little they truly care about. Also, we do ban people who do calls to action all the time, like calls to violence all the fucking time. He's trying to make a point that you radicalize your chat like he does. Yeah, I radicalize my chat in the direction of protecting Medicaid for their fucking grandparents. I know. Instead of radicalizing them in the direction of constantly blaming trans people, constantly blaming undocumented migrants. Like, if I'm radicalizing my chat in the direction of being an advocate for Medicare for all, Asmongold is radicalizing his chat in the direction of killing undocumented immigrants by saying he's going to go fucking on a deportation hunt dressed up like Ash Ketchum. Not saying that he's doing that, by the way. I'm not saying he's like radicalizing them in that direction, but understand that this analog, if extended to its logical conclusion, leads me to believe that that is the case. That paired up with a million different,
Another thing. So like they're doing this thing with like these deportations where they bring in like celebrities to deport people, and
Yeah, you can't fucking say my chat is representative of me as a note when the chat is representative of me, by the way, and it's not saying what you claim it's saying. When your fucking chat goes insane mode at the mere sight of a woman or, God forbid, a black person, they just like start spamming DEI so hard that some of them get fucking aneurysms, dude.
And it made me wonder, what is the probability that Tom Homan would let me go with him dressed up as Ash Ketchum with watching them do deportations? Like, I feel like it's probably at least 5.
Like, this is so dehumanizing. It's so unimaginably dehumanizing. Also, speaking of chats, yeah, his chat was fucking spamming W Hitler when he was talking about Nazis doing book burnings, trans book burnings. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Yeah, okay, I'll take ownership over that. Yes, I'm radicalizing my chat. I'm radicalizing them to have radical amounts of fucking empathy for all people, including victims of American war. Okay? God forbid. I know I'm a fucking major terrorist for that. It's illegal. Meanwhile, you're fucking radicalizing your audience with this shit. Actively dehumanizing undocumented migrants, talking about them like they're just cannon fodder, talking about them like they're Pokemon, dude. I'm gonna go and toss a Pokeball at a random Guatemalan dad who's been living in fucking on U.S. soil, picking fucking strawberries and fruits and vegetables so that like he can have a Whataburger order that has a decent price adjustment so he doesn't have to pay too much money. And then he's going to sit there and be like, well, yeah, time to throw a Pokeball at this guy. Yeah.
5% chance, right? Like, I think I think we're at a 5 to 10% chance that this could happen. Yeah, exactly. That'd be really good content. It would be. And yeah, probably not going to happen though, but it would be fucking funny. For the love of God, you must try. Yeah, it'd be fucking hilarious. And yeah, your statement about not voting to disadvantage yourself is really blowing up on X with strong support. Well, of course it is. Of course it.
Bro, someone in the chat said he banned the people that said it. Damn, a lot of bans were dished out on that day, I think. W. Adolf, like, come on, dude. He banned them after the clips of it blow up. Oh, let's see. Let's see the next time he talks about that. This is the VOD. So the post, this is the VOD. So the post that didn't get banned or deleted. Yeah. Can't believe Christian2123 said Nazi W. Like, what are we talking about in terms of radical takes here? Jesus Christ. About Medicare and Medicaid fraud, because that happens at the point of the provider.
He brings up a great point, and I think he's right about.
Like, look. Like, here, you want to know chat moderation? If someone is a good person, they would kill Hasanabi, says Snuffle de Juret. Okay? Guess we can't say his name in here. I just randomly stumbled across that. It's not like I was actively seeking this out. I was like, what is his chat saying in this process? Well, that's what his chat's saying. If someone is a good person, they would kill Hasanabi. Lo and behold, of course, and this is not, I mean, if you've been in here for a long enough time, you've already seen this. Every time Asmongold makes a fucking YouTube video, we know immediately, not because I'm aware of when Asmongold uploads videos or whatever, but because immediately people come in here to be like, hey, terrorist supporter, it's time to fucking kill you. I can't wait to find you in person and murder you dead. You know, every single fucking time. Now, I don't even think Asmongold would agree with his chatters saying that they want to fucking murder me, okay? I would not agree with my chatters saying similar things. 100%. It's unacceptable. But goddamn, dude. I wonder if he's ever said anything in here. He's not chatted in here. I mean, a lot of this stuff, to be fair, is scary, I think. Not the fact that his audience is saying that they want to murder me. That I don't fucking give a shit about. I hear that every day. Who cares? But it is scary that you know, large content creators are just like actively entertaining. Large content creators are actively entertaining insane sentiments like this. He isn't holding you accountable for what your chat said. He was trying to prove a point that your chat also thought you were making a call to violence, except that point is incorrect. Literally evidenced by what he showed as the I'm unbanning that guy.
He brings up a great point, and I think he's right about this. But the issue is that you're muddying the waters and you're damaging your own argument and you're making yourself seem like an extremist when you're calling for killing people when you actually have fun.
Okay, he already understood that that's not what I was doing anyway. I was so weird.
Fundamentally a strong argument and a good policy position. And the ironic thing about this is that I remember I saw Hassan's interview with CNN, and Hassan even said what do Democrats need to do to get people back, and he said have good policies. It's about how you're communicating it in a way that's hostile.
Obviously, I shouldn't have used hyperbolic language, and there's definitely some ownership.
Okay, there you go. All right, problem solved. Yep, he agrees.
That I must take. Some apologies there. I should not have said Mike Johnson should kill Rick Scott. I should have simply said Mike.
He didn't say Mike Johnson. He said you should.
There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid just in fraud alone. Nope.
That fraud is not coming from individuals, it's coming from providers. They're not tackling providers. They're not actually going after like false billing. They are trying to cut recipients, okay? It is not happening at the point of recipients.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, okay?
And I think that that's what was communicated to the audience, because the audience was spamming things like Luigi.
Johnson should punish Rick Scott, perhaps with the, you know, maximum punishment, whatever that would be.
Right.
Wait, what?
That's what was communicated to the
None of them are saying
the audience, because the audience was spamming things like Luigi.
Johnson, Luigi's fate is the only person that fucking says Luigi when 2016, 2017. You are literally hovering with your mouse. I know. It's so obvious that there's one person. There's like 35,000 people watching at that point. One person should punish Rick Scott, perhaps with the, you know, maximum punishment, whatever that would be.
Right, which is fair. And I think that
one guy said Luigi and he focused on it. I know.
He had said that, by the way, there would have never been any controversy about this. The difference is about advocating for vigilante justice versus advocating for a...
Yeah, see, people in his chat are saying when he said you, he was literally talking about the dude on screen. Maybe it's okay to admit he's a legit POS.
A criminal process.
He knows exactly what he was saying. What little I know about the guy, he seems like trouble. You can be hyperbolic. People do that daily. It's what he said. Max punishment is death. You can never hate Lazan enough.
I actually have the same opinion, is that the people that run companies like this should face personal charges. I just don't think you should advocate to kill them. And I try not to go too like super hard on it. I'll link you guys the video real quick before I get into it. And
he's linking the Ethan Klein video to his audience because, you know, to show support.
Yeah, there's the video. It's the Ethan video.
Perhaps this is the reason why Ethan Klein doesn't talk about Asmongold and his apologia for certain regimes of the past. You know,
which one?
Just let me intervene for one singular moment, because my brain is melting. The assumption is that Asmon is linking H3's video to his chat because he's collaborating with Ethan Klein to take down Hassan.
And
why is this fucking random editor trying to tag team here? What the fuck is going on? He's linking the Ethan Klein video to his audience because, you know, Ethan Klein, if held to the same standard that he holds me, if he held Asmongold to that same standard, he would be going fucking crazy mode on a daily basis. Okay? This isn't my own. This is not about my assessment of what Asmongold has said. This is simply about the nature of Ethan's mania. Okay? What do I mean by this? Ethan Klein has spent months and months and months on end claiming falsely that I am anti-Semitic. If he can say someone like myself is anti-Semitic after I have spent a decade actively combating anti-Semitism, okay, then his metric for anti-Semitism should possibly cause him to lose his mind about Asmongold saying, I'm 99% sure the Holocaust happened. Okay? That's my point. That's my point. And I think that's a valid point. The point isn't even about Asmongold. It's more so about Ethan in this regard, is that he doesn't give a shit about any of the stuff that he talks about. It's a very common technique applied by the ADL, the Apartheid Defense League, the Anti-Defamation League, also known as the Apartheid Defense League, focuses more on anti-Israel sentiment rather than the, active anti-Semitism that happens. 100K to anyone who kills Hassan, PM me. This guy, 2024, man, if I felt played like that, I'd knock the fuck out of that dude. I'd kill that motherfucking dude. Now I'm the dude he wants to kill. How did this happen? Bro, you have an account that you've had since 2013. Why are you burning that? You're going to get a fucking site-wide ban, dummy. That's crazy. Dude went to TwitchCon. Yeah, that's crazy that this dude went to TwitchCon and now he's over here talking about how he wants to fucking kill. What's the website to seek to look at other people's chats and other people's what you don't understand is Asmon didn't make Ethan feel like a fool, and that's all he cares about. Like a lot of wannabe comedians, his sense of self-worth being under fire is why he's losing his mind over you, and is absolutely not a legitimate concern about anti-Semitism. What do you mean Ethan would love him? Asmon said Palestinians deserve to be genocided. I mean, that's true. Anyway. Asmongold's chat is not on that site. Oh. Let's continue.
Newsflash. That's what good reaction channels should always do, but I'm sure you wouldn't know anything about that.
Link the video. There's the video. I'll link the video again. This is so funny. I'll link the video. I'm going to link the video again. Oh, let me link the video. I'll link the video, guys. Give him a like. Give him a sub.
He doesn't even link the video as he's reacting to it. Oh, yeah. Wait. He reacted to my fucking video. He didn't link it. What's up? What the fuck? Dumbass editor? Stupid ass fucking editor? What is this? Oh, who he follows? He follows me. Squeaks, Michaela, E-Rob. He follows a lot of people. XQC, Moon Moon. It's just, it's always weird when you got people who like follow your friends and then they're just like, he reacted to their Yeet tweet. Okay, well, why? He reacted to the Yeet tweet on other videos that he was watching too. The fuck? I also react, for the record, and will actively promote the videos that I react to, for the record.
If you like the video.
Oh, I almost forgot. He also pretty much called Asmon a Nazi, but I'll let my employee handle that. Back to you, Baldy.
Ethan, who really cares about anti-Semitism, of course.
This is it's a
terrorist simplifying bitch, the King Joker. I think you're forgetting that I'm wearing the hat. I'm an apolitical content creator. Also, I love when dudes get real horny about like shitting on me that they don't type correctly.
another, and the obvious implication is that I am a Nazi apologist, right? That's clearly what he's implying. Obviously, you can't say that, because if you say that, it sounds insane and retarded. So the only thing that you can do is...
No, I don't think it sounds that insane. I mean, I don't... The only reason why I don't say that is because I still don't believe that. I think it's something different. It's someone who is entertaining this kind of sentiment specifically because you get a lot of hype out of it. That's it. And it doesn't really matter whether you are a legitimate ideological Nazi, a committed ideological Nazi or not. And I've actually changed my mind a little bit since the Anders Nordic thing, which is weird for sure. I'm saying that you are entertaining Nazis in your community, which is correct. It literally is correct. I'll give you a counterexample that, for example, Ethan Klein and Asmongold and every other person that watched the content puke does not understand. I talk about Hamas, Hezbollah, and numerous other groups that are fighting against Israeli violence on a daily basis. But the first sight of anti-Semitism in this community, I do not entertain it. What do? I pull that person. If the mods don't ban them before I can get to them, I pull that person to the fucking public square and I ban them. Okay? That's the difference. That is the difference. When someone actively will say some shit about Jews or something that is anti-Semitic, I will openly humiliate them, explain to them why they're wrong, and then ban them. Because I don't entertain that kind of thing. I, for example, wouldn't do what Asmongold was doing, actively saying, come join our Discord by, you know, if you're a salute enjoyer, come join our Discord, or whatever the fuck his mods were pinning in the chat. Like, that is entertaining Nazis. And for the record, before people ask, like, whoa, what about entertaining Hamas? What about entertaining Hamas? What about entertaining Hamas? I do not, and I stand by this for the record, I do not believe that the Palestinian militancy, the Palestinian resistance groups are operating on the boundaries of anti-Semitism. What is this? You're a fucking asshole. I do not think that their primary function is to be anti-Semitic. I think that they are an emancipatory group through and through. And there are certainly things that they've done that I do not agree with. Okay? But having said that, I do not think that their primary function or the reason why they're doing things is because of pure anti-Semitism. I think it's fucking stupid. And I will defend that every day of the goddamn week. Okay? That's it. You are joking, right? They say from sea to sea. What? You mean from the river to the sea? I say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. I always say that. I'm not going to censor emancipatory slogans because the oppressors are upset about it. It hurts their fucking feelings. You didn't even get the actual statement correctly, unless you're talking about America, because Americans say from sea to shining sea.
Imply that and hope that the schizos that watch the video will get the message.
That's why he constantly comes after me, someone he knows has a long track record alongside him at times, attacking anti-Semites and explaining to people what famous dog whistles are and things of that nature. But that'll be for a different day.
People are so ideological. It's ironic that he brings up dog whistles, because this is exactly... didn't Twitch ban the word Zionist and using that...
Yeah. I'm realizing that like a big chunk of the people that I'm duking it out with are just not really interested in the context of things. Like, Zion is not a dog whistle. Twitch capitulated to the fucking ADL because Ethan was crying over and over again, and the ADL kicked in. Okay? The ADL came in. ADL is an institution that I don't think Asmongold likes either, by the way. I wonder what his fucking chat is going to say about that. It's not because people were hatefully using Zionist as a substitute for Jew. Okay? Zionism is akin to Nazi ideology. That's the truth. It is a fascist ideology. That's simply it. Saying F the Z word, okay, I don't want to get fucking banned again, is akin to saying fuck Nazis. That's it. Or saying fuck fascists. The overwhelming majority of Zionists on this planet are not Jewish. Okay? The overwhelming majority of Zionists on this planet are Christians. That's right. The overwhelming majority of Zionists in the United States of America are Christians. They are not Jewish. As a matter of fact, Zionists, Christian Zionists, evangelical Christian Zionists far outnumber the number of Jews in the United States of America, and even far outnumber the number of Jews across the board, Zionist and anti-Zionist. So yes, Twitch making this clownish capitulation to a silly campaign conducted by organizations that they just want to fucking, get off their back does not change this reality.
That is a slur because his chat was using it as a dog whistle to be.
No, they weren't. You're fucking lying. You're lying pretty aggressively, as a matter of fact. You're lying in an incredibly gross fashion. You should know better. That is disgusting. Straight up. That is a disgusting lie. Why are you arguing with a dude who hasn't changed clothes? Because the dude who hasn't changed clothes commands a fairly large audience, and every single time he makes videos like this, they come in here and tell me that they want to kill me. It's also kind of funny because I don't even think he's pro-Israel.
Anti-Semitic. I feel like we want to talk about dog whistles. I mean, that's a pretty big one, right? I think that's just a whistle. Let's see here. We got one more.
Oh, okay. This is an incredibly cartoonish display of the false principles that Asmongold claims to espouse. Okay? He says he's Mr. Free Speech, and then he fucking does this nonsensical bullshit. Okay? Complete and utter bullshit. Zionist, your chat was using his dog. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here. How many videos has this guy done about the ADL because they went after Steam? And then all of a sudden he's like, nah, the ADL was based on this one because he came after Hassan. You mad? Yeah, I'm mad about the fucking hypocrisy. Get cooked. Yeah, you're right. I'm cooked. Are you a fucking animal? Like, are you like a dog? Do you only respond to shapes and colors? Is that what's going on here? You're like, oh, got him. What's crazy about all this? Yeah, guy who used the term solution when talking about what Germany should do with immigrants a million times says Zionist was a dog whistle in this chat. Here's the problem with that argument. Here's the problem with that argument. Anti-Semitism in broad fucking daylight is not only not restricted, but literally celebrated at this fucking point. If someone was supposed to be anti-Semitic, why the fuck would they try to hide it with dog whistles? Okay? That's what's so stupid about this. Look at fucking Candace Owens. Look at Dan Bilzerian. Look at Andrew Tate. These guys are insanely, insanely popular content creators, and they don't fucking hide it. They just like actively say that they don't like Jews. Okay? Look at Jake Shields. Zach Rar, you did kind of say that there was a non-zero chance that the Holocaust didn't happen. The Sabra incident. Anti-Zionism isn't anti-Semitic. Hold on. 1 second. Oh, I gotta open the door. Noah's here.
One more.
But spends most of his time simply sitting around and reacting to Donald Trump. He is now officially, by my estimations, a larger right-wing political commentator than even the likes of Ben Shapiro. Very successful.
I don't know about that. Now, I love this glaze, right? I mean, if you look at these numbers, let's zoom in and look at these numbers. Wow, those are great numbers. We love those numbers. Wow.
I mean, it's true. Now he's saying glaze, but like, why does he hide from the truth? Yeah, Noah's here.
Wow. Ben Shapiro is infinitely more well-known than I am, right? He's been doing this for years. He's been on mainstream media for over 10 years. Just because I'm getting more views on YouTube doesn't mean that I'm more popular than somebody. But, okay, that's fine. Let's move on.
Than even the likes of Ben Shapiro. Very successful in this field. His videos reacting to Donald Trump get millions of views, more so than the day.
Which, by the way, keep in mind, this was a joke video that was AI made about them fighting because Donald Trump, if you look at it here, Donald Trump never actually punched Zelensky on camera.
Use more. Wait, what? Does he think that's the only? See, this is what I mean. Does he think that that's the only video that he's done? Like, we can see this video's on your channel, dude. We can see all the videos that you're doing. Democrats embarrassing themselves during Trump's speech. Migrants challenge U.S. troops, get captured immediately. Trump killed it. Like, what? Why is he doing this? You have to assume your audience is fucking, like, room temperature IQ at that point. What the fuck? Like, do people just click on this and go, yeah, that's right, Asmongold is not right-wing. He's not a right-wing commentator. So than the Daily Wire could ever dream of. Asmongold also is the largest.
Well, the reason why the videos are so popular because they're not necessarily coming at it from a right-wing perspective.
Oh, it's because he's a centrist. That's why. That's fucking why, dude. Shit.
They're coming at it from a nuanced, balanced, reasonable perspective of what I believe to be the average American. And I think that those videos, the reason why they're so popular is that even if people might disagree with the conclusion of them, the video is still respected as an attempt at truth. And I think that's...
Every right-wing person does this, okay? Oh, I'm a centrist. I'm nuanced. I'm balanced. I'm reasonable. Trump is based. That's why I wear the hat. For those of you who are wondering when I say I'm fucking apolitical now, that's why I do it, okay? It's a joke about how so many right-wingers will routinely claim that they're fucking centrists who have a nuanced perspective and are simply arriving at the truth or whatever the fuck. It's like Tim Pool. It's a Tim Pool technique. Tim Pool still to this day, for some weird reason, claims he's a liberal over and over and over again. It's just ridiculous.
That's the reason why a lot of people watch the content. That's the reason why a lot of people like it. It's because they like seeing at least some degree of attempt at discourse. It's not because I'm more educated, I know more about it than other people. It's not because I'm funnier. I tell jokes about it, but like at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, his political content gets more views than his gaming content does. His political videos get more views than his gaming videos do. It's because he's a political commentator. And I get it. Okay. I know this better than anybody else because I myself am a political commentator. Of course, a centrist one, a centrist political commentator. Look at the hat. But that is the reality. Like, that is where Asmongold is. I don't know why he tries to fucking masquerade. I mean, I do know why he tries to masquerade as like a centrist who is approaching this subject with a nuance that is desperately needed in the field of politics. It's just marketing. He's smart enough to just not openly admit that he's right-wing, but it's very obvious that his entire grift is doing right-wing commentary. And it's not the first time that someone has done this. There are a lot of prominent right-wing content creators who literally started off by claiming that they were apolitical, but constantly slammed incredibly right-wing positions into their commentary. Jordan B. Peterson being one of them. Even fucking like Sargon of Akkad and half those like centrist content creators, far-right content creators initially started off as like centrist skeptics. They always do that, and then they slowly but surely lean into it. Joe Rogan was a nuanced approacher to the subject matter. That's it. I just don't think that he gives a shit. I don't think he cares about the politics. 2022 call out, centrist Tim Pool. Yeah. Supposed centrist Tim Pool is currently hosting Kanye West, neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes, and PETA defender Milo Yiannopoulos on a show. I wish I was making this up. That's it. This is like fence sitting is a very common technique used by right-wingers, okay? Very common technique.
The main reason why is because I do try to think about how people feel and then express it from their perspective. And I think that that's a good thing, and that's something that I try to have. That's
Bro, XQC is so aggressively in the tank for Kick. It's hilarious. Aiden Ross says he messaged 30 the biggest streamers on Twitch for support. First of all, for someone asking, I'm curious, did Aiden reach out to you? Of course he didn't reach out to me. Even he understands that that would be fucking ridiculous after his community actively doxed literally my whole fucking family, okay? Like, what do you mean? That is also part of the reason why these guys don't get unbanned, for the record. When you literally spend years and years hanging out with fucking neo-Nazis, actively and prominently putting them up on a pedestal, yeah, there's going to be content creators who say, nah, fuck that. You know, you're a good dude now. I believe in you. I think that you've changed, okay? And maybe he has. Only time will fucking tell. But there's a reason why most people are going to be like, I don't want to even touch this with a 10-foot pole. This is one of the content creators I was talking about that most content creators don't talk about because they know his community used to be fucking rabid. I think he like deleted his Twitter comms. So that's a good step in the right direction. But that was unironically one of the content creators. Like, you think people don't fucking talk about Aiden Ross because like they don't see the shit that he's doing? No, because people don't talk about Aiden Ross because they're afraid that his audience is gonna fucking come after them. FaZe Ronaldo, not even trying to pick sides, but how is Aiden Ross still banned for unmoderated chat? Doesn't really make sense. It's been 2 years. I don't really understand how he hasn't been given another chance. Nandre, because he's a Holocaust denier, platforms neo-Nazis, had anti-Semitic artwork as official emails for his channel, uses misogynistic rhetoric, platforms convicted human traffickers, and stream porn to his underage viewers. Bruh, he's Jewish. Yeah, which makes it even crazier. It's not like... I think there's always a path for redemption for a lot of these fucking people. All right? But, I mean, Nandre's not wrong. This is just the tip of the fucking iceberg, too. Yeah. People talk about how, like, oh, Hassan is doing threats to, calls to action or threats to violence or whatever. Like, Aiden Ross literally fucking was talking about killing transgender people. He's tweeted about killing me. He has literally said Aiden Ross once famously fucking said that he prays to God that there is some dirt on me, that he would give $1 million in crypto to anyone who can fucking find something to smear me with. Okay? He came out with nothing in the process. And here is that fucking snake piece of shit XQC going, the industry classic. Yeah, lots of fake friends. Talk about a fucking fake friend, dude. I housed this motherfucker in my house when he was getting fucking targeted. Okay? God damn. Like, think about that, dude. Yeah, no friends in the industry, dude. XQCL, my juicer, no friends in the industry. Meanwhile, you're over here, like, with $100 million that you got from Kick, actively trying to fucking whitewash this dude who has literally done unimaginable, untold amounts of fucking harm to the same community that you're a part of, because XQC treats every single person like a fucking NPC, okay? That is the reason. And the more he grows his platform, I'm sure the more he grows his fucking platform, more people will collaborate with him again, But the reality of the matter is, for years and years, he just discarded every single person, didn't give a fuck. I don't know if it was because of insecurity. He was a very nice person behind closed doors when the cameras were not on, but it didn't fucking matter, okay? When the cameras turned on, he just turned into a goddamn demon. You're literally the worst judge of character I've seen in my life. No, dude, I don't think you understand. I will always and actively try to fucking help people, okay? Doesn't matter. I don't, like, you guys want me to be as vicious as you are, okay? His son stopped being a snake. Yeah, shut up, dude. I know. My biggest fucking crime was calling him out for the unrestricted, unlimited access that he gave to a unregulated crypto casino to his audience. God forbid. Isn't it suspicious that so many of those guys just actively on a fucking dime went on the fuck Hassan tip? He tried to fucking accuse me of covering sexual assault, dude. The fuck do you mean? What are you saying? That I'm the fucking snake in this situation? Like, please grow up. Jesus Christ. Yeah, weird that me and Pokey were actively covering sexual assault, it seems, according to him and Train. Why did they actually target me and Pokey, I wonder? Perhaps it has something to do with fucking cryptocurrency online casinos. Yeah, and he held his information as a nuke. The fuck out of here. I was wrong about you, not gonna lie. I like your platform, and I think your views are actually unbiased. Thanks for having common sense and being a voice of reason. Those other guys are fucking sellout losers. See, the hat is working. The apolitical hat is working. Having said all of that, despite the fact that you know, these guys have eventually all fucking turned around and done insane shit. Because before people say like, oh, Hassan, why are these people like turning on you? I don't know, man. Look at the rest of their fucking output and you will understand why they're turning on me. It's because I actively try to change their minds over and over again. I tried the path of least resistance. I try to be as nice as possible. But it doesn't matter when there's money to be made, people fucking lose sight of any sort of ideological position that they might have. The reason why they do that is understandable. Many people would also do that. Having said that, I'm not going to stop. I'm always going to try to show people that there's a different fucking way. But notice how no one grifts to the fucking left. Notice how no one does that. No one just goes, oh man, I'm fake socialist. I'm a socialist. No. At most, they'll, refuse to say right-wing shit on a daily basis because they recognize that the environment is not sustainable for that sort of commentary. Okay? It is what it is. What? Asmongold doesn't believe in spreading disinformation and hate speech?
Oh, man. Do you believe spreading hate speech and disinformation should be allowed? Yes.
What?
Yep, easy one. Easy decision. Yeah, that's simple. Yep, just absolutely. And yeah, what's the PowerPoint about? Probably about who the best YouTube channels are, something like that. Yeah, of course. Hate speech is free speech. It is. And that's it. Good thing you're humble? I guess so, yeah. Or this, yeah, I'm playing Monster Hunter for the plot. Oh, God.
Context was about free speech? Here he compares Derek Chauvin and Luigi as well as Hamas. Here he says Luigi is worse than Derek Chauvin.
I think that if Derek Chauvin was not involved and George Floyd was just driving his car and he had never been pulled over, he probably would not have died that day.
Yeah, I don't disagree with Asmongold. I don't think people who spread misinformation should go to fucking jail either, to be fair. And in terms of hate speech, it's entirely contextually dependent. You know, it's who you're doing the hate speech to and how you're doing it. If it's a violent threat, then yes.
That's what my opinion is. And I think the martyrdom of this person, this, in my opinion, is the right-wing version of defending Hamas.
Oh, timing. I wasn't agreeing with Asmongold's take here. I was agreeing with Asmongold's previous take on not fucking arresting people for spreading misinformation. Apologies for the misunderstanding from people.
At the end of the day, I think that if Derek Chauvin was not involved and George Floyd was just driving his car and he had never been pulled over.
Bro, this dude doesn't even know the fucking context of George Floyd. George Floyd wasn't pulled over while driving. Ugh. Cops were called over a counterfeit bill.
He probably would not have died that day. That's what my opinion is. And I think the martyrdom of this person, this, in my opinion, is the right-wing version of defending Hamas. That's my opinion. Needlessly divisive, incredibly complex, mostly verifiably fucking wrong. It's complete partisan politics, and it's...
Yeah, the fucking pro-Hamas party. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. What are you talking about? Oh my god. Yeah. Defending Derek Chauvin is the right-wing version of defending Hamas is so ridiculous. This is, oh god, this is the type of shit that liberals will probably eat.
It's of the benefit of no one. That's what I think. Or defending Luigi. Yeah. Yeah. Luigi's is worse than this. I would, I don't know, kind of it's worse. I don't know. It depends, right? But like, it's kind of the same. You
can
apply similar logic, but comparing the two seems insane. Only a person of low IQ would, of course, Hamas is worse than one person, right? Obviously. But my point is that optically, this is the same thing.
Hassan, I will say it. We need both you and Asmongold. Whether you both dislike one another, you both have edgy takes, but you have honest points too. I think you both have more you agree on than you don't. I guarantee you and Asmongold do a talk together. It would be the largest stream Twitch would have ever seen. I have done it. I don't think he wants to talk to me anymore. I'm always willing to talk to Asmongold. I have no issues talking to Asmongold anytime, any place. I have done this. I had these conversations before. There was a time when Asmongold was definitely much more courteous and much more charitable to whatever the fuck people were saying about me, but that time I think is gone. I think part of that is also because an Anit American Hassan Skip Anit American I couldn't even finish this fucking video. Holy shit.
It's always been the case. So the reason why these videos are extremely popular is because they do appeal to people that are on both sides of the political spectrum.
Just political content creator on Twitch in general. He's the largest political streamer now. He's double my size. He's always been double my size, but he's now double my size when it comes to political commentary as well. So, why does this bother him? It's just the truth. I've never understood. I actually don't understand why he's like offended by this. It's just the truth. What the fuck is so offensive about this?
I mean, like, listen, I think you guys are very lucky that I am the most humble and modest streamer. This stuff would probably affect an average person's ego a lot. Doesn't affect me, doesn't bother me. And so I don't even see it this way. I think he's trying to just say,
no, I think that the numbers do affect him in the sense that he responds to the numbers, and that's why he won't stop. And that's why he'll actively continue entertaining more and more right-wing stuff. And eventually when people have moved beyond the outrage fatigue of all of the crazy things that the Trump administration is doing, they'll come after him again and again and again, and he'll fucking feel really bad about it. And it will impact his, it will cause tremendous mental harm. This side of the commentary space, is a very treacherous terrain. The only reason why I'm capable of continuously doing what I'm doing is because I have genuine ideological conviction. It's because I have a worldview that I believe. It's not just a numbers game. If it's just a numbers game, you move on. You go back to talking about titties and video games, okay, tomorrow. That's it. He knows it's not good to be a right-winger, so he denies it and is in complete denial. No, I think he's more impactful when he consistently presents himself as a centrist, unbiased, and nuanced commentator.
say this in order to create a narrative of him being the underdog, like farm sympathy.
Well, let's see what the largest free speech defender had to say. He actually voluntarily brings this up in a YouTube video called "What the Fuck is Twitch Doing?" YouTube videos from 2 days ago with 1 million views. The first 13 minutes of it is just reacting to the latest Ethan Klein video, who is falsely smearing me as someone who doesn't care about Israeli civilians or whatever, which is obviously incorrect. He packaged that up with the Libs of TikTok video to call for my banning.
It was not just Libs of TikTok. I think that this is, again, it's an optics game where you're...
Wait, what? It is? What the fuck? It was Libs of TikTok. Libs of TikTok got the... I think it was Yeet that clipped it deliberately, knowing that it could potentially get me banned. Someone leaked some fucking conversations that these stalkers were actively having about, like... They literally clip share. They're in here right now, most likely, waiting for an opportunity to clip something and then post it on Twitter. And they share it amongst one another to be like, this will get him banned. Yeah. Which is fine. I mean, it's all good.
You're saying it's Libs of
TikTok. Yeah, it's not just Libs of TikTok. It's, you know, a whole bunch of other right-wing freaks as well.
TikTok, because Libs of TikTok is kind of a moron in a lot of cases, and so it's like, well, this person is doing it, and it's about kind of creating it to be a partisan political issue rather.
It is a partisan political issue. It is. That is precisely what it is. It 100% is a partisan political issue.
Than just simply a behavior that's bad. You know, according to Hassan, it's my fault, it's Ethan's fault, it's Destiny's fault.
No, it's my fault individually, okay? It is the words that I'm using that allowed me to get to a place where people could just like clip something out of context and then actively demand I get banned or go to jail or something. Having said that, however, yes, you and a lot of these other people highlighted it deliberately to cause a fuss.
Libs of TikTok's fault. It's everybody's fault except for his. It seems Hassan has very bad faith towards you. People can be bad faith towards me all they want. The fact is that I'm still going to be here doing my thing. And the more that...
Yeah, until the views dry up. That's it. If tomorrow the tide shifted and people no longer wanted to watch him talk about, you know, if no longer people were interested in having him go, yeah, over and over again over, you know, right-wing videos from Tyler Oliveira or Donald Trump, he just wouldn't do it. Straight up. Straight up. It's just the truth. And it's fine. Like, that's why I say I understand Asmongold better than anybody else, okay?
people are bad faith towards
To
me.
be fair, even if you're careful, they will just lie. Yeah, but it's a lot more. It's a lot higher effort to just lie.
And the more that people are unfair towards me, the more they will alienate average, moderate, and reasonable people. Because average, moderate, and reasonable people do not want to be gaslit into extremism. And so when I see people that are...
Yeah. He's combating extremism. Who else was doing that? Oh, that's right. Destiny. Anyway, yeah. He's combating extremism. This is his chat, by the way. when he was looking at Nazi book burnings. Based. They burned gay books. Damn, Nazis based. Nazi W. Gotta give them that, bro. W. Adolf. Extremism. Yeah, he's combating extremism. He didn't say he was good at combating extremism. He just said he was combating extremism. This is him combating extremism and just failing to do so. Okay? That's it. Gender stuff is Jewish. I'm not Jewish, I'm German. Man, these chat reactions to Asmongold's radicalization and turn to this content are honestly terrifying. Remember when he used to defend you and espouse lefty takes from time to time, but totally flipped now? Yeah. I think it's because of how popular right-wing sentiment is, especially online. What is this? We're fine. Holy fuck, Donald Trump is doing it again. Based! Yeah. Trump signs executive order as early as Thursday to help abolish education department. They wouldn't let Brandon cancel student loan debt. He still defends you quite a bit, to be honest, and his chat grill him about it. Great. I think he, in defense, in the midst of his defense, I think there are plenty of instances where he's, actively harping on certain issues and deliberately misunderstanding my point. And even going so far, the bridge too far for me wasn't any of the other things that he talked about, but when he specifically said my chat, implied that my fucking chat was using Zionist as a substitute for the term Jew to use it as a dog whistle. That was fucking gross. That was disgusting. Okay? That was completely unacceptable and completely disgusting. And it was backed by the fucking ADL, which I know he doesn't like. It's not based. That's fucked up. I've been very charitable to Asmongold, despite our disagreements, for the longest fucking time. It's almost so that everybody always yells at me and says, like, Hassan, you're too much of a pussy to call out your fucking coworkers or whatever the fuck. No, if I have disagreements, I'll stick to them, okay? I have political disagreements with him. That's what I care about. Yeah, he went totally Karen mode, said he was going to release a secret file about you to some perceived authority figure. Yeah, like he was talking about how he's going to fucking talk with Dan Saltman, sex pest, and he's second in command. And then he also actively acts as though there's no collaborative effort here. Dan Saltman works with Ethan Klein. Dan Saltman literally openly worked with Ethan Klein. They were emailing one another. It got leaked, okay? If you couldn't tell from obviously where the clips were coming. Including but not limited to Ethan Klein using a fucking untitled Destiny Dick Rider YouTube clip, untitled that had the title or unlisted YouTube clip titled Hasanabi. Okay, where the fuck did he get that unlisted clip? That's right, from DGG. But aside from that, like. He actively also was like talking to fucking Dan Saltman to release a nuke. I'm going to release a nuke. If Michael from Pennsylvania doesn't get banned, I'm gonna release a nuke on Twitch. Okay, dude. Oh no. The funniest thing is, a lot of people say I'm thin-skinned, but like, that's why I also partially say I know Asmongold really well. Like, I understand Asmongold really well. He is infinitely more thin-skinned than me. This is why I say, like, political commentary in this sphere is, especially if you don't have, like, a true conviction for the things that you're advocating for. If you don't actually believe it and you're just, like, simply doing it because of the numbers, it's gonna fucking break your brain. You know? He's Mr. Ban all fucking dissent. People say I do that all the time. Yeah, I do. The dissent is, I'm gonna fucking kill you. That's what people say to me, and then that's what I ban. Oh. Your brain is already broken? Well, that too. I do have a broken brain. He only gets it when it's a direct, clear statement is on. For phones, you should tell him directly to not watch that Yeet account because it's stock streamers. It doesn't matter. He's going to continue doing that. At least 7 reported injuries in South Korea, and a private residential home was struck during a U.S. live-fire military drill in Pocheon. 4 injuries reported as serious so far. Oh my God. Did Donald Trump bomb South Korea? Holy shit, dude. Abolishing the Department of Education and fucking bombing South Korea. This guy is literally destroying all previously held commitments and allegiances. What the fuck is happening? All right. Let's get to the CIA interrogation techniques, a video that I was a part of, by the way. I got to pee.
So you see this car battery over here, and you can see there are jumper cables attached to it. And let's say Alex decides to use those jumper cables. That's me, by the way. I'm hanging from the ceiling. Let's say he decides to attach them to my nipples and electrocute me for about 23 years straight. Well, that's not technically torture. And that's not torture either. Actually, none of this is torture.
No. Come on. Oh, come on, bro!
That gets so scary so quickly.
Now, yes, it may look like we're torturing each other, but it's not torture. It's just a whole other thing, and it's called enhanced interrogation. You know, if it was torture, that means it's illegal, and the US government doesn't do illegal stuff. No, this is different. This is the US program of enhanced interrogation, and it's actually completely fine. And I know what you're thinking. It's just a legal loophole to justify torture, and there's no way George Bush was smart enough to come up with it himself back in 2001. And if you thought that, then you'd be correct, right? Because the US wasn't the first to do it. He didn't even come up with the term himself. Like, the first use of enhanced interrogation was back in 1942 when it was called whatever the hell this is. And as you can guess by how stupid and unreadable it is, it's the Nazis' torture policy. It literally translates to enhanced interrogation. And I'm not exaggerating here. You know, I'm not claiming the US is the same as Nazi Germany, because, you know, they're very different societies, but their torture policy is identical. It's completely plagiarized. Now, I don't know about you guys, but personally, I don't really like the Nazis. You know, I actually thought they were evil, right? And the uniqueness of their evil was that it was very systematic and bureaucratic. They were very focused on documentation and protocol and following the rule of law, you know, as long as that law was carefully reworded to allow them to persecute their enemies. Now, at that point in history, these guys believed they were on the cusp of ruling the world, and they wanted to just...
Guys, I'm starting to think hiring Nazi generals in NATO was a bad idea. Why would you say that? Wow, you must love Adolf Hitler for saying such things.
Justify all their brutality by presenting it as an enlightened, legal, and sensible policy with, you know, strict guidelines and ethical considerations, because, you know, they wanted the future population of Germany and the world to understand that they were the sensible good guys. But, yeah, they lost the war and we did the right thing, which was, you know, we put them on trial and we hung them for war crimes. And the whole world agreed that no one should do that stuff. But fast forward 50 years, the US won the Cold War, and at that point, they quite plausibly could rule the entire world, which a lot of people weren't very happy about. So the US found themselves in the same position, trying to resurrect a nice, sensible, legal justification for torture. So they just plagiarized the Nazis. Now, just like the Nazi base game, the US expansion...
Fire up the IRO bag and celebrate Kaya's birthday out back. It's literally raining. It hasn't stopped raining in Los Angeles, and it's also dark. Why the fuck would I do that?
Pack involved meticulous documentation. In the waterboarding manuals, where people are taught how to simulate drowning and repeatedly bring people to the brink of death, the platform had to be tilted at exactly 10 to 15 degrees. They had to pour the water from a specific height in specific increments. They had to have doctors present to measure the victim's blood oxygen levels and to perform emergency tracheotomies in case their windpipe started involuntarily spasming. And it's all done in order to make sure that the victim didn't die. So the drowning could be repeated like again and again and again, just on the same person forever. And, you know, if you don't follow the strict protocols and, you know, file all the paperwork, then you're doing illegal torture. But if you follow the guidelines, you're doing ethical, sensible, enhanced interrogation. But there were a few differences between the policies. Unlike the US government, the Nazis initially didn't include waterboarding in their enhanced interrogation policy because it was too brutal to be legally justified, which they eventually amended to allow any kind of torture. But in order to not get caught out plagiarizing Hitler's work, the US also changed the acceptable targets of enhanced interrogation policy. You know, the Nazis were quite specific, saying you can only use it against certain targets like communists, Marxists, and also asocial persons, or whatever that means, any Polish or Russian person who committed the crime of being lazy. The US streamlined this policy and just kept the word terrorists, which, as we'll learn by the end of this video, doesn't actually mean anything. It can be anyone. But Bush went another step further, and what made his rendition of Nazi torture practices even more extraordinary was his policy of extraordinary rendition. This is where the US could take their victims to secret CIA black sites all around the world to torture them outside of the reach of US law because, you know, it's not illegal if you do it in a place where there's no law. Now, it wasn't that hard for the CIA to sell their Nazi torture DLC to the American people, and it's all thanks to a ragtag team of amateur pilots.
A plane has crashed into the World Trade Center in New York.
This event shook the US. Up until 2001, the global order was pretty straightforward. The US was allowed to blow up as many buildings in the third world.
The insane video from India. Have you guys ever seen that one where the plane is so stupid?
As they liked, and in return, the local inhabitants were given a fresh opportunity to renovate and redecorate their boring old cities. But they didn't seem to appreciate the offer so much because they always just rebuilt the cities in exactly the same old boring way. But on September 11, this deal was broken when the World Trade Center was attacked, and the US public was ready to embrace a new radical kind of punishment that was somehow even worse than what they usually did, which is, you know, bombing the shit out of people. Initially, the media reaction was one of shocked silence. Like, no one wanted to accept that this could happen, and they didn't even want to think about it. Like, Disney was ready to release Lilo and Stitch at the time, but had to frantically edit it at the last minute to change the scene where Stitch hijacked a passenger plane and flew it through skyscrapers. But soon enough, American media embraced it, and things got really, really aggressive. Eventually, songs started celebrating the military. From video games to movies and television shows, everyone was celebrating patriotism. Everyone was excited to punish any and all enemies of the USA. The post-9/11 media storm was so powerful that when it came time for the Supreme Court to debate the validity of these new torture laws, the Chief Justice, Anthony Scalia, one of the most...
He did one of my favorite quotes in constitutional law of all time.
Powerful American lawmakers based his ruling on the lead character from the fictional anti-terrorism TV series 24.
So that's why I always say America has, one, been bad, and two, has always been a fucking clown show. Okay? Like, this is when the Republican Party was the sane Republican Party. This is the type of shit that liberals want to go back to when they say, like, Donald Trump ruined the Republican Party. What? How come Jews weren't on that list? /Jen? What are you... I don't know what the fuck you're asking about, dude. I genuinely don't know what you're saying. What list? What is, why are you spamming this question? The advanced interrogation Nazi targets? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why it wasn't. I don't know. No, not just spamming. Thought you didn't see? I did not. I don't know what this question is about.
So here's what he said to his fellow judges. He said, Jack Bauer saved Los Angeles. He saved hundreds of thousands of lives. Now, he's talking about season 2, episode 12, where the main character, Jack Bauer, is torturing some Arab guy and through that manages to save California from a nuclear attack.
You screwed up, Ali.
Are you going to convict Jack Bauer? Say that criminal law is against him and you have the right to a jury trial. Is any jury going to convict Jack Bauer? I don't think so. That's what he said, right? He's just an imbecile. It's like arguing that we should abolish air traffic control laws because we don't want to impede Superman's ability.
One of the most tragic comedy moments of American foreign policy and American cruelty is that, and I know this video is eventually going to arrive at this conclusion as well, is that torture or enhanced interrogation, whatever you want to call it, actually yielded zero actionable intelligence. Zero. So ironically, using fucking Jack Bauer and television shows as a justification for why we should do torture was pretty apt, because torture only works in movies. Torture doesn't work in the real world. You want to know why? Because when you get fucking tortured, you just lie to stop the torture. That's it. That is precisely the reason why it yielded zero actionable intelligence. None. Nada. Zilch.
To, punch a meteor that's about to destroy the planet. But it worked, thanks to people who think Jack Bauer is a real person. There was now legal cover for this brutal CIA torture program. Now, the only issue left, and I don't mean to get nitpicky here, the only other issue is that torture doesn't actually work. The Pentagon knew it didn't work as early as 2002. There are multiple leaked classified reports that show
I pre-watched.
that not a single piece of usable information was ever gleaned from the countless people they tortured over the decades. You see, when you torture someone, they'll just admit to anything you accuse them of, right?
I didn't pre-watch. I lived through this history and was actively following it as a fucking child.
That's just how it works, right? If you ask me, you ask me where the cookies are, and I don't know where the cookies are, and if you start torturing me, I'll just tell you a random location so you stop torturing me because, I feel like I'm going to die. But literally the only use of torture is to just...
Yeah, if you pointed that out during Bush years, liberals like Ethan will call you a terrorist supporter.
Viciously brutalize another human being. But I mean, it's also useful as a gimmick for a YouTube video. It's really good for that. But nonetheless, the US managed to legalize torture, which is a big deal until you realize the US has been waterboarding people forever, long before it was legal. Here's them doing it back in Vietnam. But thankfully, the US government had learned a lot since Vietnam. And the two main takeaways are, one, call it something else, and two, don't let anyone see it. If the average person sees their tax dollars going towards, burning children alive, then chances are they're going to, stop cutting their hair for some reason, and you're not going to be able to do your war anymore. So the US brought in something called embedded journalism. The only way you could actually report on the ground in the US's war on terror is if you were...
By the way, Israel does this as well. Just pointing that out.
Embedded in the military and reported exactly what they wanted you to report. All the stories that came out were about the kinds of food the soldiers ate and how much the locals loved them. You couldn't even show pictures of damaged US vehicles or the army would expel you. They became journalists in the same way that this guy is a journalist reporting on McDonald's. The news coverage was so bad that George Bush got away with announcing mission accomplished 2 decades before the end of the war that killed 4 million people. And the American public didn't have a proper grasp of what was actually going on there. Now, the only way the public actually found out about the torture camps is through independent journalists who risked their lives by just going to war zones by themselves. Like, we wouldn't have known any of this if it wasn't for people like Olivia Brissett and Seymour Hersh. And, you know, these independent journalists, I reckon they're just kind of like us, like YouTubers. Like, you know, they're these guys like inspirational, and they're much braver than us, but also like probably we're just as brave in a way. Like we're independent and we're not corruptible, you know, like no one can. This video was sponsored by MyHeritage. Discover your family history with a DNA test.
I think I'm going to be the most boring person.
Christ. No one's ever come to the Balkans and been like, I want to mix my gene pool with these guys. I feel like we're just 100% pure cabbage farmer. Let's go.
Is this where he finds out that he's actually Turkic?
60 seconds.
Which cheek are you doing?
I'm not telling you.
You're like,
and there we go. And then we'll have our results very soon.
oh no.
Alexa's ethnicity ready to explore.
I'm scared. Alexa, you are only 60% Balkan.
Wow.
Where's the rest of me? How does that make sense?
You're like a half man.
Greek and Albanian. 27% Albanian.
Albanian!
Yes!
Yeah!
Oh, Boże moi.
You're Albanian. That's great news.
That changes everything. Who's my relative? Slavic.
Third cousin.
From Croatia. Jana Milica. Natasha. It's crazy to have all this information about ourselves, but I guess the nice thing about MyHeritage is that they're committed in its privacy policy to never sell our data. Now you can do this too. MyHeritage has a promotion going on right now with a 30-day free trial. Click the link in the description box or scan the QR code, and don't forget to put in the coupon for free shipping. So go get your DNA results right now. And you can trust me, I'm Albanian. So before we commit to torturing ourselves, we wanted to hear from someone who actually went through CIA torture. And conveniently, the US's torture program spans the entire globe, so we didn't have to go very far. One of the many innocent victims is our neighbour, Mamdouh Habib. Now, before we get into the next few interviews with detainees and witnesses, I need to warn you that the kind of abuse that's described is going to be far worse than anything you could ever imagine. I feel like I wasn't prepared for it, and I don't know, it kind of fucked me up. There's no shame in just exiting the video if you're not up for watching stuff like that. Or actually, what's better is if you just leave the room for about 10.5 minutes, but keep the video going for retention and stuff, the analytics, and then come back and the scary part will be over. But if you want to hear about it, yeah, we'll do it now. Mamdouh went on a trip to Pakistan in September of 2001, which at the time wasn't the worst place to go. The weather's pretty mild. It's the start of autumn, so it's ideal for outdoor activities. You can trek the entire Hunza Valley without breaking a sweat. The downside is that he quickly found himself stranded in the Middle East when September 11th happened. And as it turns out, the US was suddenly paying lots of money for anyone who could bring them a terrorist to interrogate. So everyone from petty thugs all the way up to the Pakistani military were rounding up foreigners and trying to cash in on America's sudden spending spree. And the crazy part is that the Pakistani intelligence agencies were funding Al-Qaeda.
Just good guy shit, by the way. I just want to say, this is why, one, obviously I love Boy Boy and I Did a Thing. Those are my homies. But this is why I also always say blowback is very complimentary to the things that I talk about on a daily basis. Okay? This is the why America is bad side of the America bad side. And for the record, for the longest time, this stuff wasn't a secret. We knew about all this shit while it was happening. And if you fucking said anything about it, you were called, drumroll please, a fucking terrorist, a terror lover, a lover of terrorism, Mr. Terrorism. Oh, are you sympathizing with Al-Qaeda, you fucking Al-Qaeda lover? You don't want to invade Iraq? You don't want to invade Iraq? You must want to suck and fuck Saddam, you Baathist piece of shit. You're either with us or you ain't. You're against us. Ah, rah, 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 rah. Okay, and that's why I'm so fucking used to it from dipshits like Ethan Klein now. Okay, because the past 20 plus fucking years of living on U.S. soil and actively visiting the United States of America and getting called a fucking terrorist all the goddamn time has hardened both myself and numerous other people from that side of the world to this kind of shit. Come on, dude. Hogs don't know what the word Baathist is. I mean, okay, whatever. It's also Baath with 2 A's, not with an O. It's also crazy that, like, it's also fucking crazy that so many fucking people just entertain this shit and then they sleep comfortably at night, not realizing how fucking harmful and how dehumanizing the shit that they're saying is. Like, it's crazy, especially like dumbass people who consider themselves to be progressive. See? If America has been bad, and whoa, don't ban that guy. This guy's funny. If America has been bad and a fucking clown show, then get the fuck out of Sana, take your dick-eating Uncle Jank with you, or better yet, someone should just shoot you in the fucking head. Someone should shoot you in the fucking head. One day, one of these freaks is probably going to fucking try to kill me. Eventually, it'll happen, okay? What are you going to fucking do? Another 2014 account, site-wide banned. I love this guy being like, America's number one because it's a freedom, because it presents freedom and prosperity. Also, if you speak out against it for doing a metric ton of fucking war crimes, I hope someone kills you in the head is an insane thing to say. Also, dude, I'm apolitical. What the fuck? And it's like the shit that I criticize America on is the untold amounts of violence that they subject the rest of the world to. And the cost of that violence is directly taken out of the pockets of these fucking dumb mouth breathers who don't understand that they're being fucking lied to. Like your enemy is some goddamn goat herder in the fucking mountains of Afghanistan. Okay? And that's the reason why your roads have potholes. That's the fucking reason why you will never get health care. And you dumb bitches cannot fucking comprehend this. Why are people so angry? It's so unfair and rude, but I can repeat, you have a place in Europe. I don't know where the fuck I would go in Europe. Let's be real. Also, he was so angry that he just said 1 and then didn't even come out with a 2. Okay? He literally typed 1. America has been bad in a fucking clown show, then get the fuck out, take your dick, someone should just shoot you in the fucking head. Like, he got so horny. Immediately fucking account suspended and deactivated. He couldn't even come up with a second thing. He was just like, you said America bad. I think someone should shoot you in the head is not, you know, this is what being apolitical gets you, chat. I'm once again being attacked for, I'm once again being attacked for having apolitical takes. It is kind of wild. I feel like people maybe are a little too normalized about like death threats. I don't know. Maybe people are too. Maybe people, or when I say people, I mean myself. Like maybe I've just gotten too used to the death threats. Like it just. I'm trying to be apolitical, man.
Osama bin Laden's compound was barely 700 meters away from their military academy. Now they knew exactly where the big boys were, but they weren't going to give up those guys because they liked those guys, right? But they were cashing in and selling random people to the Americans who wanted to show that they were punishing terrorists. And Mamdouh found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he needed to get the hell out of Pakistan.
So I called my wife, and I told her I'm on the way to Australia. I did my booking, I was ready to go, and I was in the bus. It was very dark, like a night time. Then the Pakistani official go on the bus. Then I went with them down off the bus, clashing on the top of our heads. They put us in the bag, van, go. That's it. That's what happened.
What did you think was going on in that moment? Did you...
I have no idea actually, but I was thinking these people is not gonna do anything to me because I haven't done anything wrong. I'm very confident, and I'm Australian citizen. I have Australian passport. These people is not gonna play a game with Australia.
Now, his Australian citizenship didn't get him very far. At one point, he realised Australian officials were present while the Pakistanis were torturing him, and he tried pleading with them.
I'm Australian citizen. I should go home. I've been kidnapping. Say, oh, we're not gonna do anything for you because America is control.
That's what the ambassador in Pakistan
This is Australian ambassador, Al-Australian. I never forgot this day.
Now, one of the bizarre but weirdly relevant quirks of Mamdouh's life is his passion for Chinese medicine. And if you spend any time with him at all, he'll tell you about the holy trinity of Qigong.
I told you I'm doing Chinese massage and acupuncture, Tai Chi, and Kung Fu trainer, because these three is together.
Now, this may seem really cute and irrelevant, but not to the CIA, right? If you look at their leaked internal documents, that's exactly the reason the Pakistanis sold him to the US. Under torture, they made him confess that he trained the 9/11 hijackers on how to take over a plane with the power of Kung Fu.
They accuse me I train people for pilot because I'm experienced with Kung Fu.
That's crazy.
It's not crazy. They get anything.
And that was it. Mamdouh was now in the hands of the CIA, and every single day they put him through things that I could barely comprehend.
Put me electric shock in my ear, on my groin, and they put that electric shock in my groin, even spin my groin. Yeah, and they put it here in my ear, and I start my ear get bleed, and my nose blood come out, and I got unconscious.
He went through everything from waterboarding to sleep deprivation to forced anal penetration every day for 4 years. But regardless of all the things they did to him physically, he says the worst torture was psychological.
What they do in the head, he can't control it. They say they give you injection to make you really relax, you like you empty. He can't say, how I'm here, who's these people? Is that true? Is that not true? You don't know nothing. Then they make him film about my wife and my kids. They've been killed, they've been tortured, and they talking, they ask dad, come help, and you don't help us. You say all this in front of you. No one can be strong because the injection drop you. Because they make you like nothing. You empty brain, fully empty.
Now, there were lots of Guantanamo captives who, they endured the same brutality, but some of them weren't as resilient, and they completely lost their minds.
I have people, they doesn't know the names. They forgot the names. He lost his memory completely. He doesn't know who is he. He's completely gone. They keep doing this to me, I don't know how long, to be honest. Until today, I can't.
Fun fact, the Democrat who gave the response to the State of the Union last night worked for the organization that literally fucked with this guy's head daily. Yes. Her name is Elisa Slotkin, and she was a part of the terror cell, also known as the CIA.
And even remember, I tried to remember, but
not a fun fact.
This memory doesn't want to come back to me. It's hard. It was really... They're not human.
Yeah. And the way racism works is that, like, people will legitimately look to this dude and still be like, yeah, he probably deserved it because he's, you know, he's a terrorist. Why is he like that? Why do people feel that way? Because he's brown and he has an accent. That's it. It's that simple, okay? Same exact shit happening to Palestinians. Same exact shit. He didn't do anything. His crime was just being Pakistani and Australian at the same time. This is something that I've talked about before. Especially about like how your American passport is very valuable, but there is a secret ranking if you are a dual citizen, or there's a secret ranking of like how valuable it is. And Palestinians, for example, are at the fucking bottom of that. Okay, if you're brown, if you're Muslim, you're on lower on the ranks.
These people know humanize. I don't think these people, the human to them is nothing.
There was no end in sight. Mamdouh was being brutalized in a bureaucratic catch-22. Like, he's an innocent man, but he's forced to admit to whatever his torturers come up with just to justify them torturing him.
I keep telling him, whatever you tell me, I will cooperate, but at the end of the story, I'm telling you lie. Because I haven't done anything wrong. But under torture, I will tell you anything you want to listen, you want to hear it.
All this time, he was being tortured. He was also being shipped to CIA black sites all around the world, from Egypt to Pakistan to Afghanistan, and finally to Guantanamo Bay. And the whole time you thought maybe they were sending you back to Australia?
Every time they tell me that. But no, I wasn't trusting. I know myself not trust these people because they lie from the first day. And they not gonna release me because they done crime.
Yeah.
When people done crime, they're scared to face the issue and they try to get rid of the evidence, and that's arm evidence.
So Mamdouh was just stuck there, like indefinitely, and he accepted that his family was dead and eventually he would die in Guantanamo. But obviously, if you're really clever and you've been paying attention to the video, you can spot me right there interviewing him right now. So you can infer that he was eventually released. But at that time, like, no one knew what was going on until like a handful of brave independent journalists got the truth out. So I decided to speak with Olivia Rousset, who was one of the many independent journalists who took it on themselves to sneak into the war zone and cover the stories that weren't being told. How did you decide to go to Iraq by yourself?
I think when you're embedded, you get to tell a particular story, and that's inevitably through the perspective of the military. When I went, I wanted to tell stories about the Iraqis and about the way the Iraqis have been impacted by the invasion, and the only way to do that is to go to the Iraqis. It's pretty common sense.
I don't know, I feel like it's pretty hectic to go to a war zone without anyone.
Like, I was probably naive, but I was also young, and I kind of knew when I went there that I might die. So I wrote a will on a Word doc saying who could have my CD.
Yeah, I was just like, what are you really distributing?
I was in a share house.
Yeah.
It was like, this person can have my CDs, this person can have my clothes, and, you know, whatever money I have, my boyfriend and my sister can split, you know. Wow, wow. I had a satellite phone and I had $10,000 cash in the soles of my shoes because there was no money. There were no banks. I had US money stuck in, like, hidden in sanitary pads and under the soles of my shoes so I could get by for a couple of months in Iraq.
I'm scared whenever I take out money from an ATM. I'm scared just walking around Sydney. Like, I hate having money on me. I can't imagine.
Like, people were kind to me and taking care of me. I certainly didn't feel at risk from any Iraqis.
Yeah.
I felt most at risk when I was travelling with American soldiers.
Olivia managed to shine a light on the plight of the Iraqi people, but after a few years in the Middle East, she stumbled upon a trove of leaked images from soldiers' personal cameras, and she published them in the second tranche of leaks that made America's torture camp at Abu Ghraib infamous.
The whole disc was 8 gig. They're small photos back in that day, but there are 16,918 items.
I was prepared for how horrendous this mountain of torture footage was, and the fact that there were American soldiers posing and smiling with these mutilated corpses made it even harder to comprehend. Holy shit.
This is Munadel al-Jamali. He was killed under CIA interrogation.
They're so chill about it.
I guess it was so normalised, right? This guy was known as called Shit Boy, I was told. He had a mental illness and used to cover him in his own shit. I don't know what that is. Someone being forced to sodomise themselves with what looks like a banana. Who knows what it is? So that was him when they were...
Israel does all of this and more every single day to Palestinians. If you're wondering why the American government doesn't say anything about it, you know why.
Tormenting him with the dogs, and then you see the wound from the dog afterwards on his leg.
Since torture was now allowed and even promoted, some of the soldiers obviously added their own flair and took on some extracurricular torture of their own.
So these are men being forced to masturbate for the camera. And it's just, there's no, it's just for their entertainment, right?
These images were satanic. The gratuitous, explicit brutality was one thing, but the thing that made it even more horrific was how mundane and normalized it all was. Like, in between all the photos that the soldiers took of the torture, they had photos that appeared to be just regular tourism shots. You don't know if you'll come across a video of them playing with a kitten or cutting some dude's fingers off. The terror that was permitted by the US government just became a normal, mundane part of these people's lives. Like, they were creating psychopaths.
I'm just waiting for them to do something to the cat. Like, I can't.
This morbid slideshow of abused and mutilated Iraqis felt like it could go on forever. Eventually, I had to call it quits.
5. Tell me to stop anytime.
Yeah, I'm struggling.
Yeah, I won't go on.
That is horrible.
Yeah.
And that's the worst thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Now, after the photos were released, the Red Cross launched an investigation and concluded that up to 90% of the victims at Abu Ghraib were innocent. Just random people kidnapped by US forces.
Wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, like I think all of Iraq was the wrong place at the wrong time once the Americans came in.
At the end of the day, like, the sheer volume of just like documented evidence from just this one camp and the kind of mundane nature of all of it, it kind of showed that these guys weren't doing something out of the ordinary, right? It was a coordinated, systematic practice that exists because of the US's new torture policy.
And what don't we see? This is the soldiers themselves taking these.
There's so many different prisons and black sites around the world that haven't had this.
And after this, they're not going to be letting people have cameras, are they?
Yeah.
Another depressing aspect of this story is the level of discipline Western journalists had. When these shocking photos and videos were leaked to Olivia, she started investigating herself. And she found out that a lot of big US news organizations had been leaked these photos too, but they were...
Who's paying for / pay for these crimes is so inhumane? What do you mean? We did. With our taxes. We paid their salaries. We pay for the bombs. We pay for the research and development to create new torture techniques. You did. You and I both.
Were too scared to release them.
A lot of major news organisations in the US had the whole disc and chose not to release them. And at the time there was outrage at this shitty little program in Australia. One woman travelling around the world with a little, handycam had got the disc and released it, and there was a lot of disdain for who is this tin pot organisation anyway. And I think it just took someone being outside the bubble to go, why this is important. This is huge and this is important. And it sort of shows, I think, how journalists unknowingly or deliberately self-censor because of the fear of the repercussions.
Thanks to these brave, independent journalists like Olivia, the truth, started to get out. Although, that being said, their success was, partially due to the fact that they were white Westerners, Like, if you're a Muslim journalist and, the US Army doesn't like what you're reporting, they'll probably end up blowing you up with an Apache helicopter, like what happened to these Reuters journalists. Or you'll end up sharing a cell next to Mamdouh in Guantanamo, like what happened to Al Jazeera cameraman Sami al-Hajj, who was also sold to the Americans by the Pakistanis. But none of these leaked photos had any immediate effect on the US government. They responded by threatening to detain anyone who leaked CIA torture photos, and then they just immediately went back to doing torture. But public pressure did start mounting, which did mean that there was much more attention on prisoners like Mamdouh. Lawyers started getting involved, and the legal process was really convoluted. It took a really long time, but eventually Mamdouh was released back to Australia and reunited with his family with not a single charge. Like many, he was a completely innocent man who was secretly tortured for 4 years by the CIA. Now, Mamdouh claimed that Australian government officials were present while he was being tortured, which is huge, right? And now that he's back in Australia, he decided to take action against government for their complicity. For 6 years, the government just kept denying his claims, and they even started arguing that he was never even tortured in the first place. Until video footage and photographs were leaked from the Egyptian government, which proved Australian staff attended many times while he was being tortured at an Egyptian black site. So the government immediately settled the case out of court to shut him up. And I guess that's the happiest ending you're going to get out of all this. Okay, now you're about to watch us test out these torture techniques on each other, but realistically, there's absolutely no reason for us to be doing that. Like, you know, it was brutal and it was horrible, but what we experienced is incomparable to what these people actually went through. Like, it's a joke, and even claiming that we're doing it is just insensitive and stupid. But that,
ironically enough, the only one that was like as devastating, it still wasn't as devastating, obviously, because like it was done under a controlled environment, and I stopped immediately, was the waterboarding one. And the irony is they couldn't even put that in the fucking original video because it was literally torture.
That being said, this is YouTube, and if you want an audience to sit through a history lesson about CIA torture, you're going to have to do a gimmick like this, you know? And you need to have a thumbnail with losers like us soy-facing and torturing ourselves for views. So here you go. Here's the interrogation. Now, we filmed this torture scene last year. We patiently waited for Hassan to visit Australia because we knew there are probably millions of people around the world who want to torture this man themselves. But Alex graciously offered to go first, and he's getting waterboarded today. So we followed the CIA manuals precisely. I even built this platform out of an old door to the CIA's specific torture specifications. Now, the first step was to attach this heart monitor to him, and then it was time to get started.
You lost 3 calories just talking about this.
The only difference with our setup is that we have a kill switch when it gets too brutal. Alex is holding an object in his hand, and as soon as he drops it, we stop the interrogation.
Someone has to watch this up. Don't just keep doing it to me. It's meant to be like big things in control.
What do you mean?
Like, the point of it is like you need to do.
The glasses guy is gigantic. Dog, that's me. You're joking, right?
Active like effort to hold it so that as like a dead man's switch gets dropped. Whereas like that's very small. You can just easily hold that in your hand. Yeah, I can hold that without like it.
Oh, do a VB. Hold a bloody VB.
Hold it.
So what the CIA does is they put them down, they put the cloth over them, and they wait for them to exhale, and they start pouring. We're not going to be that brutal. But
what the fuck? Yo, this is
torture.
Guys, this torture stuff is not great, okay? I just want to say, I'm kind of off on the torture thing now. I'm off the torture train, officially.
You don't condone torture?
Yeah, I didn't at first. Enhanced interrogation.
Yeah,
that's what it's called.
Technically, 15 degrees enhanced interrogation. If we went any further, then I think like
this is constitutionally approved. Remember, this is constitutionally approved torture.
I don't like this already. They're not even drowning yet.
Yeah.
To be honest.
I mean, sure, why not?
It's okay, Alex.
Is this gonna get like us arrested when we accidentally kill him?
Yeah. It's the one scary thing about.
So
I mean, lots of scary things about waterboarding, but you start choking, and then your esophagus might start spasming, and then you can't breathe even if you're not choking. That's the scary thing. But like, that's why the CIA has trained professionals when they do it.
What do you mean? What?
Like, even if water's not going down, the reaction you get to it can just continue autonomously.
Well, but he'll be fine afterwards when the water stops?
I don't know, I'm not a doctor. I don't know these things.
And now I kind of don't want to be the one putting the water and killing him.
This is the worst.
Yeah, 100%.
I owe you.
Now, look, this is incredibly dangerous, and jokes aside, we do have an actual trained medical professional supervising, which makes it safer, but nevertheless, it's so horrific that it obviously won't work with YouTube's community guidelines, so we can't show it here. But if you go to our Patreon, in the video description, maybe you'll get to see the full video of, uncut video of Alex's interrogation. It's worth a try.
I'm so sorry, man. I thought there'd be some chance you could breathe. You can't breathe at all.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be brutally honest with you guys. It was awful. Obviously, it was much more awful for Alex, but even like I truly do not understand how the fucking CIA people did that shit. Okay? I do not understand how anyone can do that. Like, you have to be genuinely a fucking demon to be able to do that to another human being, okay? Like, actually, to be able to do that and go to sleep at night is crazy. I did it for a brief moment and it fucked me up.
Oh my god, I feel so bad. What have you done? I feel like that. I'm sorry.
Holy shit!
I don't know.
From like,
yeah, well, you just can't. I thought if I blow out, I could blow the fabric off, so I could get air in. But as soon as you do it, water just comes straight into your. Yeah, and it goes straight down your nose, and you can't stop it from going down your nose. So you feel it trickling down the back of your throat. That is horrible. Holy shit. That is. Yeah. Well, I just realised I couldn't do. Like, I just can't breathe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Was the lens camera? No. We're gonna go again.
That gets so scary so quickly.
And also the
That
people that
is
are doing it to
disgusting.
you aren't your friends.
That is really fucked up. Like, how are you like a normal person after doing that to a human being for an extended period of time?
Imagine doing it as well while the person is
like
shaking.
try like that time down.
Like, my goal was to like stop as soon as you were like, you know, as soon as you dropped the bottle. So I was like, you know what I mean? Imagine there's no bottle.
Yeah,
and you just keep doing it.
Yeah. There is no stop.
Wait, I don't understand how you could survive doing that. That was my heart.
You doubled it in like a second. You went from 50 to 100. So this is him normally, and that's when he starts around.
Now it's Hassan's turn to strap on the heart monitor, but the spooky part for him is that he had no idea what we're going to do to it.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
Should we tell him?
No. I feel like
It's kind of crazy how much fatter I was back then.
torturee learns about what the torture is before.
No, not this one.
What?
The CIA engages in consent. They're just like, so by the way, just so you know.
Well, okay, give us what you think it might be.
I have no fucking idea. Like, maybe he just like hit me or something while I'm sitting in the chair.
It's beating.
Yeah.
It's a beating is what it is.
That's what I think it is going to be. I don't know. I have no idea.
Alex is pretty strong. And also,
no,
Alexa
I know.
trains in boxing, so
I
it's
know.
like, you know, it's a potential.
Dude, I'm still thinking about the fuck. I could have killed her. That's insane. That is insane that
You
people
did it though.
I know, but like, it's insane that
Not a
people
good feeling.
do that to other people on purpose for much longer periods of time than that.
An important part of the enhanced interrogation protocols is to work out your victim's biggest fear and exploit that to torture them. And lucky for us, Hassan is our friend, so we knew exactly what his biggest fear is. While he was busy streaming, I went out and found this big guy in my neighbor's shed.
Okay, so you want me to sit here?
Yeah, just be blindfolded.
All right, no spiders, right?
Yeah. 100%.
All right, what the fuck? Oh my god. All right, what's happening? Come on, you guys are gonna tell me eventually, right?
You'll see it.
I'll feel it?
You'll see it. You'll experience.
I'll see it. What is my heart rate at?
You're at 108. You're already fucking freaking
You're already pumping.
You're even worse than Alex when he was drowning. Okay, so for anyone watching at home, this is Hassan's torture.
It's kind of angry.
It's angry? What do you mean it's angry? What is it?
Okay. Here we go.
Oh, dude, come on. No! Oh! Bro, what the fuck is that? What is that? Is it poisonous? Is it venomous? Be honest. You said no! You said no to that.
We don't actually know.
You don't know!
We just found
What do you mean you don't know? No. Okay, I'll talk. It's fine. It's very good. No. What the fuck? What? Dude, it's so big. No.
Just let the spider decide.
No. Okay. No. Come on. Bro! What if it jumps? Okay.
Hassan called it quits and jumped out of the chair, but luckily, our resident medical professional and seasoned spider catcher, Tate McGregor, was going to...
That was insane. She just grabbed it. Australians are operating on a different playing field, dude.
To make sure Hassan saw it through to the end.
He's going to run all the way up.
No, he does not want to be anywhere near us.
See, they're cute.
No, you and I have very different opinions on what's cute and what's not.
God, it's jumping.
This is crazy.
Oh my god, it's jumping.
Wait.
What the fuck?
Wait, no!
Okay, no. I'm done. Oh god. Okay, stop. Okay, no more CIA torture. Come on.
He's gonna bite you today.
Wait, so one guy got waterboarded and you were near a spider, Lamau? Yeah, not everyone's torture was as equivalent. Nothing comes near the waterboarding.
Does he bite?
He bites, but he's not poisonous. It just stings a bit.
Bro, he's gonna drop the camera. I'm gonna throw the camera. No. Come on.
Okay, Hassan just keeps running away, so we released our cute little friend back home to the shed. Now, encountering this guy is pretty normal for Australians, but Hassan's heart rate jumped to 147 beats per minute, which, would be considered a pretty severe panic attack for anyone aged 20 to 30, or a potential heart attack for someone as old as Hassan.
To be fair, I did come off of a plane and a 15-hour journey, so my baseline is already pretty good.
Well, that's Guantanamo. It's they do sleep deprivation, then they bring you out and they...
True. I do have sleep deprivation going for me. All right.
Now it's my turn for the final.
Dude, I miss Australia so much, dude. I really... One of these days, I'm just going to fuck off and go out there. I'm not even going to tell them that I'm coming. I'm just going to show up at their doorstep. Come back? Why are there so many Aussies in here right now? We got a cyclone right now, so maybe wait a minute. Australian ambassador. Do you miss Australia or you miss your friends? I miss my friends. I wish they would come here, but they don't come here until it's winter for them and summer for me. Come to Aotearoa too. I've got some sick Pati Maori hookups for you. $2 p.m. with a cyclone about the heat. I know that's New Zealand chatters. I know. We don't use the fucking colonial language around these parts. Calm down.
Interrogation, which is the box. The idea of this torture is that you can find in an enclosed space, too small for you to stand up and too narrow for you to sit down. You're confined in this stress position for hours while they assault your eardrums with loud noises of crying babies. Now, I initially planned to build the box, but that would have required a bit more effort than just slapping 2 legs on an old door, so I just went down to Bunnings and tested out the size of their storage lockers. But during my research at Bunnings, I didn't really account for a very important feature of the box. I had to get out after my first attempt because we realized we didn't put any air holes in, and I would have accidentally suffocated to death in my own YouTube video.
You guys want to hear what he's going to hear? Oh, look at that. Oh, that's cool.
Is that sexy noises?
Why do you find
baby?
I thought that was someone having sex.
You should be waterboarded. What the fuck is that?
I need to fart. What if I fart in there?
Oh, it's gonna ruin everything.
Can you see through it at all?
No, I can't see anything. It's actually just quite uncomfortable already.
It was hard even getting into the box. I've never hated a box more in my life.
That is so fucking strange.
My muscles were already straining and it had barely been a minute. And at that point, Hassan realized he had forgotten a crucial part of his job as a torturer. My ears really, really hurt. I assumed they'd just adjust to the noise, but it had the opposite effect. I noticed my body flinch every time the baby screamed. It felt like I'd been in there for hours. Like, I started to think they decided on a whole new prank behind my back where they were just gonna, leave me there forever. My body was on fire and my head was throbbing. Eventually, I started losing it. I thought it would have been easier than it was, but I just started to panic. I wanted to just run.
Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna take you out.
Yeah, I gave him my AirPod Maxes.
Oh, he's hot.
Oh my god, you're so hot.
Oh, fuck. How long was that?
I have no idea.
We saw your heart rate go started going up dramatically, so we kind of like, oh.
It was weird at the start. I was like, I don't get it. I can handle this. This is so easy. And then the baby was so weird. Like every time I cried, it like flinched, and it just kept getting like more and more, just like, yeah.
We could hear you shaking, right? Yeah, we thought you were like knocking. When you shook a couple times, we thought you were knocking.
No, I was just like fucking uncontrollable flinching. It was so weird.
That was awful. It's just a horrible, horrible time for all of us, but it was also useless. It bears absolutely no resemblance to the horrors.
Yeah, I was near a spider, and that was very scary.
Victims of the CIA torture program had to go through. Like, I still can't actually comprehend their experience. Like, my brain, it feels like it's stopping me from, like, imagining it actually happening to me or one of my loved ones. Like, I don't even have the words to describe it. Like, you can't call it psychopathic because, you know, a regular, everyday psychopathic civilian that you find in true crime documentaries doesn't have the capacity to do even 1% of the kind of institutionalized psychopathy and terror of an organization like the CIA. They simply don't have the capacity or the technological know-how to keep their victims alive for 5 years while mutilating them daily. Now, people always make a big deal out of the fact that torture doesn't work, right? Like, but I don't think they're thinking about it properly, right? Like, it doesn't work in terms of, you know, gaining intel to stop terrorism, but it does work if you're trying to do terrorism, right? It's a program designed to instill like a random, arbitrary terror into a population that you want to dominate. Right? You invade the Middle East, and if you pick off random Arabs and expose them to a nightmare beyond human comprehension, their traumatized bodies will serve as a terrifying message to everyone else, right? And the message is, the Americans are here, this isn't your country anymore, and just you better shut up while we steal your oil. Like, that's a
Can't wait for CIA agent reviews 3 socialists using CIA torture vid. Oh my God. That's kind of funny, but that could happen. It's like a classic. What is it, like Vanity Fair does that stuff?
purpose of the program. It's just plain terrorism. Now, Obama campaigned on closing Guantanamo Bay and ending the war, which, you know, he obviously did the opposite of that. But to his credit, he did eventually change the enhanced interrogation laws. But I'm not sure where that leaves us, right? Like, the US was doing waterboarding long before Bush made it legal. And today, the CIA still operates Guantanamo Bay with the same prisoners trapped there for the past 25 years, and it's illegal to publish any information about these black sites that are still doing something all around the world. Who knows who's in there and what they're doing to them far away from the rule of law? And it's only going to get worse now that this guy's back.
They asked me, what do you think about waterboarding, Mr. Trump? I said, I love it. I love it. I think it's great.
He's sending 30,000 immigrants to Guantanamo Bay, and he's even signed a deal to send regular US citizens to a mega prison in El Salvador, in the same way they set up CIA black sites in foreign countries to avoid domestic laws. I mean, the mega prison is literally called the Terrorism Confinement Center. Like, come on, guys. If that wasn't bad enough, his Secretary of Defense, the leader of the US military, is a goddamn Guantanamo Bay guard, a professional torturer who can't wait to get more people into Guantanamo and relive his glory days.
It's a smart move. It's the perfect place. And I'd say that as someone who's spent a year there with a platoon guarding detainees at the detention facility. So if you have those existing facilities, let's use them. And we will use them.
Yeah, I kind of think we're fucked. Also, go get your DNA tested with MyHeritage. Follow the link in the description or click the QR code and sign up for the free 30-day trial. And also make sure you use the coupon code to get free postage.
Okay, bro, your heart's not in it. Come on. This finally came out, and this man didn't even let me know. Wow. Not sure why I thought I would be able to beat waterboarding by breathing out really hard in between breaths to blow the water away. It does not work. When is your THEOVON episode coming out? Dude, I don't know. I mean, I just shot it this morning. Probably like next week. Here, let's watch this.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is the ultimate form of abstraction. The commodity seen as purely a product of manufacturing. No faces, no people, just gloved hands in a warehouse. Cheap, sanitized, and apolitical. Why does it rip so hard? Why? Is the veneer of entertainment so seductive? No, I don't think so. I think it's more than that. I think it's because we can see through it. Consciously or not, we see the labor that they are hiding. And it is beautiful. It's beautiful to create. It's even beautiful to create ceramic Thai barbecues. Yeah, man, I thought you'd like it. You want to watch this like YouTube channel where they restore old Game Boys?
I love this.
Yes.
Anyway. That's all I got for today, folks. I'm tired. Noah came in, but he went to dinner. But he'll be on tomorrow. Like I said, I'm going to have Simone Zimmerman of the Israelism documentary tomorrow. Once again, you know, as the #1 anti-Semite. And I hope that you guys will appreciate and enjoy that. We'll talk about Zionism and the brainwashing that takes place, the cult-like mentality, alongside Noah Colwyn. And it'll be a fun day. Love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at chip prop, great names take on break.